ever since we got Reich, managing my team and their projects is a lot less. For example, we have...
They being the Anunnaki, the extraterrestrials who have come to Earth from their planet Nibiru.
I just had that fucking shit. I don't know. Found it again. I knew I would. All right.
Zeus, the visit.
Shut up about Zeus. Don't tell nobody. It's a secret. Hey there. Yeah, I lost power. I made me a green butter bagel while I was waiting on my router to reset. Welcome back. You can tell I'm getting ready to actually do some work.
Teams converted it to a great church.
I'm actually getting ready to do some work here. Someone to set up our audios. Cool. Hi, Mimi. It also might be that I'm making more than 3 videos a day or something like that, too. John sent something about that yesterday. God, it was a good bagel. I better than the one I had this morning. You haven't not got your notification? I know it happens a lot on my other channel, too. People tell me they didn't get a notification for X, Y, or Z. I know I go over there on my channel and I see them running ads on my shit too. When they shouldn't be. Hi, Shelly. Jacksonville, Florida, huh? You know, I lived on Jack's Beach and out in Orange Park, and all over that city. I built down there in a TPC in the Sawgrass down there. I was married in Jacksonville. Good old South Georgia. You're from Orange Park? I had a trailer out there I bought a long time ago. Yeah, some people do, some people don't. I don't know. I think it might be the AI had a bad night or something. And they just hit me for a fucking copyright thing, telling me I couldn't monetize a video as if I monetize them anyways. and they're running fucking banner ads on my unmonetized fucking channel in the first place. But it's the fucking video that they hit me on. They told me I couldn't monetize off of. I'm like, double whammy. These fucking people. And then, I'll get to listening to their radio or something that's all sanctioned and public use, and I'm not monetized. Therefore, by law, I'm not hitting any fucking copyright. We're listening to a fucking public access radio over here while I'm working in a fucking dungeon, and they're for free. They ain't no view, nothing here, none of that shit. And they're trying to tell me copyright, and then I got to go in there and fight it. But what sucks about it is when I'll win because I'm right. There's no fucking reason to hit me with a copyright. It's the AI doing it, apparently. But it takes that down the chat. Takes down the chat completely. Just fucking takes it down. So then you're just left with my boring ass sitting here talking to your blown glass. Can't even see the chat. That pisses me off. I think they do that on purpose. No, I lost power that time. We just completely lost power. Twice, too. I mean, it came on and then it went back off. And then it came back on. So far, so good. We may do it again. What's up, Glenn? How you doing? So yeah, it was a little bit more than just losing the net. We lost our voltage. We had a voltage drop. I told you though, I'm not worried about it. I know I still got water and sewage when it goes out. I can tell you that. I've lived here for 4 years and been very voiceful with the public servants, the elected officials, and the police, fire, emergency, all of them, about what's coming, what to look for, how to figure out what the hell it means. Handed them a flashlight and ball, and they've made sure there are diesel generators at key points in this city to make sure that this city that generates its own power understands it's not going to be able to do that here real soon. And they have literally set up infrastructure to do so when they fail to do so. I think that's pretty telling that somebody's listening to my ass. Is somebody come up and told me about it, and I didn't know about it. I was like, really nice. He's like, yeah, go over there and look. He goes, it's right there. I was like, oh. I went and looked. I was like, yeah, they're all over the fucking place, actually. We're going to have water and sewage at least. I was impressed until the fucking earthquake hits. Then all the pipes will snap. We'll have a bunch of leaks. So I'll be able to fucking fill up my bottles right up to the end. Jeff P. Hand crank radio, that's a smart move. I was thinking about getting one of those things. Hand crank, solar and shit. It's like $50. Ain't a bad deal. I see some of them are a lot more expensive than that, but I don't know. I don't trust anything I can't put my hands on and wind up myself and see if it actually works. You know, my power's trying to go out again. Just FYI. We may lose each other again. I don't know. We'll see. It's fluctuating, that's for sure. What's Jeff P got? He never talks about the moon doing cartwheels. That's an amazing thing about a lot of these people. He never talks about the sun that's supposed to come around with Nebru X and all that. It's just confusing of me why people would come on here and just say some shit like that. I'm just asking. The shadows that run across his whole screen, including the ground and all that, and look like somebody overlaying bullshit over bullshit. Those shadows that everybody keeps posting at me today. Yeah. Why would you go look at shadows that are evidently not what he says they are? Because it's very evidently they're not what he says they are. Am I disputing there's shadows in the sky? No. However, I'm going to tell you what, the ones Jeff P. you're fucking showing today pissed me off because they're not what he says they are, and they're very obviously not what he says they are. That's the problem with that shit. Yeah, you're only curious, but I mean, you can't look at that and tell that. That it looks like some kindergarten overlay shit or something going on with the camera that can be pretty explained by 1,000 different things. That's not what he says it is. Just look at the footage. Look at the footage. He keeps flashing through it, but watch what that fucking shadow does. That's not. It's not what he says it is at all. Yeah, you can't comment on it. That should give you the first clue. I'm letting you comment, and I'm asking you why in the hell are you saying this? Because his footage is bunk, and you can tell it's bunk. Somebody threw a ball or some shit. I don't know what the hell it was, but it wasn't what he said it was. Because it wasn't just jumping up around the sky; it was on the landscape, jumping around. That's not. It wasn't what he said it was at all. It was like, oh my God, it's like a shadow in the camera from somebody doing something near it. And I'm not. Do we know if Jeff P lives near that camera? That's all I get. So I got a magnet signature with a Dingley Cobra out of a magnetosphere traveled around forever. Yeah, that's that Jeff P stuff. He ain't. Don't. I please just God. No thanks. Yeah, I saw him jumping it around, and then I skipped ahead to see if he had anything else, and he was just going over it and jumping it around really fast. And I'm all like, man, he ain't even letting that fucking go. He knows that ain't what he says it is. He's purposely just fucking switching it back and forth. I mean, at least you could let it play once. Yeah, well, I couldn't forget about Jeff P. Everybody brings me Jeff P. and fucking Albers and fucking all these people that I've already named 1,000 times. Is if they don't, in a general group, if they don't talk about the moon and give a definitive answer as to why it's fucking cartwheeling, because any kindergartner could be able to tell you if they've watched a Blues Clues video. Well, their research sucks, and I'd be very scrutinous of it. And like I said, today I opened up a few of those videos. Some days I do, most days I don't. And every day I do, I regret that I did. And I have to go out of my way to make a fucking video. Because Because it's fucking bullshit. Oh my God. It's so much bullshit it hurts my head. It makes me smoke Mary Jane. Jeff B, yeah, dude, he's an amazing misinformation. You didn't see that shit today, I'm sure, huh? Yeah, people don't bring you links yet, John. They're working on it. I'm gonna have you cussing one of these days. I'm gonna send you all to John's page, so you send him these links every day, and go on his page and his thing say Jeff P, ready, go. It's like, what the fuck would I go to Jeff P for? I already seen his bullshit. God. So, John, I'm telling you, man, we're going to bring you up over two real fast, buddy. I'm going to send every. You got to block one guy already. I'm going to send my whole Facebook page to you. Just send it. I had somebody today look at one of the photos and shit of that I had taken off of your fucking video or some shit. I don't even remember where I got it. I think it was off of your fucking video. It was no, it was I shared your post, as a matter of fact, with the fucking moon and the equator moon and the southern moon, and someone was like, "Well, how can this be?" And I was like, "Yeah." I looked, I had to check see if they were actually a friend of mine, and I was like, just you asking that question makes me ask you why the hell you're on my fucking page. I've only talked about this every day since I joined Facebook. I'm just wondering and just asking for a friend. Jesus. And then here comes John today. This is how you research, folks. Telling you next month. Welcome to my channel, fucktards. I can't wait. I can't wait for the day. Welcome to my channel, fucktards. The Earth's a globe. It ain't round like a fucking frisbee. It's a fucking globe. Don't hold your breath, he says. I'll give you $1. Just for one intro. I do have fun, man. Why not? When you're sitting on facts like this that are fucking incredible and they're impeccable, and you see people fucking bouncing off of them, you gotta have fun with it. It's life. The moon landing, someone asks that every day. We'll have to do a video. No. Long story short, we went there once. And we were chased away, and we had to redo all that footage because they couldn't. Because if you actually listen to the conversation as they're getting there and landing the first time, you could tell trouble began instantaneously. They were surrounded by extraterrestrial vehicles, ETVs. They abbreviate it and then they just cut off and they go off onto another subject. No, it's a landing place for the Anunnaki. It's an observation platform. We've heard that in the Kootenai forum forever. We're not allowed to do that. How else do you have the literal lighting falling down on Armstrong there. I've seen that footage too. I've seen the two shadows on the flag. You know, and that was way before Raw showed up. So yeah, they were definitely refilming all of that. They actually admit to losing thousands of hours of fucking lunar. How do you lose fucking lunar footage out of fucking NASA? It's not even an option. Um, is the ISS footage? I'll cover that too. Fake. Yes. Is the ISS real? Yes. You can see it up there every night. I can. Almost every night. You can actually identify the damn thing. It's there. Is it doing what they say it's doing? No, obviously not. Nothing they do is what they say they're doing. Why would that be different? We know rats don't survive in space. So why is there shit crawling around all over their fucking ISS when we're getting footage from them? Because those cameras are pointed at something else. That's why. But there's a real ISS up there. You can see it. So, you can take the long or the short end of the versions. They both accumulate to NASA lies, and they give you some truth and then they twist it for you. How's that? Yeah, we've been told not to go to the moon. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, we've heard these stories about who owns the moon and what they use it for the last few weeks here, actually. Um, and on my other channel, uh, send the Q&A form. We're going to listen to some more of it here in a minute. Ancient aliens? No, it's Bible canon, Eli. Bible canon would have me believe that. Thousands of years older than the Bible, talking about them coming and going from the moon. Not only that, the Aboriginal tribes talking about it all over the globe. I mean, plenty of sources for that. Oh, it does. And we've listened to that just yesterday about how some of them waited out the deluge on the moon, very specifically. A way station. They use it as a way station at the very least. They take the gold up there and pack it up, and then they take it up to Mars, where Lalalu's face is, because we actually know the name of the person that is the face on Mars that's so supposedly controversial. His name's Lalalu. Yeah, all those answers are out there if you look. You know the Enlil system out in NASA? Enlil? The one that measures the solar wind coming out and all the solar storms and stuff, the Enlil satellites. They talk about them over here in the cuneiform too. Also, the Land of Tillman missiles and all that stuff. This is thousands of years ago. But, yeah, they're playing these games on us. Group just got 24 people asking to join. Good. I hope they ask to join on your YouTube page too. Start sending you links. It's kind of hard to find sometimes, and it's very lengthy. Also, honestly, it's very lengthy. That's why I bring in like Zachariah. He gives a really good this what we've been listening to, the end of days. Um, he'll give you a long list like the Sumerian Lamentations. Uh, that's like a collection of lamentations from different cities in Sumer that describe the desertation of the cities, not the destruction of, but when everybody left because of this poisonous cloud that they created comes through. And each one of them has a whole bunch of different poems and songs and writings of lamentation, of the desertion of their land. And uh, all these correlations with all these stories. And there's so many cuneiform texts that they don't even have hardly half of them at all translated yet. These things are still being translated. Um, yeah, and it turns out these are where the Hebrews, Abraham, we were just listening about Abraham and in the Lost Book of Enki, in the very end of that, where that's how it ended. It ended in the story of Abraham. Well, they're later versions of these same tellings, is what the Dead Sea Scrolls are. Hebrew is basically an offshoot of Akkadian, and Akkadian was the first language given to by the creators of Sumerian, and that apparently is the language of the gods, Sumerian, which is what that cuneiform is in, and then later transcribed into Akkadian text, which turned into Hebrew text. And all of these like Noah stories. Noah, the real Noah, um, he was given by the creator of all this through a roundabout way a plan to actually build a fucking submarine, not a very specifically a submarine, not a boat like we've been taught, but a submarine built to toss and wave and shit, very specifically. And it wasn't two animals that he brought in; it was basically a suitcase, a cedar case of the genetics of male and female of the animals and plants of Earth that Inky and the nurses of these people had gone out and collected and brought in mitochondria extraction DNA. And I was like, holy fuck, this is like thousands and thousands of years before, even on the timeline they're giving, before any other writings or any other thing. This is where the original texts came from. So, being as how I had read many versions of the Bible and then read a version of the Quran enough to that I could see it's pretty much the same book. I was like, fuck. Then I started looking into the histories and found Abraham, where both religions were born out of him. Then I found the publications and followed the actual history of both books and found out the Vatican actually puts out both books. I was like, so I started looking for canon, and I found it. And like I said, it's long, repetitive. They tend to repeat themselves a lot. Like every time a character is speaking to another character, trying to describe either an event or another character, they will repeat the very same description of the event, the entire description to each and every person they talk to about that description. And it's like, didn't you say that 15 times before? So that's how they wrote these texts. That's why I like Sitchin better, because I could bring in the dry text so we could listen to the lamentations of her and all that stuff. But it's really, it'd put everybody to sleep. It just would. And he'll name these texts that he's using. That's why I like the end of days, because he'll give you a list of texts to go, and these things actually exist. And it's not just him. They've been translating these same stories since the 1800s, so and Sitchin is fairly recent. And yes, he did have CIA connections and all that stuff, but they used that to hype everything up to keep everybody from looking at Bible canon and keeping their secrets. So we've busted their secrets wide open, and I figured it's time to bring out Bible canon because enough people are reading the hieroglyphs, able to see the difference between the things we were writing, where they can have changed the language, etc. And now, with that kind of base, we can go and look at source of Bible material. And not only Bible, it's the fucking Quran material too, very namely, using Abraham, father of both religions, how it ended in the last one. And we're picking up here with where they assume identities worldwide and start taking on personifications that they didn't understand, self-admittedly in their own words. And hearing how they got us in this situation in the first place was pretty enlightening. Yes, things are being revealed. And if you look at, I always point out to Jeremiah 8:8, where he's talking to the Pharisees about the original text of King James, which is obviously not the original text, but they've changed it recently to if we can say these words are wise. It used to say, how can we say this is the word of God if the hands of the scribes that write it lie? And it still alludes to that in the text very strongly, like if hands are fucking lying. And then the Pharisee answers him, all will be revealed in the end of days. Here we are. Yeah, everybody acts all like this is a coincidence, and it's not. There's been some foreseen things. They've seen these things happen before. We've lived through them, and this time's just going to be a little bit different than the rest. Yeah, the yeah, exactly. These things have been so cut down, and so as technology comes forward and we get closer to this thing happening, they've dumbed down a lot of these teachings, especially like right before they actually taught the peasants, us, how to read these languages. They changed the actual meanings of some of the words, like God used to literally mean your cock, okay? And to come forth used to mean piss, to piss. And the Lord's Prayer literally described gonorrhea, catching it from your catamites, and the symptoms of it, which, as you came forth pissed out of your God, gnashing and wailing your teeth, because your cock was on fire. Hmm. The only thing the preacher's really telling the truth about that letter is that it was a letter to the seven churches. Yeah, we would. And we were told that in those days, people will blame man for what's going on. And they'll come to see, it's not man. Then they'll turn and blame God for what's happening to them and all this stuff. And it's like, I'm watching it happen, and that's not a coincidence. And just like Israel will be occupied by Jews that are not Jews. Well, Carmini's sakes, the Vatican made that happen. Is it a coincidence they wrote the book? It's called script. Sure, man. I'm sure it's script. Yeah, I don't believe there's any prophecy in that book, except maybe their end. They're prophesizing their end because we're sitting here listening to them talk about how the creator of all has been infiltrating their dreams and interfering with their plans and telling them basically get off this planet. This is the people of the earth will inherit their planet. This is their planet. Get off of their planet. And they haven't yet. And I think there's no coincidence that we're waking up to who we are, what we are in creation, and what our job is, which is truly to be a steward, which was always a confusing thing to me. How the fuck do I protect all the life on Earth? Well, I, at that time, also had no idea that I possessed the actual tool to do that with a magnet, just like Mother Earth's. And once I found out, it started answering a lot of questions. Hey, look at Yellowstone. I know. It's been acting up too a little bit, you know. Um, it's going to blow too, I imagine. I would look for, I'm looking for Mammoth. And Mammoth has started, but the Yellowstone started to pop off too. So it's like a race. Which one's going to pop off first? I can only imagine Long Valley. Yeah, we do know who we are. That's the beautiful thing about it. Yeah, you think so too. It's more primed to blow in almost every direction you look. Uh, but yeah, Yellowstone's showing movement. It's showing activity that's doing odd things like boiling creeks and stuff. I think Long Valley's going to go first. Either that or fucking Europe. They've got one too out there just fucking popping off over there by the boot. You know, that's a caldera right there. There's a few of them that are answering to Mama's induction. 118, huh? That's pretty warm, dude. It warmed up. It's a beautiful day here. It's been fucking ice cold just the last few days. It was 100 degrees, and all of a sudden it went straight down, even through the daytime. Boom, 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 all the way down to where it was snowing right towards the next evening. I was like, within 24 hours, it went from 100 to snowing, and that was pretty impressive. That was a good dip. Now we're back up to 80. Cooking like an egg. I would get the fuck out of there, Eli. I did. I did. I got the fuck out of there. I was born in Glendale. My kid was born in Fresno. You know, I love California. But, she's a little scary being that close to the ocean, doing all the hip hopping and fire catching right now. Hmm. But yeah, Drew, if I was you, I'd fuck. Where you at out there? I mean, region. I can only imagine probably around Bakersfield. It's not really the place you want to be. Maybe even Fresno, and that's again not the place you want to be right now. That's where we were last. Uh, our last residence was actually Madera for a couple of months. Well, hi, Pentus. Or, I think that's it. Right? Sarah, how you doing? Yeah, I wouldn't be in California. Hi, Thomas. Dursa. Good. Good to hear. I always like to see how we're doing overseas too. Okay, okay. Well, how's things in South Africa? Y'all watching the moon flip around? Y'all talking about it at all? The rain? You've been getting rain, Eli. Yeah, we got snow, man. But yeah, I can imagine there's a lot of people getting rain right now. Fuck, China got washed away too. Not a big to do in the news about that either. But and if it is, you're seeing it on YouTube and they're calling it weather mod. It's like fuck weather mod. Okay, look, 20 years ago, weather mod, yeah, and that level of mod, yeah. It hasn't graduated to the point that we're seeing it today. It's done excelled and done surpassed, and weather mod served its purpose. Everybody's still talking about it as if that's what's causing these things today. It's not. Is yeah, weather mod wouldn't do this kind of destruction. We'll see. Not widespread like this and not uncontrolled like this. This is just fucking. We're seeing some insane shit going on globally at all times. I mean, that would require all these satellites that have been up there all this time and all the harps to actually be working with rippled waves, which just defies the laws of physics. It requires something flat to bounce off of to heat the ionosphere, right? Shit, our clouds aren't even fucking flat anymore. They're reflecting the turbulence in the fucking ionosphere. It's fucking nuts. So they actually stand on the ground and look at this shit. I'm sure you guys are all with me, for God's sake, man. But the physics of it, you have to have that smooth. Remember the old chemtrails when everybody started bitching about them? Chemtrails when they were chemtrails before they switched to stratospheric aerosol injections. Ah, fucking, they used to roll out almost like a scroll on either end and just lay there flat. That's how you heat up a fucking ionosphere. You bounce a long wave off of that motherfucker, heat it up, and it bounces off. And they can't do that with that. And you see nothing but washboard waves in your sky now. And long wave does that. Do, 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 every time. There's no heating. You're totally wasting your light bulb energy. That's what's going on. They're shooting Jimi Hendrix into the fucking ionosphere now, trying to chill it out. That's what they're doing. Literally, you can look that up. Somebody paid like $50,000 to have Jimi Hendrix shot into the ionosphere from Hart in Alaska. Scamdemic. Yeah, we've been in the same situation, Drew. Scamdemic. 180 nations to get their money printed from the UK central banks are on lockdown right now for the scamdemic. Very good. Fucking sad state of affairs. They really do, Eli. They want us to fucking fight each other to the end. That way, the ones we don't kill fucking end up washed away. They've been playing this game with us for so long. What's up, Memory? How you doing? And they're telling us the same game every time it happens. Oh, just let the Earthlings die. And then we heard in the summary, Inky himself sitting there talking about how what's fate and what's destiny, and it's like, well, so they go on and fucking totally disblame themselves for everything they ever did to us. I'm like, man, you guys fucking just hold on to that. But that's why it's so. Well, congratulations. I am. I'm always off work. But these people are so freaking self-centered that they could justify any damn act of genocide that they do. Crazy. Well, we see it still here today, right? You just wish they'd wake up last year. You and me both. I agree. I am fixing to do some clear work today. Now tomorrow I got to get up early because my oxygen man is going to be there at 8 o'clock. I'm going to be there at 8 o'clock. Make sure I can get my new tank for the weekend because I don't want to sit around on Sunday with nothing to do. Homework. Yeah, the Book of Enoch's pretty interesting. No, and it's like what, the second or third of the telling. Because Enoch is the father of Noah, who is Sasudra's father. Because Sasudra's Noah, the guy that takes all those DNA on board the submarine in his village built. Fucking amazing. He just comes in with a briefcase of DNA. Yeah, you have to work. But Eli, I've known people that have changed uh, the sides that they work for, and they're happier doing the same thing they were for the other side because they see results of helping people. So there are ways. I make a living on my torch, and I choose who I deal with. Everybody's got a little bit of money for glass, uh, but not everybody gets the opportunity to buy my glass. Sometimes that hurts me in the pocket, but we find other ways. Yeah, don't give up. Just reevaluate. The hook is the money. I keep telling people, I could make a lot of money. I come in here and bust out $100 and some an hour. Um, but I actually have a life with my kid. And I don't want to work until I fucking drop. Uh, but on the other hand, sometimes I do because it's not so much work. It's what I like to do, and that makes a big difference. And I live cheap. I live real cheap. I live in the middle of nowhere, so I don't like slum it. I'm in a nice neighborhood and a pretty nice house for really cheap. And cost of living and the minimum wage combined, shit, my 15-year-old could work a part-time job and pay the bills here. So, that helps a great deal with how much I have to work or not. Lagging over here. Yeah, them Anunnakis. Those are some fun guys. Yeah, see, that helps. That helps you get by, and you don't have the worry of how am I going to pay the debt. It's like I was telling somebody the other day, they were worried about something small, but it might affect their income. And I was like, that's why I'm glad I've never really attached too much value to that income over truth. 84,000 scrolls. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Kim. There's so many scrolls and texts that haven't even been touched to be even attempted to be translated yet. If you want a job, go to scientifically motion everything and field defined, and you learn how to read these things. Yeah, sir. It's well, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. Everything against their preparations is falling apart right around their ears. Um, yeah, I can't fathom how they just kind of turn their nose at and then just straight justified everything they've ever done to us as wasn't their fault. It was meant to be. And I'm like, which one of these is the good guy again? It's like the lesser of two evils because I'm always, I mean, Inky did us so much favor. He's the good guy, and they turned him into Satan. Well, yeah, if you want to take the lesser of two evils, but look at him. Look at his sons. Look at their actions. Look at their justifications of their actions and how innocent they are throughout all of this. And how every time they go to punish each other, strike the punishing blow to Marduk. Marduk didn't even get bruised. You know what I mean? It's like, how is that meant to happen? Just, oh, it was out of our control. We didn't know the big, nasty cloud of death was going to come and kill everybody. Well, yeah, actually, you did. And you deemed that this whole city was sinners. It was a sinning city because it was following Marduk instead of fucking Enlil. But that's justified mass murder. That's justified. It's all. Yeah. And all of this after the creator of all told him for what? How many fucking times? Get the fuck off the planet. You need to stop what you're doing. Boom! And they fucking go. But it was Marduk, and we had to strike the blow of like stuff, and we kissed and hugged, made up. Everything's good. The poodles, all the poodles, fucking poodles. How you doing back there? All that. What's the tactic today when we go to war? We separate our enemy from ourselves by either demonizing them or making them less than human, or a combination of both. And here we are, the knuckle dragon uh, primitives that don't speak, drawing things that they don't understand all over the place, moving things around, scaring the fuck out of them. But yeah, they helped us, didn't they? They gave us corn. I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, it's an amazing story. Some of these things, and the funny thing is, like I said, I've gone off and I've read these texts, and all these texts are verifying everything fucking such is telling me, except it's not accentuating the other system as much as it does. Although in his own writings here, he talks about the sun of Neberu approaching Earth. That tells us those two are a separate thing. Number one, Neberu's not a fucking sun. It's a planet that follows a sun, and it's not this sun because they're both getting closer to Earth and cause the calamities on Earth. We've heard that described right here out of fuck, that was in also in the Lost Book of Icky somewhere. It says something about it in this one too. Yep, put us to work. Well, it's because mother's not on. Number one, mom's not wasn't conscious. Number two, this sun is such a low energy sun. It was acting like a anesthetic for her. I mean, she isn't obviously producing the abundance that she used to on this higher energy sun. Uh, they knew we would have to plow and to feed them. And look, the food's in their bunkers, right? Is it on your fucking grocery store shelf? Think of how many years food supply for the population they actually have in those bunkers. It's going to last them 20 years for all those cities they have running around under there. It's a lot of food that they sacked. But I think they knew something was coming. Just saying, when you're hungry, remind your neighbors that there's food. But like I said too, they're having problems getting in their own bunkers. Mom's troops are out there, and then now all of a sudden they're having explosive fucking things happen 2 miles underground in between New York City and Philadelphia. They're in Jersey, right where ammo depots are, all kinds of stuff like that. I don't know, coincidence? Anyone? No coincidence? I have a problem with that one. I haven't seen too many coincidences. Yeah, they're already compromised. Well, and that's why they're hyping up all the future of warfare's tunnel warfare shit, and they're recruiting for all these tunnel warriors. Yeah, Mama's. See, that's why they're all kind of freaking out. They can't get in their bunkers, and they kind of need to be underground to be hidden from her magnet force. I'm talking about these corn givers that are here, and that's Mom knows where they're at. She got a GPS, but there's politics in the way that can cause trouble that don't need to be. So she told me to wait, see if these politicians and or gatekeepers, whatever, to these fucking corn givers, fucking open some gates so we can have a peace meeting between the planet that they did this to and the ones that did it. And the hard way being hard on a motherfucker going against creation. So I would do some soul searching as to whose team I'm playing on and do some homework. Make an educated decision on your future. Yes, Sean. And see, the thing is, they saw this coming. They wrote about it. Like I said, the creator of all and everything, and he's told them several times. And like, I don't know if you were here when, but I did make a video showing some of these original prophecies coming from the Hopi people as they were Muslim Hebrew uh, Jews, of course, um, in the Middle East before they came through and did all the ant people stuff. They actually were writing some of Enki's later writings about this, and it turned into the Mayan prophecy, and therefore Hopi prophecy up through the generations. Um, but that shit originated in Giza, and when I started um, reading the hieroglyphs, people got these things to me. First off, letting me know that it's not just us over here in this little chat group that this is going on around the world. There's people in Turkey, India, all over the Middle East that have been waiting for this. They're ready to come together in love and everything like we need to. These are people that traditionally hate each other and or love to hate each other and or love to kill each other. Um, Real people within these borders that are like, we've had enough of this too. We've been hanging on to this. Hi, how you doing? Here's what they say. And then I did a little video back there about what it says and read a little bit of it. And if you didn't see it, it's still there. I'm not going to talk anymore about it because that one gets all woo woo. And like I tell people, I'm not ready to be that guy just yet. I'm cool with my magnet and being a healer and being able to wake up and read these languages just helped everybody out. It's pretty uncanny though. It seems like Inky had a real good grip on what was coming to them as they ignored the creator of all. Um, I don't know. I'm still looking for answers myself on some of that missing stuff in my own head. I'm not looking too hard because it doesn't really matter. I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to bring a peace meeting together between the ones that gave us corn and have done all this with the planet they did it to that's very sentient and wide awake, pretty angry. They're going to have to swallow a little bit of whatever that is that makes them able to look at themselves destroying an entire city over the fact that they are being misled to follow the wrong false god in the first place. And the accidental, as a result of their direct action of punishing human beings for fucking being misled by the wrong false god, because they're both false gods in the first place, is a hideous thing against creation. And they want to discount that as fucking it was anything that happened, that was it's like, I need to say it, it's insanity at best is what it is. And then you're like, well, it wasn't our fault. It was obviously meant to be anything that happened. But he's sitting there in the same breath talking about how the creator of all said, man, you motherfuckers with this shit several times to both Inky and Enlil. I mean, he didn't just hit one of the brothers; he hit them both up, haunting them both in their dreams. I think us waking up was their humbling moment, and at this point, they're realizing because I'm coming at them full force right in their face. I've stopped hiding. We've got the information. They know it came from Mother Earth because that information didn't come from me, and they know that too. And they know what's going on. They know she's awake. They know Father Creation has told them to get the fuck out of here, and they haven't. They're actually pretty terrified because, like I said, their bunkers now at this point are actually overrun physically by Mother's warriors. Um, they have been whooping that Anunnaki ass since they got here. Every time they get in the wrong place, and you can hear it in their own uniform, they find tunnels and they travel around the fucking tunnels. There's a reason they go around them tunnels and they don't use them because they die in them. See, we're reading these words of the victor over us, not over the earth. They tried. uh, they're having a very fearful time because they know they can't come out. If they try and escape, they'll be atomized by a very strong magnetosphere just ripping up on every one of their fucking bits of iron in every one of their fucking red blood cells. She can scatter that to her own four winds. Watch her. They understand that at this point for sure, and they're pretty sure now what we were drawing on those fucking walls. And yeah, they're shitting their pants. You bet. That's not the issue here, though. Which I think they need to understand. That's the whole thing. Everybody needs. It took me a long time to understand myself. They need to understand how to forgive themselves for what they've done and feel what they've done and fix it and learn from it. Because creation isn't all about learning from your mistakes. Well, this is a phenomenal fucking mistake. They've been misled too, and they need to learn from it and heal themselves and be great for creation, for everything. Just think of all the feet of crushed human bones that are under our feet that will be wasted on a lesson never learned by a species that got wiped off, and not only the species, their entire living planet, because they only had one shield. Um, I actually want to see them have a peace meeting, get this fucking fixed, because they can fix what they've done. Two. See, Mother Earth, like I keep hammering home, is not the only first creation. That's her aunt. And her aunt literally has a gun to her right now by these Anunnaki. And it's not cool. That's where she sits with it. That's my path in this. Is trying to bring them together for that purpose. That's why I've told everybody a couple weeks ago, you guys need to, because I'm doing something different. Well, that's what I'm doing. It doesn't have anything to do with you, Mother Earth. You guys are her shields. We're covered. She's worried about anti-heaven. Really bad. She's very anxious about anti-heaven as time grows shorter. Anu is ruling over anti-heaven on an usurped throne of usurped to usurped, usurped after usurped. They've been doing it for centuries. That's why their atmosphere is poisoned in the first place. And gold's not going to fix that. Never will. It has to come from their chests, just like us, just like every other planet and symbiotic relationship with its life forms in creation, because that's how creation made it. It ain't a religion. That's the fucking way it is. There ain't no man or woman over another creation, except for mother and father. We are the children, and we do as they say, which ain't much. Don't divide, don't harm, heal, and love each other. Growing pot's great. Just don't fucking go around mugging each other and killing each other because you're different colors. That was put on us to divide us because we're so fucking scary when we don't hate each other. They wrote whole books about it. They left out most of the good parts. So how did we scare these motherfuckers? I told you. And it's physics how we scared them. And it makes so much more sense. We were slinging around monoliths for them. You can tell the ones they cut and the ones we were stacking. Some of the ones we were stacking were even big. And they added on to them. It's like some of these original temples we had around all these monuments that they built in and or around. They tell us why that happened. Because they really didn't know what we were doing. And they had to build up and around our shit to hide us from ourselves because they couldn't destroy what we had. It was so big, they tried. You can see where they actually tried to destroy some of these things, and it just, they had to use nukes to do it. Why can't we all just sit down and hit a ball? Some of us can, CH, even legally. Doing good, Kristen. How are you? It is 5:20 something. I have dinner to make, but I don't know what I'm making. I think I do. I think we'll have some fucking little riblets. I get them already pre-frozen for $1. Let's get that going. Cooking the catfish coming right up. You bet. Man, what the fuck? You didn't count on that, did you? Sorry, I got a kid to feed. Actually, I'm not sorry. My God, son, what are you doing up here? Everything. Everything. Really? It didn't. Well, I love you too, but it doesn't look like you cleaned my counters. Look at, there's a crumb of every sort on them, including your Ovaltine and crackers. What are you doing? Oh, you're eating. He got me. Chico guard dog. So I'm incorporating some of these just because I got them for $1. Am I talking to you? Maybe. You'll know when I'm talking to you. Come on, let me step on that toe. What are you for doing? Everything. Everything. Attack. Want some ribs? Attack. Want some riblets? No. You don't want the riblets? No. No? Okay, no riblets. How about salmon? You want salmon? You want salmon? I also want a hook. There you go. Just all about the salmon. What is all this fruit get over here in my meat? I must have let the kids put stuff away. Oh, broccoli. Already chopped broccoli. God, we got a lot of meat over here. Or spaghetti? You don't want spaghetti. Or do you want spaghetti or you want fish and rice? Fish with broccoli and rice? Broccoli and rice? Good deal. We'll do that. So we're going to have fish. Patches is staring at you like, save me. Is she? Oh no. Poor Patches. Is he giving you hugs? Is he giving you love? Oh, she needs to see what I'm doing in the kitchen though. She'll never be happy. Oh, oh no. Is he rubbing your belly? Oh, you're right. You gonna help me? You gonna help me? I'm gonna help you with the eating part. Please don't get her mark. Look at her, she's going to help you real nice. We'll get up and go in there and look at her. Look at her, she's like, we're gonna help you with the eating part. I'm not in the mood to hear her barking at me in my kitchen. You hear me? I'll let you help. Here, look, sniff that. See if it smells like a fart. No? How about that one? No? Not interested in any of that? This one too? Here, there you go. Check that out. Look out, excuse me. Excuse me, look out. Excuse me, look out. Important tinfoil. Oh, the butter. All important butter. Shit, I should have grabbed the garlic. That'll work for now. Shit. Shit fuck. Shit fuck. Daddy has to go to the store too. We have about that much milk left, and that's just not gonna cut it. Have you ever had that much milk and that much fucking Ovaltine? You can't eat that shit with a spoon without milk. Kid will throw a fit. Hey boy, why in the hell does it look like a mess happened on my counter? Chico farted. That's your excuse. Just asking. So what kind of fish would you like this evening? Everything. Coming right up. Pig slop extraordinaire. Do what? He's good at that. Crazy dog. All right. So I'm preheating the old oven to 420. And then, oh, no, you can see the fish. Foils. So this is his. I'm preparing first, of course. Is the butter is yellow. Yellow is for children. However, I add just enough to add to the oil of the fish. A little bit of flavor, but the flavor is coming over here. Look out, puppy. Miss P. All right. So a little blackberry, a little raspberry in with the salmon. I try to cut it nice and thin so when it heats up, it actually juices into the salmon. And yes, I do. Toss a little bit of garlic in there. Seal it up nice and tight, individually. Thank you. That way it all steams up into the meat. So I just kind of shave the berry while it's frozen. It'll release this juice when it thaws. I'm a little more bold with my garlic. I don't try to press it on my kid too much. he complains. That and pepper. I don't like pepper much either. I'll leave my garlic out. Now it's time for grown-up butter. That starts with a G. And it's green. Green butter. Fuck, it smells so good. Now this I'm putting in there for some flavor. So I want a little bit in there. Not enough to get me high. I love the fucking flavor in my food. I'm just basically shaving it. I don't know if you can see it at that angle. Or that angle. Basically shaving it. So it kind of falls apart and melts easy into the meat. And keeping in mind, it's fucking finger licking good. Oh my God. So they're very easy to determine which one's which when you open them up, just in case you lose track. You won't. Like, oh, this one's green. Here's your answer. Which one's which? Mine's green. Now, he says he wants cheddar and broccoli, rice. So that leaves me with one choice. Chopping broccoli. Says about a quarter cup. Move. See, I should have left the butter out there too. Oh, man. So. Yep, motherfucker. in pan number 2. Might as well even it out. You know, make everything nice and even. Why not, right? Now the hard part. Oh my goodness. I'm not a big fan of powdered cheese. I'd rather grate my own. This kid likes this, and it's convenient. I like it. It's good. Takes about 20 minutes once you do that. Bust. Will you need stop? Oh, God, they ratted me out. I was in sneak attack mode. He just sitting there, he's stop. I was like, broccoli. Okay, so let's see here. This one needs a lid. Lid just for this one fits perfect because it was made for that one. See that? It's magic. Fucking magic. This, I'm turning on the lowest setting ever because we fixing to go back downstairs to our speakers and our torches. While the green giant cooks. That likewise it's turned down. Because this stuff is going to cook at about 400 for a while. I gotta be back up here to put these in for 8 minutes of the last bit of fish cooking and rice stirring. Ta-da! See, that's how you do that shit. You good, kid? You don't need anything? You want to fight? I'll put this down. All right. Love you. Dear. Always got to give him an opportunity. It's you know, he can sit there and do whatever he wants to, but it's that hair on his lip. Every time I see it, it's like the kid is on his hands and knees begging for a fight. And I'm all like, well, you want to fight? Bring it. Oh my God. I'll look, he'll get all mad at me sometimes. It's so funny. He'll be like, but Dad, the principal said all I have to do is 4 hours of school. And I'll be like, you know, you got more hair on your lip than I do. I can take care of that for you. Oh, damn. Yeah, he didn't want to. One of these days, he might not stand up and knock my fucking ass out. He'd be like, yeah, man, Bob. I don't know. He's almost 16. I remember how I was around 16. I always wanted to fight my dad. He never asked me. Boy. I think I could have took old Shorty. Even as a kid. Glad I didn't. But nah, you know, we have fun. We have fun. We're fucking, we have fun. He knows who the dad is, but we still have fun. Still have fun with it. We're friends. He doesn't even like to go to the pool without me. How's that for fucking cool? I know if I was 15 and had fucking pool passes, I'd be the last guy I wanted to see at the pool. Yeah, this kid don't even want to go to the pool without me. It's good. We got a good relationship, and I keep everything open with him. I think, and I treat him fair, and we can have fun together, and yet still be serious if need be. He knows when Daddy's being serious. You know, it's we just do our thing. Always have. You know, I just let him do more of his thing now than ever because he's a good kid. Fuck, man. He's showing me that he can handle that. He's up there talking with Daniel right now, you know, on his little device and talking about they've got a couple of websites open there over there. I don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Dude, ain't porn. Yeah, it, it is. It, I value the last 15 years as the best in my 50. And I've had some good years. But I was I was ready for a kid when he came along. What can I say? I'd already been around the globe a few times, had and lost fucking experience, and I didn't have any, why not? Here he is. You know, that's why I tell people, wait till your 30s to have a kid. You know, or at least pushing 30. For God's sake, live some life. That way you don't have to live life after the kid's there. Experience what is out there. Some people decide they don't want kids. His mom had made that decision. That here he was. Like I said, um, it was better he was brought here into the world, I think. For me, for him. And yeah, I think every day for him. But I mean, on the other hand, I've been in those parenting classes as a voluntary thing and seen these parents that were there court appointed. And yeah, those people were not ready to have kids. Just some of the things they would say about their kids, I mean, would give you that insight that, yeah, long story short, I have had Seamus since day 4 by myself, no aunt, uncle, grandmother, any kind of family or friend to help, really. I had the wrong equipment and I was reaching out to make sure I was doing shit right. And found a parenting class under EPU. They're a big umbrella of literally the umbrella corporation of mental health. And I didn't realize they were also a branch of CPS, but long story short, they are. And I begged them to get into their apparently court appointed only parenting class, and they let me in. And I spent 3 years taking that course. And when I was getting approved for foster care, the lady in charge of the county had halted my approval because she saw my 3 years of fucking court appointed only, and she couldn't find the crime to go with it. And I finally, after a few weeks of like, you got to be kidding me. Where's this approval? Why are you holding this up? She's like, look, I see your fucking punishment and I can't find your crime, but I will find your crime, she says. And I was like, well, wait a minute. I think you're misunderstanding. This class you're talking about, is that the parenting? And I took a cooking class and a food safety, a couple of different classes with them, CPR training and all that shit. And I asked her which one it was, and she said it's all of them except for the CPR training. She said that's just, I assume, something you did to impress me. And I was like, so I put her in touch with my social worker. And yeah, I got an apology really fast. She was like, oh my God, dude. Sorry. I was like, yeah, it wasn't court appointed, was it? Yeah, I got kicked out of the class because my workers were like, look, I can't actually justify you going through this again. And I was like, what do you mean again? Because the name of the course was First Five. Now, I just kind of assumed that meant like the first 5 years. And I had been in the course, remember, 3 years. And I didn't realize the course was only a couple months long. I've been in there for 3 fucking years. Yeah, I know why the county lady fucking shit her panties when she saw that. She's like, who the fuck is this guy? I was like, oh God. You need to talk to Gretchen. So I actually had to sign a waiver to let Gretchen talk to this lady. And she did. She did. She calls me back. She says, "I'm so sorry." I was like, "It's okay." She goes, "You're proved. You're proved." Like, all right, thank you. How you doing, Pollyanna? We're doing pretty good over here, talking about fucking stupid shit. Oh man, yeah, the system is quite amazing. Yeah, I was way overqualified for the position I was applying for, and it freaking boggled her mind. It's like, holy shit, who is this guy? I had 3 years of like it was a 3 month course. I think it was 9 weeks altogether. Not even full 3 months. But I kept enrolling because they give you this paper. I kept enrolling. Cause we'd go to the zoo and like I said, when I don't know if you were here, but Seamus was having separation anxiety. His mom had kidnapped him at one point and went off to a crackhead's house. Her best friend hanging out, and she was an alcoholic too, which really worried me because he was really young, of course. So Daddy had to rescue him. But anyway, fucking it was a good thing for me. Fuck man, it was something to do on Tuesday and Thursday, and then they'd come into your house once a week and hang out, and see how you interacted in your own environment with your kid and shit. I thought that was cool. I didn't feel invaded because, of course, I was asking for it. I had gone to them and been like, "Can I please, God, please?" She's like, "Well, I don't know. We're not really set up." Like I was like, "Well," I said, "How are you set up? Can I get in?" And she's like, "Let me call you back." And this, I didn't even know anybody there at the time, but she got back with me and they hooked me up. And I brought in Seamus and we did that shit for 3 years. And then she told me at the zoo, I cried. She cried. Everybody cried. She's like, "You need to be teaching this class. I can't justify you being in here." I was like, "Holy fuck, Richard. I don't know what to do." She goes, "Yeah, you do." Oh, God. I did. I thought it was the first 5 years of uh, childhood. I was stoked, man. I was like, "Yay! There's actually a club for parents." And some of these parents, man, like I said, oh my God, some of the things they were saying would like bend my brain. And I realized, it's fucking court appointed only. Well, no fucking wonder I got. Yeah, I'll bet you said yesterday you had a 2.5 mile trip to your freezer. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. That's I know they live differently in Alaska, but I mean, I didn't realize you kept your freezer 2.5 miles from your house. That's It's a little more different than I was expecting. That's all. Yeah, yeah, I understand. I'm just saying, holy crap, that must be rough in the winter. Or I suppose it doesn't really matter where your freezer really is in the wintertime as long as it's hanging in a tree somewhere, right? Oh, you haven't got electricity yet? All you need is some really good magnets and you can make your own electric. You don't even have to generate it. It just generates itself with that opposing force. You rent a spot. Cool. Lots of feathers in the sky. Nice. It's a pretty sky when you see that. It's like, well, that's interesting. They actually they made a new classification for that kind of cloud. They call it a jellyfish cloud. I was like, I'm not kidding. They reclassified this shit just a few years ago. Jellyfish cloud, like mammalian cloud or something. Bumpy one that looks like boobies on the bottom. Boiling cloud. If the satellites are real. Poor John. You have videos to make, don't you, John? There's a lot to cover, buddy. There's a lot to cover out there. Hey, now, did you direct him to your most recent video? I'm distracting you. I know. I'm sorry. CH. That's funny shit. The damn animals. Okay, so where you? That's some funny shit. Yeah, freezers take a lot of energy. You'd need a pretty decent solar array to even run it or even try. Poor John. Did you refer him to your latest video? They'll be like, look, look, look. Here's how you research shit. I had a copy that said here, paste it right there. Just have fun. Here, this will answer your question. How to research. You pull up a fucking page, you dumbass, and you read it. Are you waiting for the pole shift? Oh, I love John. He really does have like a ton more patience than I do, especially if he can put up with me all the time. Sending him people that ask him questions like that. Oh, I keep telling him if he would cuss more often in his videos, it would curb that a little bit. People be like, you know, I saw this guy pin somebody up on top and just fucking unleash on him. I don't know if I want to say anything over here. It helps, John. Grab a Toro by the neck and just fucking pin him up on the wall. Have your way. Play Inky. just have your way with him. He says I can't give him a excuse. There's a lot of videos to be made, then. Good God, man. Now John's going to have to figure out how he's going to be sitting out there on a lawn chair watching for the satellites flying by. And then he's going to have a contraption for your camera that fit up to your binoculars so you can zero in on the. Now look, that motherfucker's in the sky, bitches. Do you see the whoopties on it? That means it's a ComSat. I actually do that for fun sometimes. I wouldn't do it for a video. Motherfuckers can't get out there and sit in their own lawn chair and look at the sky, and then by chance you see them. You've seen them. For God's sake, man, they're up there. And then you look and it's like, it's one you recognize. It's the fucking ISS. It's got appendages. And it's big and, shit like that. It's a comm satellite. It's got fucking comms arrays on it and shit. Pretty easy to tell. I don't know what that one is. It's got all kinds of shit on it. That's probably a spy or a weapon satellite. You're pulling your veggies tomorrow, huh? What's up, window seat? How you doing? Less than 100 views. It's Friday. Well, it's not early on Friday, is it? No fires around me. No, I'm good. I'm well away from all the peaks and stuff. The nearest volcano to me is about an hour as the crow flies southwest of me down in Trinidad. So I expect ashfall, but not too much fire. I am too, window seat. I've been warning everybody that this is going to happen. And, I understand there's no way, number one, I could even hope that everybody, even on the West Coast, would have seen me at any point to fucking know what I know, but I've been trying. I'm concerned about it too. This is coming. Yeah, political crap is a distraction, and everybody's distracted by it. Yeah, and I know I'm sitting here looking at the old news report guy, and he has gone complete red and blue since he and I did that interview on his channel the other night. And selling T-shirts. I'm like, oh God. I mean, I'm just saying. Didn't we go over that? Didn't he go over that himself about how there's one family in the fucking, and now he's all about the show. He's nothing but distraction since then. So, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't see how that works. You can actually, but I mean, look at it. Look at it. It is what it is. It's what I deal with every day, and that's real. That's real people that do that every day like that. It's fucking nuts. Yeah, definitely don't go into their hole. Listen to Kim. Some of my old work clothes and shit. You think? I don't know. It'd probably be the biggest next fad. I can only imagine. Yeah, I've never been out to make any kind of money. You know, I mean, you know, I legalized hemp production. I got in the U.S. I got it legal for little kids in Texas to medicate with THC, and I moved on, and moved on. I my motivation ain't dollars, never has been. So I would view that as a waste of my time. Actually, I could make a lot more just sitting here doing what I like, blowing glass. Although, and it takes a while for a shirt to fucking burn a hole in it. Most of the time. Most of the time. Sometimes, so I've caught some shit on. I've caught myself on fire almost. Mhm. Yeah, it ain't very good for me, city life, but I don't mind it here. I don't like it here, but I don't mind it here because it's only 6,000 people. I liked it better when I was on my mountain, on the side of the mountain in North Carolina. I like it better when I'm on the mountain on the side of a mountain in fucking California. But yeah, I moved here to put my kid to school and get his credits done. But yeah, uh, that's still a long drive to my freezer. Unfortunately, the mountains ain't really the place to be right now, Polly. I've read about what happens there. Ooh, nothing good. Yeah, the Nancy Pelosi memes have been. Why not make a fucking Donald Trump meme? It's people throw rocks at you and claim you're fucking nut, even though it carries Donald Trump's fucking signature. Yes, I met Melina when she was an Epstein whore. For God's sake, literally left his second wife for her while she was hookering for Epstein. That's a fucking straight mainstream news story. That didn't come from me. It came right out of the fucking what New York Times years ago, and everywhere. Actually, it was a public scandal. Everybody forgets these things. But yeah, Pelosi and Bill and Hillary, because they were so bad, and they were. I'm not condoning any goddamn thing they did either. I'm just saying that's the reason nothing gets done in this country, because they keep us effectively divided and blaming each other for something both of them are doing. And it's horrible. It's a vicious cycle that needs to end, and it begins with stop serving them at all. That would actually be fun, I think. Now you put it that way. Rolling with your must team. And if I'm sure it's a route you're familiar with and comfortable with. And what else do you have to do, right? Because if you're taking your must team, I'm sure you're bringing more meat home than just for dinner. I just when you said you live 2 miles, I pictured my ass walking in the fucking cold, freezing my ass off for 2 fucking miles, getting lost in the woods, eaten by 3 bears because they didn't have their porridge, and I was just having a bad day. I was like, "Fuck, living 2 miles from my freezer." See where I'm coming from here? I didn't have a real good picture of what was going on. I just, I just somehow I became lunch. It was a bad dinner. But if you got yourself a team of dogs cruising around with your sled and shit, that's actually pretty fucking tight. Yeah, I'll bet you the dogs get you places that 4x4 can't. They very well may be about Valerie. I agree. They may be looking for somebody too. And then yesterday I start seeing where the Hebrew folks are talking about how the Messiah, the new Messiah, is in Israel now. Which I mean, all this it's I've been waiting for to hear that. It's they wrote it. They wrote their script and they're kind of keeping to it pretty well. Welcome back. We are fixing to get on with some inland inky because I do have some glass to pop off real quick. And I want to go up first and stir my rice. We'll be right back.
Church.
Oh,
the Muslims, after
loud.
them, built there a mosque. And present-day Maronite Christians revere the place as a relic from the time of the giants.
Just
A
fucking
visit to the
loud.
place and its and how it functioned as a launch tower are described in the Earth Chronicles expeditions. Most sacred and hallowed to this day has been the site that served as mission control center, Shalom, or Jerusalem, the city of the comprehensive God. There too, as in Baalbek, but on a reduced scale, a large stone platform rests on a rock and cut stone foundations, including a massive western wall with 3 colossal stone blocks that weigh about 600 tons each. It was upon that pre-existing platform that the temple to Yahweh was built by King Solomon. It's Holy of Holies, with the Ark of the Covenant resting upon a sacred rock above a subterranean chamber. The Romans, who built the greatest temple ever to Jupiter in Baalbek, also planned to build one to Jupiter in Jerusalem instead of the one to Yahweh. The Temple Mount is nowadays dominated by the Muslim-built Dome of the Rock. Its gilded dome originally surmounted the Muslim shrine at Baalbek, evidence that the link between the two space-related sites has seldom been missed. In the trying times after the nuclear calamity, after Marduk's Babili, his gateway of the gods, substitute for the olden Bond heaven-earth sites, could Marduk's new star religion offer an answer to the perplexed masses? The ancient search for an answer, it seems, has continued to our very own times. The most unremitting adversary of Babylon was the Assyrians. Their province in the upper region of the Tigris River was called Subartu in Sumerian times and was the northernmost extension of Sumir and Akkad. In language and racial origins, they appear to have had a kinship to Sargon of Akkad, so much so that when Assyria became a kingdom and imperial power, some of the most famous kings took the name Sharu Ken Sargon as their royal name. Sounds like something out of fucking Flash Gordon, doesn't it? Flash, savior of the universe. All that gleaned from archaeological finds in the past 2 centuries corroborates the succinct statements in the Bible. Genesis chapter 10 that listed the Assyrian kings among the descendants of Shem, and Assyria's capital Nineveh and other principal cities as a coming out of an outgrowth, an extension of Shinar, Sumir. Their pantheon was the Sumerian pantheon. Their gods were the Anunnaki of Sumir and Akkad. And the theophoric names of Assyrian kings and high officials indicated reverence to the gods Ashur, Enlil, Ninurta, Sin, Adad, and Shamash. There were temples to them, as well to the goddess Inanna Ishtar, who was also extensively worshipped. One of her best-known depictions as a helmeted pilot was found in her temple in Ashur, the city. Historical documents from the time indicate that it was the Assyrians from the north who were the first to challenge Marduk's Babylon militarily. The very first recorded Assyrian king, Elishuma, led circa 1900 BCE a successful military expedition down the Tigris River, all the way south to the border of Elam. His inscriptions state that his aim was to set the freedom of Ur and Nippur, and he did remove for a while those cities from Marduk's grip. That was only the first fight between Assyria and Babylon, in a conflict that continued for more than 1,000 years and lasted to the end of both. It was a conflict in which the Assyrian kings were usually the aggressors, neighboring each other, speaking the same Akkadian language, and both inheriting the Sumerian foundation. The Assyrians and Babylonians were distinguishable just by one key difference: their national god. Assyria called itself the land of the god Ashur, or simply Ashur, after the name of its national god. For its kings and people considered this religious aspect to be all that mattered. Its first capital was called City of Ashur, or simply Ashur. The name meant the one who sees, or the one who is seen. Yet with all the countless hymns, prayers, and other references to the god Ashur, it remains unclear who exactly in the Sumerian Akkadian pantheon he was. In god lists, he was the equivalent of Enlil. Other references sometimes suggest that he was Ninurta, Enlil's son and heir. But since whenever the spouse was listed or mentioned, She was always called Nin Lil. The conclusion tends to be that the Assyrian Ashur was in Lil. The historical record of Assyria is one of conquest and aggression against many other nations and their gods. Their countless military campaigns ranged far and wide and were carried on, of course, in the name of God, their god, Ashur.
Yeah, now I know who.
On the command of my god Ashur, the great Lord, was the usual opening statement in the Assyrian king's record of the military campaign.
I know who
when it came to the warfare with Babylon, the amazing aspect of Assyria's attacks was its central aim. Not just the rollback of Babylon's influence, but the actual physical removal of Marduk himself from his temple in Babylon.
John's probably busy making
the feat of capturing Babylon and taking Marduk into captivity was first achieved, however, not by the Assyrians, but by their neighbors to the north, the Hittites. Circa 1900 BCE, the Hittites began to spread out from their strongholds in north-central Anatolia, today's Turkey, to become a major military power and join the chain of inland-like nation-states opposed to Marduk's Babylon.
Oh, they ain't the
short time, they attained imperial status, and it remains extended southward to include most of the biblical Canaan. The archaeology discovery of the Hittites, their cities, records,
you had to drive your car up
an
to get this done.
And exciting tale of bringing life and corroborating the
Guess who ain't
essence
gonna
of
be
people
doing
and
that?
places hereto known only from the Hebrew Bible. Hittites are repeatedly mentioned in the Bible, but without the disdain or scorn reserved for worshippers of pagan gods. It refers to their presence throughout the lands where the story and the
ain't
history
nobody
of the Hebrew
sticking no
patriarchs
motherfucking
unfolded.
needle in my fucking finger.
They were Abraham's neighbors in Haran, and it was from the Hittite landowners in Hebron,
I'm ready to fight already.
south of Jerusalem, that he brought the Machpelah burial cave.
You ready to fight?
Bathsheba, who King David coveted in Jerusalem, was the wife of a Hittite captain
Sticking
in
what
his
in my
army.
finger?
And it was from Hittite farmers who used the site for wheat
I think
thrashing
the toxin's over
that
now.
David brought the platform for the temple on Mount Moriah. King Solomon brought chariot horses from Hittite princes, and it was one of their daughters whom he married. The Bible considered the Hittites to belong genealogically and historically to the peoples of Western Asia. Modern scholars believe that they were migrants to Asia Minor from elsewhere, probably from beyond the Caucasus Mountains. Because their language, once deciphered, was found to belong to the Indo-European.
I ain't driving my car up
as
there to
Greek
check
and
it out
Italian
either.
and Sanskrit as well.
See everybody walking
They
away with
continue
a
to have
fucking
been
prick on their finger. I'll be like, yeah, I don't need
Indo-Europeans,
none of
yet
that.
once settled, they added the Sumerian cuneiform script to their own distinct script and included Sumerian loan words in their terminology. They studied and copied Sumerian myths and epic tales and adopted the Sumerian pantheon, including the count of 12 Olympians. In fact, in some of the earliest tales in the gods of Nibiru and coming from Nibiru were discovered only in their Hittite versions. The Hittite gods were undoubtedly the Sumerian gods, and monuments and royal seals invariably showed them accompanied by the ubiquitous symbol of the winged disc. Now, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time thinking how somebody would get me to fucking let them prick my finger and take my temperature for anything.
I know a bunch of people that consider themselves pagans and all this stuff like that. And a lot of them are good people, but every time I've been to one of these events with some of these pagans, I just want to scream and yell at them and go, "Don't you motherfuckers!" Because they're all, you can just hear everybody, oh God, Christians, stupid Christians, fuck. We've got it figured out. We're the pagans. You guys realize you're the same thing. Okay? Come on. The Hittites were the pagans, and they did the exact same thing with Christianity that they did with paganism. They had the exact same, they adopted that. Unbelievable. And they used the winged disc, the symbol for Nibiru. These gods were sometimes called in the Hittite text by the Sumerian or Akkadian names. We find Anu, Enlil, Ea, Ninurta, Inanna, Ishtar, and Utu Shamash repeatedly mentioned. In other instances, the gods were called by Hittite names. Leading them was the Hittite national god Tesha, the windblower, or the god of storms. He was none other than Enlil's youngest son, Ishkur, Adad. His depiction showed him holding the lightning bolt as his weapon, usually standing upon a bull, the symbol of his father's celestial constellation. The biblical references to the extended reach and military prowess of the Hittites were confirmed by archaeological discoveries both at Hittite sites and in the records of other nations. Significantly, the Hittite southward reach embraced the two space-related sites of the landing place, today's Baalbek, and the postal reveal mission control center in Jerusalem.
I'll be back.
It also brought the Israelite to within striking distance of Egypt, the land of Ra Marduk. The two sides thus had all it took to engage in armed conflict. In fact, the wars between the two included some of the ancient world's most famous battles fought in the name of God. But rather than attack Egypt, the Hittites sprung a surprise. The first, perhaps, to introduce horse-driven chariots in military campaigns, the Hittite army totally unexpectedly 25B swept down the Euphrates River, captured Babylon, and took Marduk into captivity. Though one wishes that detailed records from that time and event would have been discovered, what is known indicates that the Hittite attackers did not intend to take over and rule Babylon. They retreated soon after they had breached the city's defenses and entered its sacred precinct, taking Marduk with them, leaving him unharmed but apparently under guard in a city called Hana, a place yet to be excavated in the district of Turka along the Euphrates River. The humiliating absence of Marduk from Babylon lasted 24 years, exactly the same time that Marduk had been in exile in Haran 5 centuries earlier. After several years of confusion and disorder, kings belonging to a dynasty called the Kassite dynasty took control of Babylon. They restored Marduk's shrine, took the hand of Marduk, and returned him to Babylon. Still, the Hittite sack of Babylon is considered by historians to have marked the end both of the glorious first dynasty of Babylon and of the old Babylonian period. The sudden Hittite thrust to Babylon and the temporary removal of Marduk remained an unresolved historical, political, and religious mystery. Was the intention of the raid just to embarrass and diminish Marduk, to deflate his ego, confuse his followers, or was there a more far-reaching purpose or cause behind it? Was it possible that Marduk fell victim to the proverbial hoist by his own petard? Oh, meaning Julius Caesar type, he got, did he get JFK'd? Absolutely. Taken out by his own people? Yep, that's exactly what happened. What always happens, we still hadn't learned shit, even though this happens all throughout history, and we still think it's all isolated incidents, don't we? Well, that's the end of chapter 8 there of Zechariah's Hitch of the End of Days. Chapter 9, the Promised Land, will be our next chapter that we'll pick up on next time on the broadcast. With so much of the current political, military, and religious turmoil taking place in the lands of the Bible, and with the Bible itself serving as a key to the past and to the future, one must point out a caveat inserted by the biblical God in regard to the Promised Land. The boundaries running from the wilderness in the south to the Lebanon range in the north, and from the Euphrates in the east to the Mediterranean Sea in the west, were reconfirmed to Joshua. These, God said, were the promised boundaries. But to become an actual land grant, it had to be obtained by possession, akin to the planting of the flag by explorers in the recent past. The Israelites could possess and keep land where they actually set foot, tread with the soles of their feet. Therefore, God commanded the Israelites not to tarry and delay, but to cross the Jordan and fearlessly and systematically settle the Promised Land. But when the 12 tribes under the leadership of Joshua were done with the conquest and settlement of Canaan, only part of the areas east of the Jordan were occupied, nor were all of the lands west of the Jordan captured and settled. As far as the two space-related sites were concerned, their stories are totally different. Jerusalem, which was specifically listed in Joshua 12:10 and 18:28, was firmly in the hands of the tribe of Benjamin. But whether the northward advance attained the landing place in Lebanon is in doubt. Subsequent biblical references to the site called it the crest of Zaphon, the secret north place, what the area's dwellers, the Canaanite Phoenicians, also called it. Canaanite epics deemed it to be a sacred place of the god Adad, Enlil's youngest son. The crossing of the Jordan River, an accomplishment attained with the help of several miracles, took place opposite Jericho, and the fortified city of Jericho, west of the Jordan, was the Israelites' first target. The story of the tumbling of its walls and its capture includes a biblical reference to Samir, Shinar in Hebrew. In spite of the commandment to take no booty, one of the Israelites could not resist the temptation to keep a valued garment of Shinar. Well, especially if any Enki or any of his descendants are around. Definitely are always going to take some booty, for sure. Because Enki will take some booty to go in exchange for a bucket of his man gravy for you. The capture of Jericho and the town of Ai south of it opened the way to the Israelites' most important and immediate target, Jerusalem, where the mission control platform had been. The missions of Abraham and his descendants and God's covenants with them never lost sight of that site's centrality. As God told Moses, it is in Jerusalem that his earthly abode was to be. Now the promised prophecy could be fulfilled. The capture of the cities on the way to Jerusalem, along with the hill towns surrounding it, turned out to be a formidable challenge, primarily because some of them, and especially Hebron, were inhabited by children of the Anakim, descendants of the Anunnaki. Jerusalem, it will be recalled, ceased to function as mission control center when the spaceport in the Sinai was wiped out more than 6 centuries earlier. But according to the Bible, the descendants of the state were still residing in that part of Canaan. And it was Adonai Zedek, king of Jerusalem, who formed an alliance with 4 other kings in 4 other cities to block the Israelite advance. The battle that ensued at Gib was on in the valley of Ailon, just north of Jerusalem, took place on a unique day, the day the earth stood still. For the better part of that day, the sun stopped and the moon stood still. Joshua 10:14, enabling the Israelites to win that crucial battle, a parallel but reverse occurrence when nighttime lasted an extra 20 hours, took place on the other side of the world in the Americas. In the biblical view, then, God himself assured Jerusalem would come into Israelite hands. No sooner was kingship established under David than he was commanded by God to clear the platform atop Mount Moriah and sanctify it for Yahweh's temple. And ever since Solomon built that temple there, Jerusalem, Mount Moriah, the Temple Mount have remained uniquely sacred. There is indeed no other explanation why Jerusalem, a city not at major crossroads, far from waterways, with no natural resources, has been coveted and sacred since antiquity. Deemed to be a singular city, a navel of the earth. The comprehensive list of captured cities given in Joshua chapter 12 names Jerusalem as the 3rd city, following Jericho and Ai as firmly in Israelite hands. The story was no different, however, in regard to the northern space-related sites. The Cedar Mountains of Lebanon run in 2 ranges, the Lebanon on the west and the Anti-Lebanon on the east, separated by the Becca, the cleft, a canyon-like valley that has been known since Canaanite times as the Lord's Cleft, or Baal Becca, hence Baalbek. Ah, there we go. So Baalbek indeed it does come from Baal or Baal, yeah, the bull god that represented Marduk. God, that just made so much sense, when we found that out, or when I found that out, reading it the other day. Just knowing what I know about, the biblical stuff and how, the Jews were worshiping Baal and that was, that was the big contention between the Jews. They were worshiping Baal and they didn't want the new guy, Jesus, to come in and ruin their game, even though, we know now Baal, Marduk, Jesus, Jehovah, Yahweh. I mean, it's all Anunnaki in the end, isn't it? Oh man, the idea, I still just didn't wrap my head around, got covered with the idea that we were fucking seeded by Klingons. Yeah! Every goddamn time. Literally, horny fucking Klingons seeded life on Earth and set up the New World Order. The end. That's my new book. It'll be out in Barnes & Noble next week. Please buy it. That's all. It'll be Josh Reeves, all you ever needed to know about the world. We were seeded by horny Klingons. They set up the New World Order. The end. Oh, man. The current name of the site of the landing place on the edge of the eastern range facing the valley, the kings of the Mount of the North, are listed in the book of Joshua as having been defeated. A place called Baal Gad in the valley of Lebanon is listed as captured, but whether Baal Gad in the valley of Lebanon is just another name for Baal Becca is uncertain. We are told in Judges 133 that the tribe of Naphtali did not disinherit the dwellers of Beth Shemesh, the abode of Shemesh, the sun god, and that could be a reference to the site, for the later Greeks called the place Heliopolis, the city of the sun. Though later the territories under kings David and Solomon extended to include Beth Shemesh, it was only temporarily so. The primary failure to establish Israelite hegemony over the northern space-related site made it available to others. A century and a half after the Exodus, the Egyptians attempted to take possession of that available landing space, but were met by an opposing Hittite army. The epic battle is described in words and illustrations on the walls of Karnak's temples. Known as the Battle of Kadesh, it ended with an Egyptian defeat, but the war and the battle exhausted both sides so much that the landing place, was left in the hands of the local Phoenician kings of Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos, the biblical Gebel. The prophets Ezekiel and Amos, who called it the place of the gods as well as the Eden abode, recognized it as belonging to the Phoenicians. The Phoenician kings of the first millennium BCE were well aware of the site's significance and purpose within its depiction on a Phoenician coin from Byblos. The prophet Ezekiel admonished the king of Tyre for haughtily believing that, having been to the sacred site of the Elohim, he had himself become a god. Thou hast been to a sacred mount. As a god wherest thou moving within the fiery stones. And you became haughty, saying, a god am I, at the place of the Elohim I was. But you are just man, not God. It was at that time that the prophet Ezekiel, in exile in the old country, near Haran on the Kabur River, saw divine visions of a celestial chariot, a flying saucer. But that tale must be postponed to a later chapter. Here it is more important to note that of the two space-related sites, only Jerusalem was retained by the followers of Yahweh. The first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, known as the Torah, the teachings, cover the story from creation, Adam and Noah, to the patriarchs and Joseph in Genesis. The other 4 books, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, tell the story of the Exodus on the one hand, and on the other hand, enumerate the rules and regulations of the new religion of Yahweh. That a new religion encompassing a priestly way of life was promulgated is explicitly made clear. You shall neither do what is done in the land of Egypt where you had dwelt, nor as is wont in the land of Canaan whence I am bringing you. You shall neither behave like them nor follow their statutes. Leviticus 18, 2-3. Having established the basics of the faith, you shall have no other God before me, and its moral and ethical code, as just in the 10 Commandments, they follow page after page of detailed dietary requirements, rules for priestly rites and vestments, medical teachings, agricultural directives, architectural instructions, family and sexual conduct regulations, property and criminal laws, and so on. They reveal extraordinary knowledge You guys done, thank you. They reveal extraordinary knowledge in virtually every scientific discipline, expertise in metals and textiles, acquaintance with legal systems and societal issues, familiarity with lands, history, customs, and gods of other nations, and certain numerological preferences. The theme of 12, as in the 12 tribes of Israel, or in the 12 months of the year, is obvious. Obvious, too, is the predilection for 7, most predominantly in the realm of festivals and rituals, and in establishing a week of 7 days and consecrating the 7th day as the Sabbath. 40 is a special number, as in 40 days and 40 nights that Moses spent upon Mount Sinai, or the 40 years decreed for the Israelite wandering in the Sinai wilderness. These are numbers familiar to us from the Sumerian tales. The 12 of the solar system and the 12-month calendar of Nippur, the 7 as the planetary number of the earth, when the Anunnaki counted from the outside in, and of Enlil as Earth Commander, the 40 as Ea, Enki's numerical rank. The number of 50 is also present. 50, as the reader knows, was a number with sensitive aspects. It was the original rank number of Enlil and the stand-in rank of his heir apparent, Ninurta. And more significantly, in the days of the Exodus, it connotated symbolism to Marduk and his 50 names. Extra attention is therefore called when we find that 50 was granted extraordinary importance. It was used to create a new unit of time, the 50-year Jubilee. While the calendar of Nippur was clearly adopted as the calendar by which the festivals and other Israelite religious rites were to be observed, special regulations were dictated for the 50th year. It was given a special name, that of a Jubilee year. A hallowed Jubilee year it shall be unto you, Leviticus chapter 25. In such a year, unprecedented freedoms were to take place. The count was to be done by counting the New Year's Day of Atonements for 7 years, sevenfold, 49 times. Then on the Day of Atonement on the year thereafter, the 50th year, the trumpet call of a ram's horn was to be sounded throughout the land, and freedom was to be proclaimed for the land and all who dwelt in it. People should return to their families, property should return to its original owners. All land and house sales shall be redeemable and undone. Slaves who had been treated at all times as hired help shall be set free, and liberty shall be given the land itself by leaving it fallow that year. As much as the concept of a year of freedom is novel and unique, the choice of 50 as a calendrical unit seems odd. We have adopted 100, a century, as a convenient unit of time. Then the name given to such a once in 50 year is even more intriguing. The word that is translated Jubilee is Yavel in the Hebrew Bible, and it means a ram. So one can say that what was decreed was a year of the ram, to repeat itself every 50 years, and to be announced by sounding the ram's horn. Both the choice of 50 for the new time unit and its name raise the unavoidable question: was there a hidden aspect here related to Marduk and his age of the ram? Were the Israelites told to keep counting 50 years until some significant divine event relating either to the age of the ram or to the holder of the rank of 50, when everything shall turn back to a new beginning? While no obvious answer is offered in those biblical chapters, one cannot avoid searching for clues by pursuing a significant and very similar year unit on the other side of the world, not 50, but 52. It was the secret number of the Mesoamerican god Quetzalcoatl. We know Quetzalcoatl was also Thoth, who, according to Aztec and Mayan legends, gave them civilization, including their 3 calendars. In Lost Realms, we have identified Quetzalcoatl as the Egyptian god Thoth, whose secret number was 52. A calendrical-based number, for it represented the 52 weeks of 7 days in a solar year. The oldest of the 3 Mesoamerican calendars is known as the Long Count. It counted the number of days from a day 1 that scholars have identified as August 13th, 3113 BCE. Alongside this continuous but linear calendar, there were 2 cyclical calendars. One, called the Hab, was a solar year calendar of 365 days divided into 18 months of 20 days each, plus an additional 5 special days at the year's end. The other was called the Tzolk'in, a sacred calendar of only 260 days, composed of a 20-day unit rotated 13 times. The two cyclical calendars were then meshed together as two geared wheels to create the sacred round of 52 years. When these two counts returned to their common starting point and started the counts all over again. This bundle of 52 years was a most important unit of time because it was linked to the promise of Quetzalcoatl, who at some point left Mesoamerica to return on his sacred year. The Mesoamerican people therefore used to gather on mountains every 52 years to expect the promised return of Quetzalcoatl. In one such sacred year, 1519 AD, a white-faced and bearded Spaniard, Hernando Cortez, landed at Mexico's Yucatan coast and was welcomed by the Aztec king Montezuma as the returning god, a costly mistake as we now know. In Mesoamerica, the bundle year served for a countdown to the promised year of return. And the question is, was the Jubilee year intended to serve a similar purpose? Searching for an answer, we find that when the linear 50-year time unit is meshed with the zodiacal cyclical unit of 72,
good biscuits,
the time that a shift of 1 degree requires, we arrive at 3600, which was the mathematical orbiting period of Nibiru. By linking a Jubilee calendar and the zodiacal calendar to Nibiru's orbit, was the biblical God saying, when you enter the promised land, start the countdown to the return? Some 2,000 years ago, during a time of great messianic fervor, it was recognized that Jubilee was a divinely inspired time unit for predicting the future, for calculating when the meshed geared wheels of time will announce the return. That recognition underlies one of the most important post-biblical books known as the Book of Jubilees. Though available now only its Greek and later translations, it was originally written in Hebrew, as fragments found among the Dead Sea Scrolls confirm. Based on earlier extra-biblical treatises and sacred traditions, it rewrote the book of Genesis and part of Exodus according to a calendar based on the Jubilee time unit. It was a product, all scholars agree, of messianic expectations of the time when Rome occupied Jerusalem, and its purpose was to provide a means by which to predict when the Messiah shall come and when the end of days shall occur. It is the very task that we have undertaken. So that's the end of chapter 9 there. The next chapter is going to be chapter 10, the cross on the horizon. So we'll pick up on that next time. Yeah, there you go. Yet again, fascinating stuff. And glad that we could get into this and continue to read this.
That's fucking delicious. Berries
some
in my
of
fish.
it meshes with some of the stuff I've researched, some of the stuff it doesn't. I just still cannot see why
green butter.
There's this. After we've already established that Marduk is a person,
and
that anything to do with him being a planet is absolutely symbolic. And they're more talking about the return of this Marduk character than the return of a planet. And he constantly goes back to that, even after he already affirms that Marduk is an individual, a god.
Mm-hmm.
It just reeks of this reinforcement of this Nibiru as the destroyer and the planet and stuff coming back, which I think is just total bull. I just have never seen any proof of that. So,
well, we got
The Cross on the Horizon is the chapter that we start with tonight. About 60 years after the Israelites' exodus, highly unusual religious developments took place in Egypt. Some scholars view those developments as an attempt to adopt monotheism, perhaps under the influence of the revelations at Mount Sinai. What they have in mind is the reign of Amenhotep, sometimes referred to as Amenophis IV, who left Thebes and its temples, gave up the worship of Ammon, and declared Aten the sole creator god. As we shall show, that was not an echo of monotheism, but another harbinger of an expected return. The return into view, the planet of the cross. The pharaoh in question is better known by the new name he had adopted, Akhenaten. And the new capital and religious center that he had established is better known by the site's modern name, Tel Armana, where the famed ancient archive of royal international correspondence was discovered. Scion of Egypt's famed 18th dynasty, Akhenaten reigned from 1379 to 1362 BCE, and his religious revolution did not last. The priesthood of Amen in Thebes led the opposition, presumably because it was deprived of its positions of power and wealth. But it is, of course, possible that the objections were genuinely on religious grounds for Akhenaten's successors, of whom most famed was Tutankhamun, resumed the inclusion of Ra-Amen in their theophoric names. No sooner was Akhenaten gone than the new capital, its temples and its palace were torn down and systematically destroyed. Nevertheless, the remains that archaeologists have found throw enough light on Akhenaten and his religion. The notion that the worship of the Aten was a form of monotheism, and the worship of a sole universal creator, stems primarily from some of the hymns to the Aten that have been found. They include such verses as, "O sole God, like whom there is no other. The world came into being by thy hand." The fact that in a clear departure from Egyptian customs, representation of this God in anthropomorphic form was strictly forbidden sounds very much like Yahweh's prohibition in the Ten Commandments against making any graven images to worship. Additionally, some portions of the hymns to Aten read as if they were clones of the biblical songs. "O living Aten, how manifold are thy works! They are hidden from the sight of men, O so God, beside whom there is no other. Thou didst create the earth according to thy desire, whilst thou wast alone." The famed Egyptologist James H. Breasted captured the above verses to Psalm 104, compared the above verses to Psalm 104, beginning with verse 24. "O Lord, how manifold are thy works! In wisdom hast thou made them all. In earth is full of thy riches." The similarity, however, arises not because the two Egyptian hymn and biblical psalm copy each other, but because both speak of the same celestial God of the Sumerian epic of creation, of Nibiru, that shaped the heavens and created the earth, imparting it to the seed of life. Virtually every book on ancient Egypt will tell you that the Aten disk that Akhenaten made the central object of worship represented the benevolent sun. If so, it was odd that in a marked departure from Egyptian temple architecture that oriented the temples to the solstices on a southeast-northwest axis, Akhenaten oriented his Aten temple on an east-west axis, but had it facing west, away from the sun at sunrise. If he was expecting a celestial reappearance from a direction opposite to that of where the sun rises, it could not be the sun. A close reading of the hymns reveals that Akhenaten's star god was not Ra as Amen the unseen, but a different kind of Ra. It was the celestial god who had exited from primeval time, the one who renews himself as it reappears in all its glory, a celestial god that was going afar and returning.
Tragedy. Now I got
on a daily basis, those words could indeed apply to the sun, but on a long-term basis, the description fitted Ra only as Nibiru, or as we've established, Marduk. See, this is my problem with Sitchin. He keeps always trying to take it back to this is talking about a planet when he's established already that anytime we're talking about Nibiru, we're talking about Ra or Marduk. And that this is the return of an individual who's coming to reclaim his supremacy and power, not the return of some planet. That's symbolic for the return of in the devastation that, will unleash when this person allegedly comes back. And I'm not, saying I believe that or anything. I'm just saying that he backtracks, he establishes these things, and then he goes back, and it just seems like he's constantly trying to so no wonder people have bought into this, because he constantly reinforces this idea that Nibiru is a planet while simultaneously telling us that Nibiru is Ra or Marduk, the person, the god, this an extraterrestrial person who had power and high technology and was able to, do what any person in front of a primitive people would do. I mean, go and set yourself up as a god.
Confused, didn't he? I wish.
So
I wish I
that's
could get
the biggest problem I
contact
have with
with
this is every turn he tries to take it back to that Nibiru is a planet thing when we know that's not the case from just his own words. And now Akhenaten announced it was coming back in all its glory. Aten's hymns prophesied its reappearance, its return, beautiful on the horizon of heaven, glittering, beautiful, strong, ushering a time of peace and benevolence to all. These words express clear messianic expectations that have nothing to do with the sun.
I think you're right, Windo.
In support of the Aten is the sun explanation, various depictions of Akhenaten are offered. They show him and his wife blessed by or praying to a rayed star. I actually have a papyrus
For control, yep.
print
Not for money.
of that actually came from Egypt. It's actually
Money's a
hanging
tool
on my wall.
for their ultimate purpose.
And
money wouldn't be any
I've
good
always
without
thought
the
that was
control, right?
misrepresented because it shows giants with smaller people. It shows Akhenaten as a giant and smaller people next to him, and they're venerating what most people would tell you is the sun, but it's clear that that's not the sun. It's clear to me that that's either Sirius or or another star system, possibly
The Blue Kachina.
that depicts the location that these gods
Go figure.
travel to in their Stargate and remain for a period of time until at such time when the alignments happen where these planetary systems and star systems align with Earth again, and they can travel back down and inhabit a physical human body again. And I believe that that's representatory of all of the messianic return stories that we have on this planet today.
They physically come here. Who's he kidding? He's read it himself.
The hymns, says, in support of the Aten as the sun, him and his wife were blessed by or praying to a rayed star. It is the sun, say most Egyptologists. The hymns do refer to the Aten as manifestations of Ra, which the Egyptologists who have deemed Ra to be the sun means that Aten too represented the sun. But if Ra was Marduk and the celestial Marduk was Nibiru, then Aten too represented Nibiru and not the sun. Additional evidence comes from the sky maps, some painted on coffin lids that clearly show the 12 zodiacal constellations, the rayed sun and other members of the solar system, but the planet of Ra, the planet of millions of years, is shown as an extra planet in its own large separate celestial beyond the sun, with a pictorial hieroglyph for God in it. Akhenaten's Aten. What then was Akhenaten's innovation, or rather digression, from the official religious line? At its core, his transgression was the same old debate that had been taking place 720 years earlier about timing. Then the issue was, has Marduk or Ra's time for supremacy come? Has the age of the ram begun in the heavens?
Tough keeping up, isn't it?
Akhenaten shifted the issue from the celestial time, the zodiacal clock, to divine time, Nibiru's orbital time, changing the question to when will the unseen celestial god reappear and become visible and beautiful on the horizon of heaven? His greatest heresy in the eyes of the priests of Amen and Ra can be judged by the fact that he erected a special monument honoring the Ben, an object that had been revered generations earlier as the vehicle in which Ra had arrived on Earth from the heavens. Right? It's like it's a pyramid-shaped spaceship, and that's what they show Ra Marduk coming to Earth in the Roland Emmerich movie Stargate, the film with Kurt Russell. And that's what he is. They show him as like this spirit alien being thing. And he just inhabits this human body and then sets himself up as a god. That film really does a great, great job at depicting a lot of this stuff. And every one of Roland Emmerich's movies that he's done have some kind. I suspect he's a high-level Mason, strictly because his newest work, Anonymous, plays into the conspiracy about William Shakespeare, but totally detracts the attention away from Sir Francis Bacon and the Masonic connection and diverts it back to, okay, well, yeah, it wasn't actually Shakespeare who wrote all those works, but it was some other guy. Yeah, sure. Nice job there. But yeah, go look up Roland Emmerich's the list of movies that he's done. Go and watch some of those, and you'll laugh because they all have this kind of stuff embedded in them. The Bin was an object that had been revered generations earlier as the vehicle in which Ra had arrived on Earth from the heavens. It was an indication, we believe, that what he expected in connection with a 10 was a reappearance, a return not just of the planet of the gods, but another arrival, a new coming of the gods themselves. This, we must conclude, was the innovation, the difference introduced by Akhenaten in defiance of the priestly establishment, and no doubt prematurely in their opinion. He was announcing the coming of a new messianic time. This heresy was aggravated by the fact that Akhenaten's pronouncements about the returning of 10 were accompanied by a personal claim. Akhenaten increasingly referred to himself as the god's prophet's son, one who came forth from the god's body, and to whom alone the deity's plans were revealed. There is no other that knoweth thee except thy son, Akhenaten. Thou hast made him wise in thy plans. Okay, so Akhenaten was the first Jesus, huh? And this too was unacceptable to the Theban priests of Ammon. As soon as Akhenaten was gone, and it was uncertain how, they restored the worship of Ammon, the unseen god, and smashed and destroyed all that Akhenaten had erected. That the 10 episode in Egypt as the introduction of the Jubilee, the year of the Ram, were the stirrings of a wider expectation of a return of a celestial star god is evident from yet another biblical reference to the Ram. Yet another manifestation of a countdown to the return. It is the record of an unusual incident at the end of the Exodus. It is a tale that is replete with puzzling aspects and one that ends with a divinely inspired vision of things to come. The Bible repeatedly declared divination by examining animal entrails, consulting with spirits, soothsaying, enchanting, conjuring, and fortune-telling to be abominations unto Yahweh. All manners of sorcery practiced by other nations that the Israelites must avoid. At the same time, it asserted, quoting Yahweh himself, that dreams, oracles, and visions could be legitimate ways of divine communication. Oh, well, see. It is such a distinction that explains why the book of Numbers devotes 3 long chapters, 22 to 24, to tell approvingly the story of a non-Israelite seer and oracle teller. His name was Bilam, rendered Balaam.
Did you get yourself a video made on
in English Bibles? The events described in those chapters took place when the Israelites, the children of Israel in the Bible, having left the Sinai Peninsula, went around the Dead Sea on the east, advancing northward as they encountered the small kingdoms that occupied the lands east of the Dead Sea and the Jordan River. Moses sought from their kings permission for peaceful passage and was by and large refused. The Israelites, having just defeated the Ammonites, who did not let them pass through peacefully, now were encamped in the plains of Moab, on the side of the Jordan that is opposite Jericho, awaiting the Moabite king's permission to pass through land.
I hate it when that happens.
Unwilling to let the horde pass, yet afraid to fight them, the king of Moab, Balak the son of Zippor, had a bright idea. He sent emissaries to fetch an internationally renowned seer, Balaam, the son of Beor, and have him put a curse on these people for me, to make it possible to defeat and chase them away. Balaam had to be entreated several times before he accepted the assignment, first at Balaam's home, somewhere near the Euphrates River, and then on the way to Moab. An angel of God, and in the word in Hebrew, Malach, means emissary, appears and gets involved in the proceedings. He is sometimes visible.
You don't have to waste your time responding to my
deity or a demon. I mean, not deity, it means he's a demon or an entity.
I was just over there asking questions.
The angel allows Balaam to accept the assignment only after making sure that Balaam understands that he is to utter only divinely inspired
looking for truth.
Puzzlingly, Balaam calls Yahweh my God when he repeats this condition. First to the king's ambassadors and then to the Moabite king himself. A series of oracular settings are then arranged. The king takes Balaam to the hilltop in which he can see the whole Israelite encampment. And on the seer's instructions, he erects 7 altars, sacrifices 7 bullocks, and 7 rams and awaits the oracle.
And John gets more
But from Balaam's
more of the
mouth come
questions than
words
I
not
do
of
now.
accusation, but of praise for the Israelites. The persistent Moabite king then takes Balaam to another mount from which
After
just
dinner
the
bowl.
edge of the Israelite
Let's
encampment
finish
can be
the
seen.
first bowl first.
And the procedure is repeated a second time, another
After
ritual.
dinner.
But again, Balaam's oracle blesses rather than curses the Israelites.
Of course.
Now, how about that? I see them coming out of Egypt, protected by a God with spreading ram's horns, he says. It is a nation destined for kingship, a nation that, like a lion, will rise. Determined to try again, the king now takes Balaam to a hilltop that faces the desert, facing away from the Israelite encampment. Maybe the gods will let you proclaim curses there, he says. 7 altars are again erected on which 7 bullocks and 7 rams are sacrificed. But Balaam now sees the Israelites in their future not with human eyes, but in a divine vision. For the second time, he sees the nation protected as it came out of Egypt by a God with spreading ram's horns, and envisions Israel as a nation that, like a lion, will rise.
Roar.
When the Moabite king protests,
Like a lion.
Balaam explains that no matter what gold or silver he be offered, he can utter only the words that God puts in his mouth. So the frustrated king gives up and lets Balaam go. But now Balaam offers the king free advice. Let me tell you what the future holds, he says to the king. That which will come about to this nation and to your people at the end of days. And
Chocolate.
proceeds to describe the divine vision of the future by relating it to a star. I see it, though not now. I behold it, though it is not near. A star of Jacob is on
That
its
stuff
course.
tastes like
A scepter
mint
from
chocolate
Israel
berry.
will rise.
it's like a raspberry
Moab's
flavor
quarters will
with
crush.
minty chocolate
All the
drizzled
children
all
of
over it.
Seth will unsettle.
Smells like it. It tastes like it.
Balaam then turned and cast his eyes
It's like
towards the
fucking
Edomites,
nuts. It's
Amalekites, Kenites, and other Canaanite nations.
good.
Pronounced an oracle thereon. Those who will survive the wrath of
That's
Jacob
some
shall fall into the
Good
hands of
ass shit.
Assyria.
I'm
Then
really
Assyria's
liking
turn
it.
will come, and it shall
I've only
forever
paid like
perish.
$12 for
And
the
having
gram too.
pronounced that oracle,
I'm real happy
Balaam
about
rose
that.
up and went back to his place, and Balak too was on his way.
I was over there
The
trolling.
episode
I
has
was over there
naturally been
trolling
subject
for
of
a
discussion and
group.
debate by biblical and theological scholars. It remains baffling and unsolved. The text, which is effortlessly
Talk
between
about cow
references to
farts
the Elohim gods in
reflecting
the
off of
plural and to
Venus and
Yahweh, the sole God, as the divine
Stellar
presence.
Course.
It gravely transgresses the Bible's most basic
I'm a
proposition
dick.
by applying to the God who brought the
Keep
Israelites
going,
out of
y'all.
Egypt a physical image, and then compounds the transgression by envisioning him in the image of a ram with spreading horns, an image that has been the Egyptian depiction of Ammon from time immemorial. The approved
I'm aware of the
editorial towards a
CERN, but
professional series
I'm
of
not sure
Bible
what
that
ball you're
prohibited
referring
soothsaying,
to.
conjuring, and so on,
There's a
adds
few of
to
them,
the feeling
actually.
that the whole tale was
One on the South
originally a
Pole, one on the
non-Israelite tale.
couple on the North Pole.
And yet, the Bible incorporated it, devoting it substantial space. So the incident and its message must have been considered a significant prelude to the Israelite possession of the Promised Land. Yeah, that right there, folks. So we just read. That's
just as bad sometimes, John.
I've known that about religion for the longest time. That whole thing we just read in that section there, folks, represents the idea of the worship of
Just maintain
Baals,
the calm.
horned demonic type of negative entities, but creating a religion that parades this worship as the worship of a benevolent, loving God. When in reality, it's the worship. See, from the time I was a little kid, folks, I don't know why.
Well, the broad
I
scope
never
of
knew
fucking
this.
deception is immense.
The first time I went into a church when I was 5 or 6
finding your
years
way
old,
out
I
of
knew
it
it was a
is
scam. I knew it was a lie. I knew
needle
it
in
was
a
not the truth.
haystack sometimes, right?
And I felt as if I was being forced to worship a dark and negative energy and being told that this was Jesus and this was loving and caring and I, from a very young age, wanted nothing to do with religion. My
CC,
parents
what's
weren't
that,
big church
closed
goers. They
captioning?
didn't go to church and all that stuff. You know, my dad considered himself a Christian and
I think
you
it
know,
lags
believed the Bible
sometimes.
and stuff. But he was also, you know, especially towards the end, he loved Ancient Aliens, man. My dad really got into that when it came on. And was like, you know, man, this is shit you've been telling me about for years. You know, and he said to me, not so long before he died, he said to me, absolutely, that he believed that, you know, the Bible and all that stuff and all the religious stuff was, you know, was from extraterrestrials, and you know, he absolutely was convinced of that, you know, and that he'd known that for a long time, but he just didn't, you know, he didn't have, you know, the internet or whatever else to be able to prove it. But that whole thing right there just really represents this idea, because what they were really worshiping was Baal. They were really worshiping the dark demonic entities. The Egyptians were telling the slaves that the sun was God. Meanwhile, they were worshiping their own Trinity and their own everything else behind closed doors. And I think that that's represented in modern religion this day. Everybody thinks they're worshiping, you know, Jesus or whatever else is actually worshiping and putting their power and energy and devotion into a negative deity they're being told is positive, and that's why we live in a world of such complete negative energy.
There's one in the middle,
and why we live in the world we live in today.
Maybe they're fucking
because everybody in the world that believes in religion believes they're believing in this loving God, but in reality,
north and south hemisphere,
they're worshiping somebody who set themselves up as a God.
In the north,
and by being a part of any of these man-made world religions, we are damning ourselves
the one on the south pole,
in the eyes of the eternal light that exists in all of us.
Somebody lives down there and looking.
I definitely believe in a higher power, and I definitely believe there's a positive force in the universe that's both positive and negative, and that we can draw on the aspects of it, and it's real, and you know, there is something in the beyond, but we gotta start understanding that these religions have been set there to control us, period. And it's so much deeper on you know, the surface that it's not just as cut and dried as, you know, atheists and Christians.
Well, Bruce is right also there visually for himself
for tonight. Wow, it's just powerful stuff. I'm going to go back and
north hemisphere.
Listen to that one again, and go back and read that again yourself.
I know I have.
Suggests that Balaam or Baal, as we talked about last time, an offshoot of Baal, was an Armenian residing somewhere up the Euphrates River.
Several other
his
folks
prophetic oracles expanded from the fate of the children of Jacob to the place of Israel
so
among
really
nations, to oracles regarding the future of such other nations, even of distant and yet to come imperial Assyria. The oracles were thus an expression of the wider non-Israelite expectations of the time. By including the tale, the Bible combined the Israelite destiny with the mankind's universal expectations. Those expectations, the Balaam tale indicates, were channeled along two paths: the zodiacal cycle on the one hand, and the returning stars course on the other hand. Or Marduk, as we established.
Who's blocking you, John?
The zodiacal references are strongest regarding the age of the ram and its god.
I'm going to have to go fucking fight
at the time of the Exodus, it became oracular and prophetic as the seer Balaam envisions the future.
Yeah, imagine them blocking
Zodiacal
John.
constellation symbols of the bull and the ram, bullocks and rams for sevenfold sacrifices, and the lion, when the royal trumpet shall be heard in Israel, are invoked in Numbers chapter 23. And it is when envisioning that distant future that the Balaam text employs the significant term "at the end of days" as the time.
You know, asking a legitimate question, you got lost.
This term directly links these non-Israelite prophecies to the destiny of Jacob's offspring, because it was used by Jacob himself as he lay on his deathbed and gathered his children to hear oracles regarding their future. Genesis chapter 49, come gather together, he said, that I may tell you that which shall befall you at the end of days. The oracles individually stated for each
John's a rabble-rouser.
Future tribes of Israel.
He goes around fucking telling truth
related to the 12
where people don't want to hear it.
And what about the Star of Jacob, an explicit vision by Balaam?
Although they act like they're trying to find
scholarly
it.
biblical discussions is usually considered in an astrological rather than an astronomical
You've
context
been there.
at best.
Well, if you want to talk about the moon, go
The
somewhere
tendency
else.
has been to deem the reference to Jacob's star as purely figurative.
How many
But
times
what
we
if
hear
the
that?
reference was indeed to a star orbiting on its course, a planet prophetically seen that it is not yet visible? What if Balaam, like Akhenaten, was speaking of the return and the reappearance of Nibiru? Such a return, it must be realized, would be an extraordinary event that occurs once in several millennia, an event that had repeatedly signified most profound
They're
watersheds
gonna
in the
help us
affairs of
go
gods and
against it.
men. This is not just a rhetorical question. In fact,
that's a
the unfolding
butterfly.
events were increasingly indicating that an overwhelming significant occurrence
No, it's a
was in
fucking
the
butterfly.
offing.
I made it.
Within a
It's a
century or
butterfly.
so of the preoccupations and predictions regarding the returning planet that we find in the tales of the Exodus, Balaam, and Akhenaten's
Don't pay
Egypt,
attention to the
Babylon
dragonfly in the
itself started to
subject. It's a
provide
fucking
evidence of such
butterfly.
widespreading expectations, and the most prominent clue was the sign of the cross. In Babylon,
What do you mean
the time
dragonfly?
was that of the Kassite dynasty, which we have
It's a
written
fucking
of
butterfly.
earlier. Little has remained of their reign in Babylon itself.
You never seen a
And
butterfly?
as stated earlier, those kings did not excel in
dumb?
keeping royal
It's a
records, but
butterfly.
they did leave behind telltale depictions in international
Do you know
correspondence of letters on clay
I hope
tablets.
so.
It was in the ruins
I'm
of
gonna get a dickhead about it.
Aten,
The fucking
Akhenaten's
butterfly.
capital, a site now
Telling
known
you,
as
man.
Tel El Amarna in
It's
Egypt,
got a stellar core.
that the famed El Amara tablets were discovered. Of the 380
And
clay tablets, all
it's
except three
shooting
were
fucking
inscribed in the
dudes out of
Egyptian
its
language,
eyeballs.
which was then the language of international diplomacy. While some of the tablets represented copies of royal letters sent from the Egyptian court, the bulk were original letters received from foreign kings. The cache was the royal
Fucking
diplomatic
cute.
archive of Akhenaten, and the tablets were predominantly correspondence he had received from the kings of Babylon. Did Akhenaten use those exchanges of letters with his counterparts in Babylon to tell them of his newfound Aten religion? We really don't know, for
Well,
all we have are the
awesome.
Babylonian king's letters to Akhenaten in which he complained
How
that
big you
gold
want
sent
it,
to
how
him
much you
was
want to
found
spend on it,
short
and how
in
what
weight.
colors you want.
That his
And
ambassadors
there's all
were
kinds of
robbed on the
questions
way to
come to mind
Egypt, or
there.
that the Egyptian king failed to inquire about
That
his
one
health.
there, I'm
Yet
trading
the frequent exchanges of ambassadors and
for
other
a handmade
emissaries,
Afghan.
even offers
for
of
it. I'm
intermarriage,
kicking in another pipe
as well as the
and a
calling of the
mask
Egyptian
for that.
king my brother by the Babylonian king, must lead to a conclusion that the hierarchy in Babylon was fully aware of the religious goings-on in Egypt. And Babylon wondered, what is this Ra as a returning star commotion? Babylon must have realized that it was a reference to Marduk
It's all good.
as a returning star
That's what it ain't my
to
forum.
Nibiru orbiting
You
Babylon.
guys are here to talk. At
With
least
the
you know the
tradition of
moon's
celestial
fucking flipping and
observations
you're
so much
asking
older and more
legitimate
advanced
questions.
Mesopotamia than in Egypt, it is of course possible that
You
the
have
royal
every
astronomers
idea
of
of what the fuck
Babylon
that means for us,
had come
right?
to conclusions regarding Nibiru's return
We're on our
without
side.
Egyptian
You
aid,
understand all that?
and
You're
even
good
ahead
here.
of the Egyptians.
Anything else you bring
Be
up,
that
you're
as it
allowed
may,
to
it
bring
was in
up
the
here.
13th century BCE that the Kassite kings of Babylon started to
I'm gonna
signal
let
in
you
a
know what I
variety of
think of
ways
it,
their
though.
own fundamental religious changes. In 1260 BCE, a new king ascended the throne in Babylon and adopted the name Kardashim Enlil, a theophoric name surprisingly venerating Enlil. It was no passing gesture, for he was followed on the throne for the next century by Kassite kings bearing theophoric names venerating not only Enlil, but also Adad, and a surprising gesture suggesting a desire for divine reconciliation. That something unusual was expected was further evidence on commemorative monuments called Kuduru, rounded stones that were set up as boundary markers, inscribed with a text
Just for
stating
good
the terms
measure.
of the border treaty or land grant and the oaths taken to uphold it.
Let's slap the
The
last little bit
Kuduru
of
was sanctified by symbols of the
Afghan.
celestial gods. The divine zodiacal symbols, all 12 of them,
Zodiacal!
depicted orbiting above them, were emblems of the sun, the moon, and the Nibiru. In another depiction, Nibiru was shown in the company of Earth.
Why would they
The seventh
depict
planet
a
and the
fucking
moon
planet
with the
when
umbilical
that
color
planet
symbol
comes
for
with a
Nimrod.
fucking sun? I think they're depicting the
Significantly,
sun.
Nibiru was depicted no longer by the winged disc symbol, but rather in a new
See how
way
it helps understand what
planet
you're
of the
looking at
radiating
when you
cross,
fucking know what you're looking at?
befitting its inscription by the Sumerians in the olden days as a radiating planet about
You can
to
make
become
fun of
planet
other
of the
people that
crosser.
don't know what you're looking at.
This
No, I
way
don't
of
make
showing
fun
the
of.
long
I've
arms
tried
of
to give it
Nibiru
to
by a
Josh
symbol
a
of
couple times, but I
radiating
don't think
cross
he
began
checks
to
his
become more
YouTube.
common. And soon the Kassite kings of Babylon
Oh, well.
simplified the symbol to just a
I'm
sign
not
of the
paying to get
cross,
on his website to give
replacing it
him
with the winged
information.
disc
That's just
symbol
not
on the
going to
royal
happen.
seals. This cross symbol, which looks like the much later Christian Maltese cross, is known in studies of the ancient glyphic as a Kassite cross. That's very important
That's
to
not my
understand the
style.
origins of the Maltese cross, and when you see it being used, when it's going back to these Kassite kings that were, using the name of Enlil. These were demigods. These were the ones that were in charge of that. These are the very people, the Knights of Malta and the rest of this stuff go back to this day. Folks, that's the origins of the priest class right there. As another depiction indicates, the symbol of the cross was for a planet, clearly not the same as the sun, which is simply shown along the same moon crescent and the six-pointed star symbol for Mars.
What is it? Breadcrumbs
As
or whatever?
As the first millennia BCE began, the Nibiru sign of the cross spread from Babylonia to seal designs in nearby lands.
I am not really a
big fan. Kassite religious or literary text as a matter of conjecture what messianic expectations might have accompanied these changes in depictions. Whatever they were, they intensified the ferocity of the attacks by the Israelite states, Assyria, Elam on Babylon, and their
It's like that guy I've been doing these videos with. Like I said, we just did a video 2 hours long. He was more than half the information brought there was his, yet he's since then been nothing but divisive on his channel with the whole red and blue paradigm. And what do you do with that? Exactly. I don't know what to even think about that. I really don't. So I've decided I'm probably going to end those with the last one we did. Because he's really going the wrong way with this, as far as I'm concerned. He's playing into this fucking controlled opposition thing. And that ain't my game at all. That's anti what I'm all about. I'm all about fucking exposing it and then exposing it and then exposing it. I'm not about playing the fucking you gotta vote out all the Democrats. Why would I even say anything like that? Because I used to be a Republican when I actually thought there might be some sort of semblance of a fucking republic left in this system when I didn't know the truth. Now I know the truth, and there's no way you're going to hear me say you got to vote out the Democrats. That's not the game at hand. What turned me off of the red blue paradigm, being a sitting senator, top investigator, and actually reading the contracts and tracking it down to where we're not a company, we're a corporation, or a country, we're a corporation, and your vote doesn't count. Never has. It hasn't. And where do you go from there? What? People that were abused are PDOs? Who said that shit? Q? I think we're all abused at some point, and I don't think we're all PDOs. Well, the only division in reality is us. They are not divided. It's one goddamn family, and it's always been one goddamn family because the ones that are divided are us, and we're not paying attention to the one goddamn family that's been ruling over us. And that's as simple as it gets. Why would you want to vote out Hillary or fucking Trump? I say hang them both side by side next to fucking Obama. How's that for starters? I mean, look at the track record. We've got Obama giving these motherfucking Saudi Arabians $100 billion. We've got fucking Hillary over here helping them as the Secretary of Defense, taking orders, doing what she's told to do, and everybody singles her out to hang. And I'm all like, well, you do realize your hero over here, Mr. fucking Q, Donald Trump, saving all the babies from the fucking tunnel warfares, waving flags at this guy. He's using CNN, Fox, all the other channels and news outlets bragging about what? How he saved the U.S. economy with $400 billion to the same goddamn Saudi Arabians. That number one, he's only collected $22 million for. So do the math. How did he save anything? They owe us 300, 980 fucking billion more dollars on that fucking sale. And everybody's waving their fucking flags. Well, us veterans are sitting here being like, well, wait a minute. Is that 4 times the bullets that mom paid for now? Mom paid for every bullet that brought their son home in a box. Mom, the mother that buried her child, paid for the bullet put in his head. She paid for it literally out of her pocket. 4 times more than when Obama did it. And everybody's still yelling about Hillary because Hillary is a grassy knoll. Period. Hillary is a grassy knoll. So's Q. Ain't nobody down in these bunkers trying to save no kids down there. They're down in them bunkers trying to get in them. Mama's not letting. Well, that's the thing. They keep pointing fingers at each other. And even then, when they don't point fingers at each other, most of the time they point fingers at what? The party. It's the fucking Democrats. It's the fucking Republicans. They fucking this and they fucking that. And it totally eliminates any kind of responsibility on any of them. And they work together to get their fucking agendas done. Look, from 9/11 to this day, you can tell that 9/11 was actually done very specifically for what's going on today. That was 20 fucking years ago. I knew 9/11 as soon as the second plane hit that fucking second trade center that we had everything to do with that. Why? I didn't know. Of course, there was still 10 years to go on the timeline before I ever saw the moon fucking do a cartwheel. Now, all of a sudden it makes sense why 9/11 happened, and you can see incrementally where they've taken and made it literally the policy upheld by the high court that only low IQ people get hired on as police officers. They're militarily trained, and they're given a literal handbook that says shoot first and go home later. there's real reasons for all of these things that we've been watching since 9/11 and this whole medical martial law lockdown over our goddamn death rate fell. Okay. Our death rates fell all over the place. They fell. Everybody's dying less with all this pandemic going on. And we're all in martial law. It is fucking insanity. And I'm sitting here literally watching people talk about how we need to give this guy 4 more years so he can put Hillary in jail. And I'm like, well, what the fuck took him so long for the fucking first 4 years? Was he too busy fighting Congress because they've ordered him 3 times to stop selling U.S. soldiers to Saudi Arabians and renting them out in Yemen committing genocide with a blockade of starvation around the nation, while the nation's women are on Facebook posting up, please help the Yemenis children, give money. It's fucking insane. But Donnie's out there helping children, according to Q and all this. It's like, it gives you a headache. It really gives you a fucking headache to watch the idiocy of these fucking people running around. For God's sake, it's probably Donnie who Q is, and all this stuff. It's such a big umbrella of misinformation. It's insane. Everything I just said was ugly but true. Everything I said was ugly but true. And it's not anger. It's just it doesn't sound pretty, and nobody says it, but it's true. It's fucking true. It's fucking true. And if more people said these things that are true that nobody talks about, I know when I start talking, a lot of people stop and think, and they're like, because they want to attack me. I'm a fucking veteran over here talking about high treason, not your favorite color party. I used to be a Republican until I found the plot to literally see 3/4 of us die from a very fucking avoidable cause. And I decided I couldn't live with that. And if you see anybody on either party alerting you of that, let me know. Because I haven't found the first fucking one yet. And believe me, most of them, including the senators and governors in your states, have gotten my fucking video because I've given it to them myself. So they can't claim they didn't know, because I know they probably knew long before they received the fucking video. My senator knew in 2014. And he was a state level senator. You bet the government was involved, and this is why they were involved. Well, you're exactly right, Kat. It's another religion based on borders. And they divide even smaller with regions within those borders. They divide even smaller with your neighborhood, especially in Philadelphia. Hey, what you doing in my neighborhood, yo? You know how many times I heard that? Fucking nuts. I'm walking to work, motherfucker, because I can't afford the bus. What's up, Jacqueline? How you doing? You feeling rage tonight? Well, sit with your bare feet on mama and relax that magnet. She's pushing hard. Yeah, well, let alone after the first impact, there was another 20-minute gap where that second plane was flying over 6 air bases. And knowing the policy for wayward domestic flights being that the air commanders of those bases had the right to actually force down that plane and board the plane, regardless of safety of passenger. That was in effect since fuck, almost, the 70s, anyways. And it stopped a rash of fucking hijackings of our planes. I remember this as a child. Well, 2 weeks prior to 9/11, that changed to the executive order was given that only the president, vice president, and secretary of defense could call up a airstrike on a wayward domestic flight. And then we have it on record with Rumsfeld down in the office bunkers in the White House calling off exactly that 6 times. Coming into the White House, that is documented, not the one into New York. I just assumed that it was called down the same. But we do have it documented that he was calling off the one that hit the Pentagon, and they could have had it down long before it reached the target, and normally would have on any other day. And I've seen that actual policy in action maybe 6 times, and then guess what? Hijackings stopped. Because they would literally ground that fucking plane or fucking disable it, shoot out a fucking thing and down that motherfucker. Or and if they forced it with the F-16s on the wings, they would fucking take the wake and make that plane fall, grounding it, rush up on it, blow the doors off of it, and run in there with guns fucking blaring because regardless of passenger safety, because that was the exact key of the policy. They were like, you terrorists just don't get it. We coming up in there and we're not going to be cool with this. And then the game changed. They needed that to happen. You bet. And everything else you look at about that whole incident with the thermite and the fucking metal falling, and there's tons and tons of concrete underneath where that fucking plane hit that is still intact. It can't fall at the speed of gravity with just the little fucking top of the fucking trade center, even if it fucking fell. Physics demands that alone. Dude, when that happened, I freaked. I knew what I was watching. I was in fucking construction. I have a construction degree. I know what goddamn demolition looks like, and that was demolition. I was freaking out. You can ask his mother. We don't even get along. I'm not kidding. Live. I was instantaneously. I mean, it didn't take me 3 seconds. I knew that it was a controlled fucking demolition. I didn't need any evidence. I saw it right there with my own eyes. I saw it, and then Building 7 went. I watched all three of them fall. Controlled demolition. Physics denies what just happened if it wasn't aided in a massive fucking scale. And that kind of sealed it. I thought for everybody in the nation that we did that. How else did that happen? How else did the fucking plane cause a total demolition of a fucking building? And then next thing you know, everybody's backing Bush, getting all excited about Bush because Bush is ready to fucking bomb somebody. And I'm like, amazed. Not much has surprised me since then. The things people fall for. So I got all my prison out early. Early in life. I got all that done. Now they're afraid to talk to me. I will talk the judge into fucking putting them in jail. Or the jury. I don't play judge shit. I want a jury of my fucking peers. I don't care if you're giving me a jaywalking ticket. If you're gonna give me that ticket, you're gonna fucking put it where your mouth is, motherfucker, and pay for that fucking jury. Because I didn't do it. And if I did, I got every fucking right to. Martha Stewart. Yeah, they're all fun. Fun times. So I said you gotta have a knowledge filter to filter all this fucking bullshit out because they're coming at you from every fucking angle now. It's a different game. We're really close to the end game. And you've all read that one, right? If anybody's read one book in the Bible, it's usually the last one. If I was you, I'd read it again with the thought that every time you hear fire and brimstone and the sky is on fire, remember we're going to be passing through clouds of debris, and it only takes one speck of sand to make a fucking shooting star. It starts making a lot more sense when you read it with that in mind. They don't give you a context for revelations at all. They just, look, there it is. These things are going to happen. Well, now you know why. And it starts making a lot more sense. And you can even start to get a timeline because they tell you it's script. They're going by a script. You know, when you read Revelations and you come to the part where it says Israel will be occupied by Jews that are not Jews, keep in mind Balfour Declaration, World War I and II, UK, Crown, Vatican. They made that happen. Is that a coincidence? The Vatican wrote that fucking book and publishes that book, and they publish the Quran too, and all that, and they fucking keep the entire world divided. That just with that one tool of religion, and just those two religions, and every other religion is based on Anunnaki, as we've heard. Every base of each religion mentioned and described very descriptively, and by who ran it, who became that deity. In the end, it was Marduk. Assumed them all, and he became Ra, the one. Amen. Well, absolutely, Sean, and that's why I keep saying it's not prophecy; it's script. It's script, and it's script. They've seen this before. We know that. We hear them describing it. They know when it's coming. Um, and they use the Enlil satellite, all-seeing eye out in space. I mean, they know. They use Tillman missiles, right? He put it right in our face, right? In little fucking satellites. It's the all-seeing eye in space. I mean, it's named in Lil, and I mean, it very much parallels what we just heard here 2-3 days ago on the Lost Book of Amy. And Josh Reeves is trying to figure out what the all-seeing eye is. I'm like, the fucking radar, dude. It's fucking radar. It's a fucking satellite today. It's satellite out in space reading the fucking solar wind. Dun dun dun. Keeping monitor over all the planets and the winds and the connections to the sun. That's what the little monitor does. It sees all. Is that coincidence? You know? Is it? Is it coincidence that NASA is using the Enlil satellites to see all the planets? His all-seeing eye? No, I won't accept that it is. It's not. It's not. It's not a fucking coincidence at all. Thank you. I'm not even going to wait for your answer. I'm going to answer that my fucking self. No, it's not. Oh my God. It's just not. Because they don't expect most of the fucking country or some of the world does, but not most of the world. Most of the world doesn't even know who fucking Inky is or Enlil. A lot of us do, and that number is growing. And they've been putting it in our face for a long time, Sean. I just didn't know because I never looked myself. I'm not making fun. I'm just saying this is really right in our faces. It really is. It's just nobody's ever looked. I'm guilty too. Hello. I'm not singling anybody out. I'm making fun of all of us. We're a bunch of fucktards. But at least we can admit it, right? Right? We were wrong. We're waking up. We're learning these things. Well, we lost this information a long time ago. Well, Enlil can't see through our soul, or they would have known what we were drawing. Uh, we were writing all about that in creation, real creation, energy moving through matter, frequency, magnetism. It's fucking beautiful. It's so simple. Our old language, it makes so much sense. And they took and twisted it. They told us they took and twisted it, and they gave us words. They told us we were primitive because we didn't speak. We spoke from the heart. We didn't need language. We literally use what they refer to today as telepathy. It's not a thing just certain people can do. That's how human beings were actually created to speak with each other. It's why it's one function of having a magnet. It's actually instantaneous at a distance. So, and you can't lie. We were very cooperative, very loving to each other, and they describe us like that. They really do. And then they talk about, of course, because they are the victor, so they had to demonize us and or make us less human than them. How else do we do it today when we're out murdering each other? Savages. They cut their little girls' clitoris off. We should kill them all. Got any of them foreskins over there, buddy? See, it's hypocritical. The whole fucking blame game. Millions and millions of little boys walking around as the same fucking victim as 12 little fucking Iman little victim girls, and we've got a whole nation over here ready to fucking burn Islam. It's, I'm not condoning anything they're doing. I'm just saying, look at what you're doing. That's that whole thou shalt cast no stone unless you sinning. So stop cutting your little boys' fucking penises, and maybe they'll stop cutting their little girls' clits. But I'm going to tell you what, right now, it's got to stop. It don't matter which side stops first. We got to fucking stop it. And that's what's important. Because we've been doing it too long. All of us. Every fucking one of us, including myself. I was out there, I signed up for it. And I went out there and I was blowing people up over there I didn't even know. And we ended up actually killing the people that fucking I went over there and signed up to help, which really pissed me off. In parallel universe, all that Mandela bullshit. That's more confusion. That's so much. I've seen as much information on that as I have the flat Earth that works. NASA lies. Oh my God. Yeah, well, through our hearts, our the intent, and it's when you get that gut feeling about somebody or whatever, you're getting their intent, and your gut's trying to tell you something. And if you actually were born and learn that's how you communicate, you'd be a lot better at it. We're told to ignore it. It's instantaneous. Yeah, in your heart as well. You've got a lot of brain actually in your gut too, in your gut, in your intestines, in your kidneys, livers. It's a whole network of neurons inside there that's actually more conglomerated than your brain pan. And they're all connected to your heart and your brain, so they're interconnected. It's, our bodies are fucking intensely amazing once you actually start looking into all of this. Holy cow. Somebody was really designing this shit. And you can tell, and the genetics can tell where somebody fucked with this too. That's like mainstream geneticism right now. They question, did we do it or did somebody else do it? But somebody did it. They can tell there's a couple of different places where we were messed with. As some say that the first time looked really good, but the second time looked as if somebody amateur had done it. And they wonder if, what that means and shit. Maybe we were trying to give ourselves more life or something. But, we'll have to find those stories because I haven't yet. Yeah, nobody wants to listen, Glenn. And they've made it to be so, exactly. But if you stick to something like the moon, look, the moon is doing fucking cartwheels, and if you're close to somebody, there shouldn't be a problem like easing them into it. Um, the moon looks a little odd, and 5 6 hours later, God, that really fucking rock and roll there. What the hell's going on there? It looks confounded, you know? And then from then on, they can never stop looking at the moon, and every time they do, it's at a different position. Like I keep saying, it's not a book that they can close when they're tired of looking at it. It's not a web page that they can turn off and go look at a cat video. It's a moon that they can never unsee again. And it's, of course, doing poop, poop, poop every night. So every time they look at it, it's going to look a little different. um, I think that's the best tool we got. So I don't know what else to even try to give. And, of course, it's not the moon doing cartwheels. It's fucking us. We're the ones that tilted. Well, I've got working models of why the moon's doing that. Homebrew does a couple of good ones too. I know. They do. They hurt my butt. And I got a bony ass to begin with, Catherine. I got a bony ass to begin with. Comes like sitting right on my fucking ass bone. Yep, it's all about perspective. And we used to spin like that in reference to the fucking ecliptic. And now we've tilted and we spin like this. Not that we're flat like my hand, we're like fucking like a ball. We used to fucking rotate like this, and now we rotate like that shit. Except we don't go back and forth. It's just my goddamn wrist, no matter how hard I try, won't go full circle. I'm just trying to get a point across. And I still get like confused people asking all these crazy questions. It's like, God, I thought it was pretty specific. Yeah, go with your gut feeling. That's what they say. I listen to my gut. Yeah, it does. No question, it does. Well, yeah, she hurts. She told me, Glenn, well, in her way, she loves everybody on the planet just like I love my kid. And there's some shit going on that, I'd be freaked out. She ain't feeling good for us, for what's happened, what's coming, how the people are acting that have done this to us. Um, and it's not fear she feels, it's pain, loss, potential loss, sadness. Um, yeah. See, we're not even on her timeline. She just understands this is what it looks like when God makes a promise and it's gonna happen. And she's concerned about others. She's concerned about her baby. She's concerned about her aunt, this planet over here, the Anunnakis, the people that have done this to us. There's a lot of turmoil there. Yeah, we're the ones to blame. All of us. We follow orders in general. We follow their plan. We do what they say. We're good little poodles, and that shit's got to stop. That's how you solve that. It's got to fucking stop. Well, they're on orders. It's all controlled opposition. It's scripted that way. It's not coincidence we're walking into Megiddo and we're sitting in Syria where Damascus is. Ever read that last book? You mentioned Damascus. All this Babylonian stuff that we do. It's not coincidence. It's script. We're right there. People don't even want to know it. I mean, for God's sake, read Isaiah 24:23. In the end of days, the moon will be confounded. Been doing it for 10 years. That began in tribulation. Tribulation 10 years. Coming up next month. What's up, Brew? The poodle is done. I love it. The poodle is done. The poodle has had enough. God, I need to find a better place to sit. So, if any of you guys seen Shade, it's a movie here on YouTube. I think it's mostly about chemtrails, but it gets into some conspiracy stuff. The guy that did that film is going to be here tomorrow. Wanting to talk about current affairs. I do need one, Glenn. I've got bubble wrap. It just makes a lot of noise and then it goes flat. I got a bony ass. With his name, he's actually in that film too. He'll be here tomorrow though. He's coming up from Dallas right now. I wasn't sure who he was, and I've seen him. His name's Shepard Embellis. Embellis. Yep, I'm gonna have to get to work here, so I'm gonna stretch my butt. Anyways, yeah, he'll be here tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. I don't know what he's gonna be wanting to do as far as interview goes either. I saw he used to work with Alex Jones. Yeah, that guy. Do you? Well, he's gonna be at my house tomorrow. With cameras. I don't know. Just me and Seamus right now. No Patches and Chico. Well, he just told me today he is on his way from Dallas this morning. About 8 o'clock a.m. Yeah, he already asked if I smoke. He seemed like a pretty good guy. He looked a little tired when I was talking to him. He'll definitely be tired by the time he gets here. No, he don't know me. I don't know how he heard of me either, for sure. And I had turned him down. He wanted me to come on his show. He kind of got mad at me because I turned him down. And he came back like a week later. I think he looked at what I have and got interested. So that's the story. That's all I know about him. I have no idea. I don't think so. I'm going to give him everything I got, and whatever he takes, he can run with. You know what? That's what I said when we was in COVID lockdown. I was like, man, I'm bored and I need something pretty. So I went to making that, and that took me about 2 hours to make that little pipe right there. But it was a good show. We had fun. The actual show went on for like 8, I think, or 9, but it took me about 2 hours to make that pipe. That one's really worked. Honeycombed out. Oh. But yeah, I figured I'd let you guys know. I don't know what's I don't know what time he's getting here. I don't know. I'll probably meet him at his hotel first. One, just to make sure it's him. I mean, I've spoken to him by face. I don't know if somebody was holding a gun to his head though or not. I'm just that fucking paranoid. Watch me. They've already tried to kill me. I ain't being paranoid. Shit's fucking real. And this guy came at me out of the blue. All I'm saying, it reassures me that you know who he is. That's cool. Because I mean, I went and looked him up, and it's sure as hell it's the guy I'm talking to. Yes, Captain. Yeah. Dave don't like to talk about the moon. He got an object he named though. He's doing good. He's got about half the picture, and I've told Dave that forever. I don't have anything against what he says so far. Too much. Other than the fact that he only has about half the picture. And he don't like to hear the other half. I've had, yeah, Dave don't like me. It's okay. Dave's fans don't like me. It's okay. But I view him like scientifically. He has good information, but he's only got half the picture. And I wish he could just, at some point, you just wonder if they will ever look and see. Who knows? He ain't gonna talk about the moon doing cartwheels, though. That's a fucking indicator to me that he ain't trying to give anybody anything that they can actually grab a hold of. Because he sure as hell knows about it. I can promise you that. That's been my problem with most of these big channels, like the prophecy channels, Pastor Paul and the two brothers, uh, fucking all these Beaver. That motherfucker will turn off his chat if I show up there with the moon. He'll just turn it off at this point. They'll turn his fucking chat off. He'll show up with the moon. Yeah, the constellations also. They're all doing acrobatics. Yes, I worked for a congressman, legitimately. And I've tried to give, I mean, you would think, come on, a sitting senator comes to your whistleblower site, or a sitting senator's top investigator, anyways, giving you the moon, something you can actually look at, giving you congressional proof that, here, look, I correspond with this motherfucker, and this turned into law. Dates are right, everything's right, content's right, everything, I'm traceable right back to where I say I am traceable to. You would think any one of them would jump at a fucking chance to fucking talk to me, wouldn't you? I've given them meat on a cross 300 fucking times, and then I let it go, and that includes Dave Dobbs. Now this guy came at me, Shepard, from out of the middle of nowhere. I don't know where he came from, and he makes me a little nervous because he used to work with Alex Jones, and so did his partner. I'm not sure who his partner is. Is it this lady you're talking about? Then yes, she's coming, I think. And I know nothing about it. Honestly, I don't. So I just know what he's told me, and I'm going with my gut feeling that I should probably go talk to this guy at least and see what he wants, see what he's got in mind. He seems pretty straightforward to me, but we'll see. Like I said, I'm giving him a chance. He'll be here tomorrow. What time? I don't know. But he's actually coming to La Junta to hang out. Well, when you're talking to somebody they've actually tried to kill, they threatened my son, I'm going to feel him out before I ever bring him around here. you know, but he says he wants to watch me blow some glass and get that on film. And I'm okay with that as long as he passes the sniff test. I ain't never met this guy. I don't know him. I'm going to meet him at his hotel or somewhere neutral in La Junta, and I'll bring him home if I approve what I'm saying. Well, that's another thing I was telling him about yesterday. I was like, there is a patches factor here. She is going to howl and bawl and jump on you and try and knock you down and give you kisses and rip your body, sit in your lap. yes, yes, Chico will eat him. He'll probably jump about 3 foot high until he gets picked up and talks about how cute he is. Well, I'm going to take my laptop to his wherever we're meeting so he can see. I want to see how much he's looked at my material that I've come across here. Because I think that should be the focus, not really my glass blowing. But I mean, he's interested in getting some footage of that too. Fucking Pastor Paul. Why won't Pastor Paul talk about the confounded moon? Yeah, I know. He says you do smoke, right? And I'm like, well, yeah. That's what I'm saying, Glenn. I'm not sure how much material of mine he's actually looked at. So, um, but yeah, it's good to know that some people know him and he's active and stuff. Because I didn't know he smoked. Well, I watched this movie Shade, and he interviewed a whole bunch of different kind of people, and I'm all like, well, I kind of fit into his genre. I might want to make myself a tinfoil hat. I don't know. But I also keeping in mind large production people like that can take and most of what you say end up on the production floor. So you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what comes out of it. He's making a movie. Like Shade. So he's making another movie. This is what this is. He's traveling around the country doing this, and I'm one of his stops. And this just came about this week. It kind of, like I said, I'm still on. I got my head on a swivel on it, regardless. Yeah, I don't know any of them. I don't know any. I don't get around. I don't do websites. I don't do web pages. I don't do other people's webcasts. usually they piss me off. And like I said, I looked at Shepherds and I said, he wanted me on his show. And I was like, no. Because he had Sion on and all these other people. And I just don't see where this kind of information should be messed up with known fucking paid liars. Um, so I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to see what he's got in mind first. I ain't even going to promise you I'll be in his film. I'm just saying he's going to be here. I'm not about views. I'm about pure truth. If he wants to fill an hour and a half, I've got 5 of those shows of information we lost thousands of years ago. If he wants to make a real fucking eye catcher, a world changer. Have you even seen my little 15-minute video? This should very well change the world. Just ask. This should very well change the world. That video, that 15 minutes alone, you could do an expanded show on. And it should change the world. All right. It shouldn't bring in good beer. It should change the fucking world in every aspect of our lives. Right now, without 3 suns, without your magnet, it should change the fucking world instantaneously. We don't need fuel anymore to run our planes, trains, automobiles, our electric generating plants, nothing. Absolutely change the fucking world if somebody ran with it. So we'll see what he wants to do tomorrow. I love you too, Glenn. Fuck off. It should very well change the world. And I want to see what he wants to do tomorrow. That's my whole thing. I've told him to come up, go ahead. He's got to come up and visit somebody else here in this state anyway. I've already talked to him FaceTime over here. My glass broke, you got it. I've got live cast over here. It'll be cast on Angry Catfish's page. But as usual, I don't intend to tape negotiative meetings. My glass is broken. I like it. I'm always saying my pipe's broken when I run out of weed. That's some good shit. My glass is broken. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about it. He seems pretty legit. It just, like I said, his content on his channel turned me off. It just did. He had Scott Sion and Albers crowd, and all the whole bunch of them over there. So just that's what made me a little bit about it. Well, that's what I'm not even sure he really knows what I've got over here, Glenn, in my little pocket. And I mean, once he finds out, how could he not want to fucking do something about this? And obviously, he's got an hour and a half, 2 hours to fucking kill. Well, good, because I smoke a lot and I don't give a fuck. Who knows either? I've invited the sheriff of Haywood County, North Carolina, into my house, try to arrest me because I'm up here smoking my marijuana, as I said. I believe she was too, or somebody was. Something happened there, Kim, because I'll be damned if you can actually find much about that woman. Even I did a video. She ain't even at that obscure fucking South Africa fucking college that she said she was. You can't find her on the dean's list. She's not in the. Yeah, I did a video. I looked, just did a rudimentary look. You could tell she wasn't leaving no actual fingerprints where she said she was. And what she's doing, has done, and pretty much it's everything she's ever done is on YouTube. So, yeah, I gotta agree with it. Well, see, that's one thing that really, window. When I start talking about Raw and Dingley Cobra, I sound like an absolute fucking nut job, don't I? If you just closed your eyes, didn't look at Raw and the Dingley Cobra behind us and understand what you're looking at, I sound like an absolute fucking nut job. He doesn't have video on his shows. That was the main deciding factor right there. Actually, that's that was like pretty much the deciding factor right there. There's no video involved, and this shit has to be shown, not talked about. You have to look at I've talked and told a personal friend for 4 years, and he wasn't a friend. Somebody I dealt with. He acted like a friend. I think as some of his family, his friends, but I don't know what's up with the guy. Either way, for 4 years, he kept telling his wife, who saw it, and I feel she's my friend. She's a real good lady, and she actually took time to listen and go look, and she saw it doing cartwheels. And me and her had a lot of good conversation. And then she got sick, and he took over. And one day the moon was on its side, and for 4 years he had told her, "Man, every time I look at it, it looks normal." So I drive up and fucking put my arm around and be like, "What's normal about that?" And it's laying there like a little fucking grin on the horizon. The guy turns white. You can't just tell somebody. You gotta show. You gotta fucking show. That's why I started out my video today with the moon doing cartwheels and John. Because I mean, it's fucking doing that every fucking night. And if you don't show somebody, they're gonna think I sound crazy. So it makes a radio show really hard to do. Yeah, I can talk my ass off, but all you got to do is see like 30 seconds of pictures, and we can talk about it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. It's like, fuck, look at this hieroglyph. Here's how that happened. Show you what symbols are what. I mean, that I liked that format on World News Guy, like I said, but I don't think I'm going to do any more with him either. And he wanted to do specifically one on that this week. But I'm looking at all the shit he's been doing this week. And he's divisive and fucking anti everything he just laid out in the last video that we did together on his channel. So I don't think I'm going to be doing any more with him, regardless of what he wants to talk about at this point either. I'm very picky. Watch me. This can't be fucking mixed up with some wishy-washy bullshit. People need to lay eyes on it so they know that they can also read a hieroglyph. That's what's important here. I'm trying to get people back their humanity and their secrets and stuff. So yeah, it's honestly that was the main deciding factor that I didn't want to do it on his show. And to boil it down to the deciding factor of it, that would be it. Yeah, coast to coast is rough. See, I've been in that situation because I used to call coast to coast. Linda Moulton Howe was on his show one night, and I could called him as Senator Davis's investigator. Current, sitting there on my mountain, blowing glass at night, and I got him. I got through, and I'm all like, "Oh my God, man! Look, you got to look at the moon." And Linda Moulton Howe says, "Oh, I'm an amateur astronomer. That's impossible. If it was doing that, I would have noticed." And they cut me off. Boop. That was it. No, don't work. I haven't listened to fucking George Norrie since that night. Every time somebody mentions Linda Moulton Howe, I want to fucking spit in their face. Amateur astronomer, my ass. That bitch ain't never fucking looked at the moon. She fucking hadn't seen that shit turning by then because that was like fucking 3 years into it. Telling you, fucking George Norrie. I used to listen to that every night while I was working. It used to be my go-to. I swear to God, man. I lived out in LA, man. That shit was live right there, coast to coast, motherfuckers. Yeah, man, I fucking loved it. Loved it. Then I got Linda Moulton Howe right off the fucking show about them. That was my first letdown. It hurt. Still hurts to this day. I'll fight. Oh God. It's the hair on your lip. Oh my God. I know. Yeah, I'm just saying, you gotta look at this shit because it's fucking incredible. I walk up to you and say, "Hey man, you know Raw ain't no God Egypt. Yeah, it's fucking Magna Signature, Dingley Cobra." You go like walk home and tell your old lady, "Man, I just met this fucking nut. I swear to God, he's the craziest thing I ever talked to in my life." See how that conversation starts? Oh my God. So I'm going to enjoy actually being able to show him why I chose not to go on his fucking radio show. Because I know he hasn't really looked at my content. He just knows I'm a senator's ex. I've got information about why we're in lockdown. That's why he's doing this. I'm going to show him why. Rather than tell him why. Kind of excited if he's really legit, and he seems to be legit. We'll see. Like I said, I don't know. I just talked to him this week and on the phone. to face on FaceTime. So I've actually seen he is who he says he is. Yeah, he gonna get stoned. I got some good weed. Some good hash. I'm not really sure exactly what he's doing. I'm for sure. I don't, like I said, I'm gonna find out tomorrow. We'll see. I would smoke dope with Willie every day. Every day. I would get down. I would even drink a little bit of whiskey if Willie made me. Woo, boy, he don't get no better than that. Kidding me. Oh, I am Willie. Shit. Shit. Well, it's because he's on his way here, window. That's some good shit. The 6-pointer in Japan. I told you probably this afternoon. Thank you, John. Yeah, there'll be more to come. It's not fair. He's good. Yeah, well, that's cool. I didn't know you guys knew him or you knew him anyway. But yeah, I'm like I said, it depends on what he intends to do. I'm not even sure on that. I just know he wants to talk to me because I've got some information and I can prove who I am. So, like I said, any of these truther channels should jump on it anyways. I would. I would. I've tried to give myself to all of them. Rex Bear and fucking Luke from fucking We Are Change and all of them. All of them. This guy come at me out of the blue. Kind of scared me. Yeah, now you know. you know. You know why he's not there? He's on his way to talk to me. I'm like I said, I'm not even sure for sure what he's wanting to talk about. I'm ready to prove who I am and give him what I got. And I don't even think he knows what I got. So honestly, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to meet him probably at his hotel and find out, and we'll go from there. But I'm glad that somebody who has been claiming to be a truther is wanting to talk to me, anyways. Because most of them, most of the bigger channels don't want to. And I don't know. We'll see what happens. People talked over. Marijuana's a smoke. I might watch it later. I'm going to talk to the man tomorrow. That'll tell me more in his last show. I'm not sure I know who Graham is. Graham Simpson. I'm not sure. I don't know. Nemesis and KV. Oh, all these are people. Okay, that come with him. That's right. He was telling me, what's her fucking name? He told me her name. And then this Nemesis person. Cool. Honestly, in their hearts out to expose the truth about this shit, they're going to run with what we've got. So it should be a good day then. Hoping for one. Okay. Maybe that's where he heard me from. Hey, Nemesis. Is this the Nemesis you're talking about, Linda? 11:22. Well, like I said, I'm going to see him tomorrow. I'm pretty excited. Get his energy. I watched his movie today. Like I said, though, I'm not sure exactly what he's doing. He's just traveling the country getting interviews. I'm not sure what information he knows I have. That's so I'm not exactly sure what information he's after because I've got a lot of it. And I show, what I've done, who I am. Yeah, he's actually between here in Dallas right now, as I understand. But like I just told you what I know, which is nothing. Yeah, we're gonna see how it goes in the morning, I guess. That's what he told me, yeah, about 8 o'clock this morning. He said he was in Dallas picking up some equipment and on his way out here. But what he wants from me, I don't know. He just keeps saying he wants to interview me. He wants to see my glass blowing and shit like that. And um, said I'm going to meet him in a neutral place. And just, I've never met him before, so I don't know. I'm going to bring him home. until I meet him. Make sure his cameras ain't guns. I don't know. Yeah, they've tried to kill me before. I'm a little paranoid. And like I said, I've tried to be to every damn big channel in the world, and they won't talk to sitting senators and ex-investigators. So this guy comes at me out of the blue. It makes me wonder who he is. And I see Alex Jones and stuff, and I'm all like, well, this guy's pretty into it. But the reason I chose not to go on his radio show is because, like I said, I mean, I start talking to you about a fucking dingly cobra and Ra ain't no god. You're gonna fucking go home and talk to your old lady like, hey man, I just met the craziest motherfucker you ever seen. He did this with his dingly cobras. All right. So you got to see this kind of shit to believe it, right? You got to look at the moon to fucking know it's doing cartwheels, right? So, yeah, that doesn't work on a radio show very well. It doesn't translate very well. Yeah, well, I don't think he's going to be toting any guns. That's all I'm saying. Well, look, I've got the Microsoft CEO or CEO, ex CEO of Microsoft International, Vice President of Paramount Pictures, fucking sending people around to my house and following me around everywhere. And then this guy shows up. So, yeah, I'm just on paranoid, but I'm willing to meet him. And if he's on the up and up, I'm sure we'll have a good time. If we run out, there's a club right down the street that likes my glass. We'll go negotiate with rifle cases. Oh my god. You're his mod? Okay. Well, I'll tell you that's honestly that was my deciding factor that I couldn't be on his show in the first place because how am I going to talk to somebody about the fucking waxing and waning moon without showing them homebrewed little fucking thing? Be like, look, the moon's doing this. Watch it. It's doing it. And then show him Ra in his tunic and they're on his little. I mean, you got to see the hieroglyph and the symbols that I have actually monitored for years and years that were on that hieroglyph to understand. I could talk all day and people just would have no reference. So I felt like I would be confusing people. It would be an opportunity to confuse people rather than educate folks. But if you had a video podcast or whatever, man, I'd do it all day long. And this seems to be what he's doing. He's doing a video. He's bringing cameras. So, like I said, I mean, I'm not even sure what his video's about or his movie. He's doing a movie. I'm not even sure what it's about. But when he looks at what we've got, it might be about that. I really don't think he understands what we've stumbled across here. Because it's really extensive. So I'm not even sure what he wants from me as far as information goes. So we'll find out tomorrow, right? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Nemesis. I wasn't trying to be personal about it. I think at first he took it personally, but we both went to our little corners and calmed down and talked like adults. And he's coming out here to talk. So it kind of surprised me. And that's what I'm thinking on. I'm not going to watch any more of his videos. I want to get a feel for him. Me. You bet. You bet. We'll go with my gut. Because I'm bringing this guy home, maybe. That's all I'm saying. The moon does what it wants to. But yeah, I'm glad you understand it. You know the work and stuff that I've done because yeah, it would just be a fucking soup sandwich on a radio show. I think I just I can talk all day right off the top of my head, but if you haven't seen this shit, I sound like a fucking absolute nutball. Ta-da. So I was like, radio show? Nah, that's not gonna work for me. I've worked with Terry Gilliam, who loved me and wanted me to go partner up with him on his uh, double tree adventure in England over there. I've worked with some big names, marquee motherfuckers. Uh, like I said, I've never been a big exposure guy. I really don't. Uh, I don't care if people ever know my name, as long as things change. I want to meet this guy and just have pure feeling for who he is after a fucking big, long, fucking at least 8 hour drive here, you know? Yeah, Terry Gilliam uh, was the director of 12 Monkeys, and he loved me to death. Uh, his partner, Jeffrey Beecroft, didn't, though, so I chose not to go to Doubletree with him. Yep. I did a lot of work on that particular movie with them, very personal with Terry Gilliam. He'll remember me all his life as Catfish. He fought to get me into the union in the IATSE in Philadelphia because they didn't like me being on the set at all because I wasn't in the IATSE. I was working for Terry Gilliam. I've got my credibles. I've got my credibles. I got my credibles, my little ducks in a row. Yeah, he's on his way here to see me. Glad I could help you put that puzzle together. Yeah, Patches is going out. Her and Chico are going to go pay. Rescues little Timmy from the well. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, little Timmy. I gotta make me some fucking raw bubblers for my local fucking store, too. Which is another thing I've got to pull points for once I get started here. He better be nice to Patches. Patches is a good girl. But, like I said, she's going to want to jump up on him and rip his clothes off and give him kisses and climb right inside his little bunghole as deep as she can get and wiggle around. I ain't stressed. I just want to get a feel for him before I go dragging him home, Glenn. Yeah, Patches is fuck, man. She's this big in her head, and then she's as big as Chico. You know what I mean? And she's oh dear. I done warned him. I said she's gonna try her hardest to knock you down, and climb inside your bunghole, man. Just woohoo! Because you came for one purpose, and just to see her. Period. You're only here to see her. That's why you came. And she's gonna make sure that you have every opportunity to do so. She is freaking awesome. But she's very dangerous because she's very fucking big. And she is powerful. She has huge hunting dog claws. She doesn't have claws like most dogs. So when she'll jump on you, she can scratch you and not mean to. But I like to warn people ahead of time that that is a possibility. So guard from it because expect it. Yeah, he gets to meet the babies. That's what I'm saying. I want to meet this guy first before I bring him to my baby. But they might actually end up in the movie, little movie stars. 140 pounds. Yes, CH is just like that. Something wrong with them dogs. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Settle down. It'd be like a fucking teenager up here with a tail, running around. Yeah. It's nuts. A plucked chicken. Oh, shit. Oh, good hash. I am impressed with some of this hash that I've been getting recently. It's really good. And he coming up from Dallas. He coming up from Dallas. He coming up from Dallas. Dallas. Yeah. Ain't got no recreationals. Ain't got no recreationals. We got recreationals. You can just chill out. You can park your car, take your car keys out, fucking smoke you a bowl, and be like, sit there and watch your sunsets. And the cop roll up. You got your shit all in the trunk and shit. He'd be like, "You got any weed in the car?" I'd be like, "Yeah, man, I got some in the fucking trunk, man." And then he'll look at it and see you got a bowl and some weed. He'll be like, "Why did I even waste my time? Because that ended years ago." This one cop, fucking state cop, pulls me over. I got on my big weed shirt, everything right. He pulls me over for. He said he pulled me over for my cracked windshield, right? And I don't know why he pulled me over, but he was just trying to get a feel for who I was. Man, motherfucker walked up and he saw that big old pot shirt, and you should see the look of disappointment on his face because he knew I wasn't doing a goddamn thing he could arrest me for. I knew I was at home. Oh my god, that's some good shit. Oh man. Well, it's going to be a good thing for him. I don't know if he's been in Colorado to experience that or not. I don't know who the guy is, really. Like I said, he just called me a week ago and said he might be passing through. And he called me yesterday and said he's coming. And I was like, oh, well then. And here we are today, waiting for tomorrow. That's great. A little bit short notice. So I really don't have a lot of information on what he's doing. How's that? I hope so. I would hope he recognizes what we got. Because I do get the impression he really doesn't know uh, what we got over here. I don't know. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. He's into asteroids and stuff. He's into all this other distraction. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to put it all together. He seems like an intelligent kind of guy, and I've got a good map. But like I said, Nemesis, it has to be seen. So I'm really happy that he's going to see it because I'm taking this motherfucker right here with me. You know, so I think it's going to piece together everything he's wanting to know about this whole big thing anyway. Now, like I said, I'm not even sure what topic he's going after here. It's just I don't know what have you guys told him about me? Fuck, because I get that impression that that's probably the only thing he really knows about me. I don't know. I have all kinds of stories. Pop quiz. Oh shit. Hang on. Fuck. Pop quiz. Oh my. Oops, something went wrong. Um, Pop quiz. Something went wrong. The puppy biting the cord. Looks like animal CPR. Animal CPR. I'm going animal CPR because the puppy was biting the cord. It says something went wrong. It looked sparkish, like there were sparks going on. I'm guessing we need animal CPR. Now, if they're choking, grab that little motherfucker by the back and talk about bop, 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 right there on the back of their fucking. No, refresh the page. Okay, let me try it again. YouTube Studio. We'll refresh the page. Fucking dog's still there. The fucking dog's still there. He bit a cord. Did anybody else get the puppy biting the cord with electric sparks flying out of its mouth? Because I just did. Listen to her digging in here trying to get in my dungeon. The link works for you. Now that one looks even different. Hang on. That one looks different. It's taking me to Homebrew's channel. Pop quiz, 3-minute video.
Hello and welcome to our channel.
Fucktards.
Pop quiz. Don't you love hearing those words? Well,
Oh my god.
you're in one now.
No way.
But this is fun because this is learning. All right, so pop quiz is going to be about what's going on in these two frames in this 5-hour window.
Oh,
but
god.
to be fair, I just wanted to explain the basics to everybody real quick.
Holy fuck.
The sun is to the right on both of these in this case. We are looking down at the North Pole of Earth here. That's the view. This one here, we're looking at the equator, north, south, equatorial view in a sense, okay? They're synced together, 5-hour window. You can read the timestamps. But I also need to let you know, as part of this quiz, this is the most up-to-date information from SWPC about solar wind as measured from Discover. That's the active satellite right there. This is active. Okay. I'm just going to refresh this so you see that it's up to date. This I set it up for a 6-hour window.
That's the current velocity.
So we only have 5 hours on this one back over there on the other page. Okay.
Current velocity.
Now, note this column here. This is speed in kilometers per second. Okay. 325. No wind detected at Discover was over coming from the sun is over that level. Okay. This is what
then, see, here's
the purpose of the satellite is to
why would that be?
give us warning. Basically a 2-hour warning of what's coming. It's measuring what's going to hit Earth in 2 hours. That's what I figured out. Because something happens here and 2 hours later we see it here. Okay? All right.
How can the sun have no wind?
Since I'm going to let it start at the beginning, but I'm going to talk and go over a few things. Waiting. The satellites are orbiting Earth inside the bow shock, so we got to understand that. This is what Discover is reading out here on this side of the bow shock, but inside the bow shock is what the satellites are recording inside. Okay, go.
So that's the last 5 hours, huh? See,
silence is intentional.
Somebody's trying to pull at Mama's dress. Mama farted. And they're playing with the dress again. Look at that shit. Oh, Mama's little fart. She's building up right. Look. Oh,
All right, so that's a full loop.
what's the
Now,
question?
if you've been watching my videos and I set up a playlist specifically for ISWA on my channel, so I'll make those easier to my tutorial videos and just kind of going over what's going on. All right, so did you guys see what I'm trying to show you here?
Yeah, I see a big magnet.
You figured out the answer yet?
Wind and feeding in, and Mama's feeding
You know,
in.
combine the information from both signets.
Wait a minute, did I talk through your question again?
All right, so
Why do you let me on your channel? I'm going
let's
to give you a
see. I want
thumbs
to
up
be
for putting up
clear
with
what I'm looking for. Because what I think you'll do is I will see what your comments are, and that will be how you answer the quiz. So
Is
I'm looking
Venus-
for one specific thing that
Is Venus in that picture?
how to ask this. Definitely one specific thing. What is how? There you go.
Oh,
All
God.
right, so
Well.
you got 30 seconds to answer in the comments.
Oh, Jesus, I already
No,
thought of
I'm
30
kidding.
different ways it's reacting because of the
I'm
environment.
looking forward to your answers.
There's a
And
sun.
I'm gonna make another
and then
video
this
on
planet,
something else
and
right
it's
now.
trapping in with this magnet.
So
We
see you in a
got,
few minutes.
the Cherenkov radiation. Oh my God, the video ended. See, I can't do it in 30 seconds, John. That's a pretty good video, but I mean, I'm gonna just have to pause it because I can't.
Hello and welcome to my channel.
Oh,
In this video,
you're supposed to say fucktards right after that. I wrote that into the script. Did you write that out yourself? You welcome to my channel, fucktard. Oh no! I know you wrote it out yourself. I wrote it in there. Oh my God. It seems like there's a lot interfering with us, behind us, and in front of us, right? How would winds reach stall speed if we ain't getting pressured out from the back? Whew, the crunch is just getting bigger than the bow shock, isn't it? Oh wow. Um, yeah, it's pretty. Uh, it's um, it's a lot more evident than when we first started watching this together, wasn't isn't it? That's about all I can really say to sum it up. It's a lot more concrete now. What's going on? And NASA is coming up with some crazy fucking stories. The zip jet, the fucking zip jet. You know what a zip jet? I looked up a zip jet, okay, and I was like confused at first. I'm like, how is? Because I go over the story about how when I looked up Weasel Dick, I redid my search because I couldn't believe it was actually Weasel Dick. And I was searching up. Well, I kept getting this fucking engine design, and I'm like, yeah, that's not right. And I said zip jet NASA, and I was like, and the same things keep coming up, and I'm all like, hmm. They're talking about a capacitance discharge engine, okay, for a space phenomenon in the magnetosphere. So what did they just tell us? Mom's a capacitance discharge and pushing herself through space with close fucking field lines of energy. And there's other, but well, they left out this part, and there's other ones just like her doing that same thing against us behind us. And that's just the long and the short of it, because that's what's happening. And Iswa, the push is getting so strong now. Iswa can discern what is Earth and what isn't Earth now pretty well. Oh, I turned off the video, man. You're gonna have to relink it, John. Because I don't see the link. Here, I'll go look for it. Yes. Or can't be too far. You guys talk a lot. Jesus. There it is. 2-4, what? 438. Ah, wrong window.
Hello, but the purpose of the satellite is to
438. It's what? It's only 3 minutes long, John.
all right. So that's a full loop.
What? Am I looking at the wrong video? 435. It's only 3 minutes long, John. Right? No, here we go. 435. Okay.
Based on these models, how is this environment behaving this way? There you go.
Well, that kind of
All right,
leaves it
so
wide open. I
got-
heard the question. How is this environment behaving this way? I think I covered it because we got a big sun pushing a planet behind us. Some moons, maybe. I don't know how they would classify that. Maybe 2 planets and some moons. Locally, well, because there's another magnet in the region. There's closed field lines. There's energy discharge. There's Cherenkov radiation buildup because of the magnet field behind us, trapping in from the big planet and the substantial bodies around it. Whether you want to call those Earth-sized things moons or planets, I don't know the function of them. They look like definitely some of them are moons because they're hanging off a rock. But I mean, in one word, raw. How's that? Raw. Is that? I don't know what you're looking for. It just leaves it because I can think of so many things that's going on in that picture. You know, I can, so can you. I'm just wondering because you kind of left it like, how is this environment acting this way? And it's like, well, I don't know. Raw. He can't give away the answer. Can I give away the answer? It's raw. It's IMF. It sure as hell ain't Earth. Oh my god. Maybe it's a staff of Ra. Haven't decided yet. No, don't tell me. I'm just saying the way you stated it was a little bit general. Because I can think of a lot of it. I mean, how is this environment acting this way? Well, first off, it's acting in quite a few ways. In which way are you wanting a specific answer to? Um, the solar winds, wind speeds, the tornadic activity, the cause of the Cherenkov radiation. I don't know. Here's a long list of those. That's all I'm saying. I could go on all day. I'm just yeah, one word. Um, NASA. Oh Jesus! Now John wants to punch me. Oh God. Zip jet. No, that's two words. Raw. That's what I keep coming up with too. CH is raw. Look, here he is. He's giving me the yeah. He gonna give me the answer. He gonna smack me with it. He said, "That's some good shit." Oh God. Like, well, I was right the first time with the puppy. Animal CPR. You need compression. Fuck. Don't fuck with me. Oh God. That's some good shit, John. But that's true. But that's the cause of everything else I just said too. Compression. I didn't give you compression. That's what that smack was. That's compression, isn't it? Oh God, that's good. So I failed the pop quiz. But I mean, what's the cause of the magnetic compression? Raw. I gotta back up. See, uh, thinking environmentally. Yeah, I'm thinking that fucking magnet is. Yeah, exactly. Pushing on our ass. He's playing with mom's dress, man. Told you he's playing with mom's dress over there. He got a little wedge going up and it looks suspicious. I'm like, easy up there, Raw. that's that's definitely the staff of Raw. Feel a little pressure. Oh shit! I got a blue glass. Stop talking. Ding. See, I've been listening to too much cuneiforms on how this shit works. I know what Ron's up to. he's he's blowing wind. Uh huh. Yeah, love is the answer for everything, including what do we do about Raw. Love Mama. She needs some help over here. Not against Ra. That's her daddy, not her God, creator. Just her father, son. First creation's great big creation. I was like, dang. This guy's a fucking living creature too. They ain't the only ones. They're just the ones that are in our vicinity that we know about. Why do you think Toth got that ibis head? We ain't seen his magnet signature, but I'm betting you money is he's in what our original writings as one of his planets. He's mom's brother. Can't think of the title to the next one. We can be up with it until you decide the title. I hate that. It's like, what do you name a fucking video like this? Oh my god. What did I name the one? Fucktards can't understand normal thinking. Fucktard cunts. You know? Yeah, I did. That was just recently too. I had to. That's one of my like in the last month. I did. So fucktard can't understand normal thinking or something like that in the title. I was like, where people understand that? More as small fuckery and do. Uh-oh. That's pretty controversial shit, dude. I've oh god. Is my video still up about Dutch sucking dick? John. Is it okay? I can't believe I said that. But that's probably concerned or some shit. I was like, yeah, I can. Oh my god. He'll probably be upset. I don't care. He's always upset when I start talking. This is why I stop talking to the motherfucker. It's up. Thank you, sir. See? See? Oh man. Don't y'all send me no motherfucking none of these people talking about dues, man. I'm gonna jump on their necks. I'm just oh, I can't take it. It did. It did. I'm glad. It was meant to. I'm glad it making you laugh. That's good. I try. I try to think of the most outlandish shit to name my stuff. Fucking fucktards unite. Oh, and classics like I don't give a fuck. Like, there you go. Love life. That's what you're here to do. Love life and help life, heal life, and protect life. That's our job. It's our job. It ain't 9 to 5. It's 24/7. I'll take it. Let's listen to what Josh says. He's going to tell us about things, stuff tonight. Let's see where we're at. We're at like the second video of this to the last. Then it skips to Lost Book of Inky Part 13. So we may have to listen to that too, because I don't think we have. It doesn't look like we have, because this is a playlist that we're playing off of. Same. Anyway, we're about 3/4 of the way through this one.
Position to Marduk's hegemony. Those attacks delayed but did not prevent the eventual adoption of the sign of the cross in Assyria itself. As royal monuments reveal, it was worn most conspicuously by Assyrian kings on their chests near their hearts, the way devout Catholics wear the cross nowadays. Religiously and astronomically, it was a most significant gesture. That it was also a widespread manifestation is suggested by the fact that in Egypt too, depictions were found of a king god wearing, like his Assyrian counterparts,
I don't like Facebook
the sign
much,
of the cross on his chest.
I use it for documentation purposes
Adoption
mostly.
of the sign of the cross as the emblem of the
And infiltration.
Assyria and elsewhere was not a surprise.
I've taken on
The
infiltration
sign had been used before by the
as my main
Sumerians and
purpose for
Akkadians.
Facebooking lately.
Nibiru let crossing be its
Honestly.
name, the epic of creation
Which is kind of
stated,
fun.
and accordingly its symbol, the cross,
I
had
used to
been
hide
employed
it.
in Sumerian glyptic to denote Nibiru, but then it always signified its return into visibility.
I don't need it.
The Enuma
Okay.
Elish, the epic of creation, clearly stated
Everybody got it now.
that after the celestial battle with Tiamat, the invader made a grand orbit around the sun and returned to the scene of the battle. Since Tiamat orbited the sun in a plane called the ecliptic, as other members of our subplanetary family do, it is to that place in the heavens that the invader had to return. And when it does so, orbit after orbit after orbit, it is there that it crosses the plane of the ecliptic. A simple way to illustrate this would be to show the orbital path of the well-known Halley's Comet, which emulates on a greatly reduced scale the orbit of Nibiru. Its inclined orbit brings it as near to the sun from the south from below the ecliptic near Uranus, with arches above the ecliptic, and makes the turn around the sun saying hello to Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. And then it comes down and crosses the ecliptic near the site of Nibiru's celestial battle with Tiamat. The crossing marked X and is gone, only to come back as its orbital destiny prescribes. That point in the heavens and in time is called the crossing. It is then, the Enuma Elish stated, that the planet of the Anunnaki becomes the planet of the cross. Sumerian texts dealing with landmark events in Mankind's saga provide specific indications regarding the periodic appearance of the planet of the Anunnaki, approximately every 3,600 years, and always at crucial junctions in Earth's and mankind's history. It was at such times that the planet was called Nibiru, and its glyptical depictions, even in early Sumerian times, were the cross. That record began with the deluge. Several texts dealing with the deluge associated the watershed catastrophe with the appearance of the celestial god Nibiru in the age of the lion, circa 10,900 BCE. It was the constellation of the lion that measured the waters of the deep. One text described the appearance of Nibiru at deluge time as a radiating star and depicted it accordingly. When they shall call out flooding, it is the god Nibiru, Lord whose shining crown with terror is laden. Daily within the lion he is a fire. The planet returned, reappeared, and again became Nibiru when mankind was granted farming and husbandry. In the mid-8th millennium BCE, depictions on cylinder sea seals illustrating the beginning of agriculture used the sign of the cross to show Nibiru visible in Earth's skies. Finally, and most memorably for the Sumerians, The planet was visible once again when Anu and Antu came to Earth on a state visit circa 4000 BCE in the Age of the Bull. The city that was later known for a millennia as Uruk was established in their honor. A ziggurat was erected, and from its stages the appearance of the planets on the horizon as the night sky darkened was observed. When Nibiru came into view, a shout went up. The Creator's image has arisen, and all present broke into hymnal songs of praise for the planet of the Lord of Anu. Nibiru's appearance at the start of the Age of the Bull meant that at the time of heliacal rising, when dawn begins but the horizon is still dark enough to see the stars, the constellation in the background was that of Taurus. But the fast-moving Nibiru, arching in the skies as it circled the sun, soon descended back to cut across the planetary plane, the ecliptic, to the point of the crossing. There, the crossing was observed against the background of the constellation of the Lion. Several depictions on cylinder seals and in astronomical tablets used the cross symbol to indicate Nibiru's arrival when Earth was in the Age of the Bull, and its crossing was observed in the constellation of the Lion. The change from the winged disc symbol to the sign of the cross must have it was a reverting to the way in which the celestial Lord had been depicted in earlier times, but only when in its great orbit it crossed the ecliptic and became Nibiru. As in the past, the renewed display of the sign of the cross signified reappearance, coming back into view
She burnt me good.
and return.
Son of a
That is the
bitch.
end of chapter 10.
I'm sorry, man.
Chapter
I'm
11
sorry,
we'll
man.
pick up next time, the day of the Lord. The Lord. Yes, the day of the Lord. Chapter 11, that's what we pick up next time. More and more interesting stuff. I liked how they got into the stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's
Who's my boo-boo?
you know, going back to
Oh my God.
the Hittites and, you know, that sign of the cross and, you know, that first
Let's try that again.
incarnation of the Maltese cross being used by, you know, direct descendants of Enlil. You know, to me, it's like, boy, that's everything you need to know about why Alex Jones and these guys will tell you not to look into this information. It all makes sense to me now. I mean, you know, I'm trying to get other people to see it as well. A lot of people are, but it's just with a faith and with a moral and ethical compass of their own kings and people. They were also the observers and predictors on the world arena by possessing uncannily accurate knowledge of goings-on in distant lands, of court intrigues in foreign capitals, and of which gods were worshipped where, plus amazing knowledge of history, geography, trade routes, and military campaigns. They often combine such awareness of the present with knowledge of the past to foretell the future. Right, which is exactly what we should be doing, but we're not doing that, and so we're repeating these same things that people who've gone before us have done. To the Hebrew prophets, Yahweh was not only El Elyon, God supreme, and not only God of the gods, El Elohim, but a universal God of all nations, of the whole earth, of the universe. Though his abode was in the heaven of heavens, he cared for his creation, earth, and its people. Everything that has happened was by his will, and his will was carried out by emissaries, be it angels, be it a king, be it a nation. Adopting the Sumerian distinction between predetermined destiny and free-willed fate, the prophets believed that the future could be foretold because it was all pre-planned, yet on the way thereto, things could change. Assyria, for example, was at times called God's rod of wrath, with which other nations were punished, but when it chose to act unnecessarily brutally or out of bounds, Assyria itself was in turn subject. And that supposedly is exactly what happened to Atlantis, is that everything was fine and it was a utopia and it was great on Atlantis, and then the Brotherhood, as they called it, attempted to essentially from the terminology of the variety stuff, set up a world government, essentially a global government where people were going to be suppressed under it, and that's when Atlantis was destroyed. So, yeah, there definitely is a history of that. The prophets seem to be delivering a two-track message not only in regard to current events, but also in respect to the future. Isaiah prophesies that mankind should expect a day of wrath when all the nations, Israel included, shall be judged and punished, as well as look forward to an idyllic time when the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. Men shall beat their swords into plowshares, and Zion shall be a light unto all the worlds. Ugh, makes me want to vomit.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It just automatic. Just reading that kind of shit just gives me an automatic gag reflex. Zion shall be a light unto all nations. Ugh. The contradictions has baffled generations of biblical scholars and theologians, but a close examination of the prophet's words leads us to an astounding finding. The day of judgment was spoken of as the day of the Lord. The messianic time was expected at the end of days, and the two were neither synonymous nor predicted as concurrent events. They were two separate events due to occur at different times. One, the day of the Lord, a day of God's judgment, was about to happen. The other, ushering a benevolent era, was yet to come sometime in the future. Did the words spoken in Jerusalem echo the debates in Nineveh and Babylon regarding which time cycle applies to the future of gods and men? Nibiru's orbital divine time or the zodiacal celestial time?
Zodiacal!
Undoubtedly, as the 8th century BCE was in there, is clear in all three capitals that the two time cycles were not identical. And in Jerusalem, speaking of the coming day of the Lord, the biblical prophets, in fact, spoke of the return of Nibiru. Ever since it rendered in the opening chapter of Genesis an abbreviated version of the Sumerian epic of creation, the Bible recognized the existence of Nibiru and its periodic return to Earth's vicinity and treated it as another, in this case, celestial manifestation of Yahweh as a universal God. The Psalms in the book of Job speak of an unseen celestial Lord that in the heights of heaven marked out a circuit being orbit.
Yeah.
They recalled this as the celestial Lord's first appearance, when he collided with Tiamat.
They're called this
in the Bible,
because they ride
Tiamat,
on electromagnetic
Rahab, or
circuits.
Rabbah,
Dun,
the
dun,
haughty
dun.
one, smote her, created the heavens and the hammered bracelet, which is the asteroid belt, and suspend the earth in the void. They also recalled the time when that celestial Lord caused the deluge.
Did you hear it?
The
Stop.
arrival of Nibiru and the
Stop.
celestial
Did you hear it?
collision leading to
Stop.
Nibiru's great
Stop. Was
orbital
I
circuit
interrupted?
was
Did you
celebrated
hear it?
in the majestic
Stop.
Psalm
What?
19. It itself was in turn
Hang on.
subjected to punishment.
Wait.
And that's supposedly is
Wait.
exactly what happened to
Wait.
Atlantis. Is that everything was fine and it was a utopia and it was great on Atlantis.
All right, it's
and
very
then
important.
They the Brotherhood, as they called it, attempted to essentially, from the terminology of the writings and stuff, set up a world government, essentially a global government where people were going to be suppressed under it, and that's when Atlantis was destroyed. So, yeah, there definitely is a history of that. The prophets seem to be delivering a two-track message not only in regard to current events, but also in respect to the future. Isaiah, for example, prophesies that mankind should expect a day of wrath
Look at that.
when all the nations, Israel included, shall be judged and punished.
That's
As
what
well as
bacon
look forward
feels
to an
like.
idyllic time when the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. Men shall beat their swords into plowshares, and Zion shall be a light
All right,
unto
this
all
is
the
very
world.
important coming up.
Ugh, makes me want to vomit. I don't know why. It just automatic. Just reading that kind of shit just gives me automatic gag reflex.
Song we call it.
Zion shall be a light unto all nations. Ugh. The contradictions has baffled generations of biblical scholars and theologians, but a close examination of the prophets leads us to an astounding finding. The day of judgment was spoken of as the day of the Lord. The messianic time was expected at the end of days, and the two were neither synonymous nor predicted as concurrent events. They were two separate events due to occur at different times. One, during a benevolent era, was yet to come sometime in the future. Did the words spoken in Jerusalem echo the debates in Nineveh and Babylon regarding which time cycle applies to the future of gods and men? Nibiru's orbital divine time or the zodiacal celestial time? Undoubtedly, as the 8th century BCE was ending, it was clear in all three capitals that the two time cycles were not identical. And in Jerusalem, speaking of the coming day of the Lord, the biblical prophets, in fact, spoke of the return of Nibiru. Ever since it rendered in the opening chapter of Genesis an abbreviated version of the Sumerian epic of creation, the Bible recognized the existence of Nibiru and its periodic return to Earth's vicinity and treated it as another, in this case, celestial manifestation of Yahweh as a universal God. The Psalms in the book of Job speak of an unseen celestial Lord that in the heights of heaven marked out a circuit being an orbit. They recalled this as the celestial Lord's first appearance, when he collided with Tiamat, called in the Bible Tihom and nicknamed Rahab or Rabbah, the haughty one, smote her, created the heavens and the hammered bracelet, which is the asteroid belt, and suspended the earth in the void. They also recall the time when that celestial Lord caused the deluge.
When did he say that?
The arrival of Nibiru and the celestial collision leading to the periodic return to Earth's vicinity.
All right. Why is that important? Because that answers my question. How did the Cretaceous happen? How did they get her to reverse fucking polarity? How did they knock her out with us down here? Well, they just told you. They didn't have to come down here to do it. They destroyed this shit, a fucking planet. They made the fucking hammered bracelet and they trapped Earth in the void. Thus, Earth was separated from heaven. That's how they did it. That's how they did it. They told us in just that quick fucking. That's how they did it. In the fucking original version of the New Milish, that's how it reads. And that's why I said there's like 4 fucking versions of this goddamn story. And the last one that I can find is in the Marduk prophecies, where he takes possession of all this stuff in the beginning. And he takes, and he even goes into that where Sitchin's trying to, it seems like he's trying to confuse everybody with Marduk being all these different people, including the planet Neberu. You know, and it's not, it's more Josh being confused about what he's reading, and Sitchin's first language is not English. And that comes through in the translation. But we're hearing it in their own words how they did this. The Cretaceous boundary happened when they, and I've been saying before this came to light, that we got trapped on this sun. I'm not sure how, but I know as a result, we flipped polarity instantaneously. They knocked Mom out. They're talking about the trees and how they were just stubbles, and fucking the whole planet just kind of went sideways. That's why we have a big, thick Cretaceous boundary, where on one end of it, microbes are big, and on this end of it, they're teeny. We lost voltage, and Lee and I fight over that voltage loss. Well, this proves it was just us that lost the voltage, not the universe, and we're not going to all die, is what I'm excited about. But getting Lee to accept that might be fucking drawing blood. Anyways, hi, Deborah. That was my big, as you know, that's been my big question. How the fuck did they do this to us? Well, they just, right there, you just heard. So we're going to hear it again. I just rewound it to a minute past, but listen to it when they tell us that. That's how they did it. They gave us the answer right there. And that proves I'm not fucking nuts, because this is a story I'm getting from Mom about the trees and the fucking, all this. That's all I got left to say. Fucking drop a mic and walk the fuck away. Yeah. Well, a lot of people are saying that the red dust is from Nibiru, and I you know, I have seen most of what I've seen is from smoke in California, and the whole West is on fire. Um, and from what I can tell, Nibiru's on the other side of the sun with Horus right now. I may be wrong. Planet Heaven may be the one up here across from Toth in the front. Because we got shit going on in the front just like back are literally surrounded by magnets compressing our magnet on all ends. I saw Toth himself. Mom showed me to him in a stone that next night, or that same night. You're scared of him? And I was like, oh, fuck. I get it now. You're not the only planet that's alive, are you, Mom? Fucking idiot. I mean, that's how I feel. Not you. How I feel. How did I not understand that? I was even reading hieroglyphs and I didn't understand that. I didn't understand why they're. I knew they represented something. I knew that Ra, all of a sudden, he represented the sun, and that was it, you know. And then I fucking found out we got a magnet. Found out totally different because I met Mom. Oh, Isis there in the picture, attached to our DNA. You saw the lady. She's wearing this golden gown. Fucking beautiful. Now I understand why they depicted them as people. And they're bigger than us because they are. That part doesn't have anything to do with the Anunnaki, and anything they took out of that is exactly also explained very specifically in the cuneiform that they had no idea also what the hell we were writing, and they assumed the personalities and built around them to hide us from ourselves. I mean, how many more answers you want? This is Bible canon. This is what you get for going to source instead of going to somebody's version of source. Because King James wasn't trying to help us, and that was handed down from generations of changes after Constantine really fucking did us no favors. He canonized two very competitive books. So, yeah, we are all family. Exactly. And we are all one on a magnet. That's scalar physics. It's not esotericism. We're reactive instantaneously, faster than the speed of light to each other on the magnet. It's not, what is that theory? There's a theory that uses those properties. Fuck, what is it? Quantum. It's such a stupid thing. I can't even remember the name of it. It's quantum theory, and everybody talks about it all the time. And I'm like, it's scalar physics, you fucktards. Ah! If every atom in existence is a magnet, of course it's going to react at a distance instantaneously. That's just the thing about magnets. They do that. I think Tesla knew that. But I think that's some of the information that they don't let out to the public. Of course, why the hell would they confiscate it and then release everything? And Trump's uncle is the one that confiscated his fucking trunks. Tesla's trunks, not trunks. Trump's uncle, Trump, can't remember his first name. His last name's Trump. Confiscated the trunks of Tesla. What's up, nigger? So, I mean, this family's been into this fucking shit of hiding and jacking us around for long enough, man. It's time to fucking stop being nice with these motherfuckers. John, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, scalar physics makes it too solid for these people. They have to quantum theory your ass. So you get confused. And nothing's definitive ever again. See, they're safe with their information, but you are lost in the grassy knoll over there with the theory. That's fucking hideous how they do that shit. I find it hideous. It's shitty. But yeah, anyway, here, let's listen to that again. They're going to tell us directly how they trapped Earth in the void.
Treated it as another, in this case, celestial manifestation of Yahweh as a universal God. The Psalms in the book of Job speak of an unseen celestial Lord that in the heights of heaven marked out a circuit being orbit. They recall this as the celestial Lord's first appearance, when he collided with Tiamat, called in the Bible Tihom and nicknamed Rahab or Rabbah, the haughty one, smote her, created the heavens and the hammered bracelet, which is the asteroid belt, and suspend the earth in the void. They also recalled the time when that celestial Lord caused the deluge. The arrival of Nibiru and the celestial collision leading to Nibiru's great orbital circuit were celebrated in the majestic Psalm 19. The heavens bespeak the glory of the Lord. The hammered bracelet proclaims his handiwork. He comes forth as a groom from the canopy. Like an athlete, he rejoices to run the course. From the end of the heavens he emanates, and his circuit is to their end. It was the nearing of the celestial Lord at the time of the deluge that was held to be the forerunner of what will happen next time the celestial Lord will appear. 7, verse 6, pages 719. I shall recall the Lord's deeds, remember thine wonders in antiquity. The waters saw thee, O Lord, and shuddered. Thine splitting sparks went forth. Lightning lit up the world. The sound of the thunder was rolling. The earth was agitated and it quaked. The prophets considered those earlier phenomena as the guide for what to expect. They expected the day of the Lord, to quote the prophet Joel, to be a day when the earth shall be agitated. Sun and moon shall be darkened. 3 days of darkness in 2012. And the stars shall withhold their shining, a day that is great and terrifying. The prophets brought the word of Yahweh to Israel and all nations over a period of about 3 centuries. The earliest of the 15 literary prophets was Amos. He began to be God's spokesman circa 760 BCE. His prophecies covered 3 periods or phases. He predicted the Assyrian assaults in the near future, a coming day of judgment, and an end time of peace and plenty. Speaking in the name of the Lord Yahweh, who reveals his secrets to the prophets, he described the day of the Lord as a day when the sun shall set at noon, and the earth shall darken in the midst of daytime, addressing those who worship the planets and star of their gods. He compared the coming day to the deluge, when the day darkened as night and the water upon the earth, and he warned of those worship. Rhetorical question. Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord. To what end is it for you? For the day of the Lord is darkness and no light. Sounds pretty ominous. You know, the Lord was also supposed to be puffy clouds and sunshine. That sounds like darkness and death. A half a century later, the prophet Isaiah linked the prophecies of the day of the Lord to a specific geographical site, to the mount of the appointed time. The place on the northern slopes, and had this to say to the king who had set himself up on it. Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, with pitiless fury and wrath, to lay the earth desolate and destroy the sinners upon it. He too compared what is about to happen to the deluge, recalling the time when the Lord came as a destroying tempest of mighty waves, as described in Isaiah 10:13. The coming day as a celestial occurrence that will affect the earth. The stars of heaven and its constellations shall not give their light. The sun shall be darkened at its rising, and the moon shall not shine its light. The heavens shall be agitated, and the earth in its place will be shaken, when the Lord of hosts shall be crossing on the day of his wrath. Most noticeable in this prophecy is the identification of the day of the Lord as the time when the Lord of hosts, the celestial, the planetary Lord, shall be crossing. This is the very language used in the Enuma Elish when it describes how the invader that battled Tiamat came to be called Nibiru. Crossing shall be its name. Following Isaiah, the prophet Hosea had also foresaw the day of the Lord as a day when heaven and earth shall respond to each other, a day of celestial phenomenon resonating on earth. As we continue to examine the prophecies chronologically, we find that in the 7th century BCE, the prophetic pronouncements became more urgent and more explicit. The day of the Lord shall be a day of judgment upon the nations, Israel included, but primarily upon Assyria, what it has done upon the land of Babylon, what it will do. The day of judgment is approaching, it is near. Just before 600 BCE, the prophet Habakkuk prayed to the God who in the nearing years is coming, and who shall show mercy in spite of his wrath. Habakkuk described the expected celestial Lord as a radiant planet, the very manner in which Nibiru was depicted in Samir and Akkad. It shall appear, the prophet said, from the southern skies. The Lord from the south shall come, covered are the heavens with his halo. His splendor fills the earth, his rays shine forth from where his power is concealed. The word goes before him, sparks emanate from below. He pauses to measure the earth, he is seen, and the nations tremble. The prophecy's urgency increased as the 6th century BCE began. The day of the Lord is at hand, the prophet Joel announced. The day of the Lord is near, the prophet Obadiah declared. Circa 570 BCE, the prophet Ezekiel was given the following urgent divine message. Son of man, prophesy and say, thus saith the Lord God, howl and bewail for the day is near, the day of the Lord is near. Ezekiel was then away from Jerusalem, having been taken into exile with other Judean leaders by the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar. The place of exile where Ezekiel's prophecies and famed vision of the celestial chariot took place. This was on the banks of the Kabul River in the region of Haran. The location was not a chance one, for the concluding saga of the day of the Lord and of Assyria and Babylon was to be played out where Abraham's journey began. So that's the end of chapter 11. And we continue on here into chapter 12, darkness at noon.
Darkness.
Chapter 12, into days. While the Hebrew prophets predicted darkness at noon, what were the other nations expecting as they awaited the return of Nibiru? To judge by their written records and engraved images, they were expecting the resolution of the gods' conflicts, benevolent times for mankind, and a great theophany. They were in, as we shall see, for an immense surprise. In anticipation of the great event, the cadres of priests observing the skies in Nineveh and Babylon were mobilized to note celestial phenomenon and interpret their omens. The phenomena were meticulously recorded and reported to the king. Archaeologists have found in the remains of royal and temple libraries tablets with those records and reports that in many entries were arranged according to subject or the planet they were observing. A well-known collection in which some 70 tablets were combined in antiquity was a series titled Enuma Anu Enlil. It reported observations of planets, stars, and constellations, classified according to the celestial way of Anu and the way of Enlil, encompassing the sky from 30 degrees south all the way to zenith in the north. At first, the observations were interpreted by comparing the phenomenon to astronomical records from Sumerian times. Though written in Akkadian, the observational reports extensively used Sumerian terminology in mathematics and sometimes included a scribal note that they were translated from earlier Sumerian tablets. Such tablets served as astronomers' manuals, telling them from past experience what a phenomenon's oracular meaning was. When the moon in its calculated time is not seen, there will be an invasion of a mighty city. When a comet reaches the path of the sun, field flow will be diminished. An uproar will happen twice. What is field flow? That sounds like magnetic field flow. That sounds about like what we're at right now. I mean, we've got comets pounding into the sun and the magnetic field being weakened on Earth. When Jupiter goes with Venus, the prayers of the land will reach the gods. You know, weird stuff happened on Venus too. As time went on, the reports were increasingly of observations accompanied by the omen priest's own interpretations. And the night Saturn came near to the moon, Saturn is a planet of the sun. This is the meaning. It is favorable to the king. The noticeable change including the paying of particular attention to eclipses, a tablet now in the British Museum listing computer-like columns of numbers served to predict lunar eclipses 50 years in advance. Modern studies have concluded that the change to the new style of topical astronomy took place in the 8th century BCE after a period of mayhem and royal upheavals in Babylon and Assyria. The two lands' fates were placed in new and strong royal hands. Tiglath-Pileser III in Assyria and Nebuchadnezzar in Babylonia. Nebuchadnezzar, which means protected by Nebu, was hailed already in antiquity as an innovator and a powerhouse in the field of astronomy. One of his first actions was to repair and restore the temple of Shamash in Sippar, the sun god's cult center in ancient Sumer. He also built a new observatory in Babylon, updated the calendar, and instituted daily reporting to the king of celestial phenomena and their meaning. It was primarily due to those measures that a wealth of astronomical data shedding light on subsequent events has come to light. Tiglath-Pileser III was also active in his own ways. His annals describe constant military campaigns and boast of captured cities, brutal executions of local kings and nobility, and mass exiles. His role and those of his successors, Shalmaneser V and Sargon II, in the demise of Israel and the exile of its people, and then the attempt by Sennacherib to seize Jerusalem, were described in the previous chapter. Closer to home, those Assyrian kings were busy annexing Babylonia by taking the hands of Marduk. The next Assyrian king, Ashur-Haddon, announced that both Ashur and Marduk gave me wisdom, swore oaths in my name of Marduk and Nabu, and started to rebuild the Assyrian temple in Babylon. In history books, Ashur-Haddon is mainly remembered for his successful invasion of Egypt between 675 and 669 BCE. The invasion's purpose, as far as it can be ascertained, was to stop Egyptian attempts to meddle in Canaan and dominate Jerusalem. Noteworthy in the light of subsequent events was the route he chose. Instead of going the shortest way to the southwest, he made a considerable detour and went northward to Haran. There, in the olden temple of the sun god Sin, Ashur-Haddon sought that god's blessing to embark on the conquest, and Sin, leaning on a staff and accompanied by Nushuku, the divine messenger of the gods, gave his approval. Ashur-Haddon then did turn southward, sweeping mightily to the lands of the eastern Mediterranean to reach Egypt. Significantly, he detoured away from the prize that Sennacherib failed to seize, Jerusalem. Significantly, too, that invasion of Egypt and the detour away from Jerusalem, as well as Assyria's own eventual fate, had been prophesied by Isaiah decades earlier. Busy geopolitically as Ashur-Haddon was, he did not neglect the astronomical requirements of those times. With guidance from the god Shamash and Adad, he erected in Ashur, the city of Assyria's cult center, a house of wisdom, an observatory and depicted the complete 12-number solar system, including Nibiru on his monuments, leading to a more lavish and sacred precinct was a new monumental gate built according to cylinder seal depictions to emulate Anu's gateway on Nibiru. It is a clue to what the return expectations in Assyria really were. All those religious political moves suggest that the Assyrians made sure to touch all the bases as far as the gods were concerned. And so by the 7th century BCE, Assyria was ready for the anticipated return of the planet of the gods. Discovered texts, including letters to the kings by their chief astronomers, reveal anticipation of an idyllic utopian time. Clearly, the expectation was of a planet that will appear, rise in the skies, grow brighter, and at its perigee at the crossing become Nibiru, the cross planet. And as the gateway and other construction indicated, with the returning planet, a repeat of the previous visit on Earth by Anu was expected. It was now up to the astronomer priests to watch the heavens for that planetary appearance. But where were they to look in the celestial expanse, and how would they recognize the planet when still in the distant sky? The next Assyrian king, Ashurbanipal, came up with a solution. Historians consider Ashurbanipal to have been the most scholarly of the Assyrian kings. He had learned other languages besides Akkadian, including Sumerian, and claimed that he could even read writings from before the flood. He also boasted that he learned the secret signs of heaven and earth and studied the heavens with the masters of divination. Some modern researchers also consider him to have been the first archaeologist, for he systematically collected tablets from sites that were already ancient in his time, like Nippur, Uruk, and Sapar, and what used to be Samir. He also sent specialized teams to sort out and loot such tablets from the capitals that the Assyrians overran. The tablets ended up in a famed library where teams of scribes studied, translated, and copied chosen texts from the previous millennia. A visitor to the Museum of the Ancient Near East in Istanbul can see a display of such tablets neatly arranged on the original shelves, with each shelf headed by a catalog tablet that lists all the text on that shelf. While the subjects in the accumulated tablets covered a wide range, what was found indicates that particular attention was given to celestial information. Among the purely astronomical texts, there were tablets that belonged to a series entitled The Day of Bel, the Day of the Lord. Well, Bel is Baal. That's like the devil word, Lucifer. That's not good. In addition, epic tales and histories pertaining to the gods' comings and goings were deemed important, especially if they shed light on the Nibiru's passages. Enuma Elish, the epic of creation that told how an invading planet joined the solar system to become Nibiru, was copied, translated, and recopied, and so were writings dealing with the Great Flood, such as the Astrahasis epic and the Epic of Gilgamesh. While they all seem to legitimately be a part of accumulating knowledge in a royal library, it so happens that they all dealt with instances of Nibiru's appearances in the past, and thus in its next nearing. Among the purely astronomical texts translated and undoubtedly carefully studied were guidelines for observing Nibiru's arrival and for recognizing it on its appearance. A Babylonian text that retained the original Sumerian terminology stated, planet of the god Marduk. Upon its appearance, Shupae, rising 30 degrees. Sag Minig. When its sound stands in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. And so again, there's something from the text, and it says planet of the god Marduk. There's that reference to Marduk again. So we'll stop right there, but you see how he's making this connection that, you know, these ancient stuff about Jesus and the return of Jesus is actually all code for the returning of Nibiru and the returning of I think it's more has to do with the return of Marduk and Marduk setting himself up as, you know, the one true God, and all world religions have been misinterpreted, and they all really were saying it's about Marduk worship, blah 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 blah. But it is interesting stuff nonetheless. But we're going to leave it there for tonight, and we'll pick back up there Monday on the show. Don't forget, I also do a Sunday night music show. That'll be coming up around 11 p.m. Central Standard Time Monday or Sunday night, so you can join me over there for that. It's always a lot of fun. DGlobalRoundy.com is my website. We have a chipping banner up there. That's how you support our work. We have a donate button if you want to help us out. We're still looking to have a budget, looking for people to come on and be co-producers for the Rockwall film. And we need some cash ASAP to get that going. And now that we've got a possible dig site going, it's going to be looking good, especially with the new info I have. So just please support our work if you can, folks. My name's Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you. We'll see you next time. You guys have a good weekend. Take care. I was on the street, in the town I was born. I was needing to be, but I never felt before. So I opened up my eyes, and I took a look around. Saw it written across the sky. Really starts now. Yeah, revolution starts now. Revolution starts now. We are the babies. The walls are in down. Revolution starts now. We will play. We love now. We are free. The revolution starts now. Yeah, the revolution starts now. Yeah, the revolution starts now. In your own backyard, in your own hometown. What you been through in the land, just follow your heart. The revolution starts now. Among the purely astronomical texts translated and undoubtedly carefully studied were guidelines for observing Nibiru's arrival and for recognizing it on its appearance. A Babylonian text that retained the original Sumerian terminology stated, planet of the god Marduk, upon its appearance, Shu-Pa-A, rising 30 degrees, Sag-Me-Nig, when it stands in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. Named planet Shu-Pa-A is deemed to be Jupiter, but could be Saturn.
Could be. Who knows?
I'm sorry. That's just a strange coincidence. Before the break, I was talking about in the Space Odyssey, and someone in the chat room said that in the book, the planet they turn into a sun is actually Saturn, and in the movie, it was Jupiter. So isn't that interesting there in that Sumerian script? It says, planet of the god Marduk, upon its appearance, Shu-Pa-A, rising 30 degrees, Sag-Me-Nig, when it stands in the middle of the sky, Nibiru. So it says that the first planet that is named there is going to be Jupiter, but could be Saturn. That's highly synchronistic, don't you think? Well, the first named planet, Shu-Pa-A, is deemed to be Jupiter, but could be Saturn.
Well, could be a planet, another planet, too.
Could just be a variant for Jupiter, but it's considered by some to be Mercury. A similar text from the Torah, rendering the Sumerian planetary names as Umen-Pa-Udu, and Sag-Nigar suggested that the arrival of Nibiru will be announced by the planet Saturn. And after rising 30 degrees, will be near Jupiter. Other texts, a tablet from Sumerian times shown as tablet K3124, state that after passing Shulpa A and Sag-Nigar, which I believe to be Saturn and Jupiter, planet Marduk will enter the sun, i.e. reach perigee closest to the sun and become Nibiru. Other texts provide clearer clues in regard to Nibiru's path, as well as to the time frame for its appearance. From the station of Jupiter, the planet passes toward the west. From the station of Jupiter, the planet increases its brilliance, and in the zodiac of Cancer will become Nibiru. The great planet, in his appearance, dark red. The heaven he divides in half as it stands in Nibiru. Taken together, the astronomical text from the time of the Ashurbanipal described a planet appearing from the solar system's edge, rising and becoming visible when it reaches Jupiter or even Saturn before that, and then curving down toward the ecliptic. And its perigee, when it is closest to the sun and thus to Earth, the planet at the crossing becomes Nibiru in the zodiac of Cancer. That, as the enclosed schematic and not the scale diagram shows, could happen only when sunrise on the day of the spring equinox took place in the age of the ram. During the zodiacal age of Aries, such clues regarding the orbital path of the celestial lord and its reappearance, sometimes using the constellations as a celestial map, are found in biblical passages, thereby revealing knowledge that must have been internationally available. In Jupiter will thy face be seen, states Psalm 17. The Lord from the south shall come, whose shining splendor will beam as light, predicted the prophet Habakkuk. Alone he stretches out the heavens and treads upon the highest deep. He arrives at the Great Bear, Sirius, and Orion, and the constellations of the south. The book of Job stated that the prophet Amos foresaw the celestial Lord, smiling his face upon Taurus and Aries. From Taurus to Sagittarius he shall go. These verses described a planet who spans the highest heavens and orbiting clockwise retrograde. Astronomers say it arrives via the southern constellations. It is a trajectory on a vaster scale akin to that of Halley's Comet. A telling clue in regard to Ashurbanipal's expectations was the meticulous rendering into Akkadian of Sumerian descriptions of the ceremonies attending the state visit of Anu and Antu to Earth circa 4000 BCE. The sections dealing with their stay in Uruk described how at eve time, an observer was stationed on the topmost stage of the tower to watch for and announce the appearance of the planets one after the other until the planet of the great Anu of heaven came into view. Whereupon all the gods assembled to welcome the divine couple recited the composition. To the one who grows bright, the heavenly planet of the god Anu, and sang the hymn, the Creator's image has arisen. The long text then described the ceremonial meals, the retreat to the nighttime chambers, the processions of the next day, and so on. One can reasonably conclude that Ashurbanipal was engaged in collecting, collating, translating, and studying all the earlier texts that could A, provide guidance to the astronomer priest for detecting at the first possible moment the returning of Nibiru. That's interesting now, isn't it? Now, I personally don't really believe in this Nibiru thing as a planet, but isn't that interesting? Even back in those days, the astronomer priests had studied these texts so that they could detect the very moment that Nibiru would return. Well, like I mentioned earlier, again, synchronistically, who owns the biggest telescopes in the world? The Vatican, the priests. They've got the Lucifer telescope. So could that be indeed why? I mean, they're saying they want to be the first to find out when it's coming. You see, that's interesting.
In little monitors.
So I thought that is very interesting, isn't it? So by that rationale, that would mean that the priests would be the first. Let's just say Nibiru was. Let's just say for theoretically it was real.
Okay.
Well, the priests of our modern day, with their powerful Lucifer telescopes, would be able to detect that first, right?
Okay.
That would give them ample opportunity to be able to use their mouthpieces and their gatekeepers within mainstream media, alternative media, and the rest of it to spread disinformation or propaganda or misinformation or anything else regarding the Nibiru.
No way. You don't.
That's very interesting.
No way.
Very, very interesting point there to point out that, it's these astronomer priests that were put in charge of detecting at the first possible moment the returning of Nibiru, and B, inform the king about the procedures for what to next. Calling the planet of the heavenly throne is an important clue to the royal expectations, as were the depictions on palace walls in magnificent reliefs of Assyrian kings greeting the god in the winged disc as it hovered above the tree of life. Somebody in the chat room says, I wonder if the Nibiru is kind of like a Death Star or some shit. No, I mean, that's valid. I would say there's no reason. I mean, I can't argue with that. I mean, that's kind of what I see. To me, it's more like a ship than a planet, but at the same time, it's very possible that, yeah, I mean, come on, look at everything else that George Lucas has in the Star Wars film. From Yoda, correlating with Yota, a demon, to Darth Vader being, as in the Vedic text, the code with the Jedi, the bloodline thing. I mean, it's just, there's all kinds of stuff through all the Star Wars things. So, you know what? Another interesting thing is that George Lucas absolutely believes that something's happening on December 21st of this year. So, no, I would say that's as valid as I would say that, because, yeah, a planet, a spaceship the size of a planet, is something, a ship so massive that's essentially like a planet. Because, again, it talks about it being, Nibiru being, or Marduk being the only thing that dwells there.
It travels with a sun.
And, something of that size, you could probably affect gravity, affect orbits and everything else, sure. That big? I mean, look at the Death Star. That's a good point. There's definitely something to think about. It was important to be informed of the planet's appearance as soon as possible in order to be able to prepare the proper reception for the arrival of the great God depicted within it, Anu himself, and be blessed with long, perhaps even eternal life, but that was not destined to be. Soon after Ashurbanipal's death, rebellions broke out throughout the Assyrian Empire. His sons, hold on, Egypt, Babylonia, and Elam disintegrated. Newcomers from afar appeared on the borders of the Assyrian Empire, hordes from the north, Medes from the east. Everywhere, local kings seized control and declared independence. Of particular importance, immediate and for future events, was Babylon's decoupling of the dual kingship with Assyria. As a part of a New Year festival in 626 BCE, a Babylonian general whose name Nabopolassar, Nabu his son protects, implied that he claimed to be a son of the god Nabu and was enthroned. And Nabu, by the way, is one of these gods. Nabu is actually a planet in Star Wars. Again, I don't think that's a coincidence either. I mean, it's just, connection after connection there to Star Wars. They implied that he claimed to be a son of the god Nabu and was enthroned as a king of an independent Babylonia. A tablet described the start of his investiture ceremony thus: the princes of the land were assembled. They blessed Nabopolassar, opening their fists. They declared him sovereign. Marduk and the assembly of the gods gave the standard of power to Nabopolassar. The resentment of Assyria's brutal rule was so great that Nabopolassar of Babylon soon found allies for military action against Assyria. A principal and freshly vigorous ally was the Medes, the precursor of the Persians, who had experienced Assyrian incursions and brutality. While Babylonian troops were advancing into Assyria from the south, the Medes attacked from the east, and in 614 BCE, as had been prophesied by the Hebrew prophets. captured and burned down Assyria's religious capital, Ashur. Return of Nineveh, the royal capital, came next. By 612 BC, the Great Assyria was in shambles. Assyria, the land of the first archaeologist itself, became a land of archaeological sites. How could that happen to the land whose very name meant land of the god Asher? The only explanation at the time was that the gods withdrew their protection from that land. In fact, we shall show that there was much more to it. The gods themselves withdrew from that land and from earth itself. And then the most astounding and final chapter of the Return saga, in which Haran was to play a key role, began to unfold. I love how Haran sounds like Iran, and Assyria sounds like Syria. And that's what we hear about constantly in the news, you know? Iran, Syria, nukes, nukes, nukes. The amazing chain of events after the demise of Assyria began with the escape to Haran of members of Assyria's royal family. Seeking there the protection of the god Sin, the escapes rallied the remnants of the Assyrian army and proclaimed one of the royal refugees as king of Assyria, but the god whose city Haran has been since the days of yore did not respond. In 610 BCE, Babylonian troops captured Haran and put an end to the Assyrians' lingering hopes. The contest for the mantle of successorship to the heritage of Semir and Akkad was over. It was now won solely and with divine blessing by the king in Babylon. Again, Babylon ruled the lands that were once the hallowed, Semir and Akkad, so much so that in many texts from that time, Nabopolassar was given the title of the king of Akkad. He used that authority to extend celestial observations to the erstwhile Sumerian cities of Nippur and Uruk, and some of the key observational texts from the subsequent crucial years come from there. It was in that same crucial year, 610 BCE, a memorable year of astounding events, as we shall see, that a reinvigorated Egypt also placed on its throne an assertive strongman named Necho. Just 1 year later, one of the least understood by historians, that is, geopolitical moves took place. The Egyptians, who used to be on the same side as the Babylonians in opposition to Assyrian rule, emerged from Egypt and rushing northward overran territories and sacred sites that the Babylonians considered theirs. The Egyptian advance all the way north to Carchemish put them within striking distance of Haran. It also placed in Egypt's hands the two space-related sites in Lebanon and in Judea. The surprised Babylonians were not going to let it stand. The aging Nabopolassar entrusted the task of recapturing the vital places to his son Nebuchadnezzar, who had already distinguished himself on the battlefields. In June 605 BCE at Carchemish, the Babylonians crushed the Egyptian army, liberated the sacred forest in Lebanon, which Nabu and Marduk desired, and chased the fleeing Egyptians all the way to the Sinai Peninsula. Nebuchadnezzar stopped the pursuit only on news from Babylon that his father had died. He rushed back and was proclaimed king of Babylon that same year. Historians find no explanation for the sudden Egyptian thrust into the ferocity of the Babylonian reaction. To us, it is evident that at the core of the events was the expectation of the return. Indeed, it seems that in that year, 605 BCE, the return was deemed to be imminent, perhaps even overdue, for it was in that very same year that the prophet Habakkuk began to prophesy in the name Yahweh in Jerusalem. Uncannily foretelling the future of Babylon and other nations, the prophet asked Yahweh when the day of the Lord, a day of judgment upon the nations, Babylon included, would come. Yahweh responded, saying, "Write down the prophecy, explain it clearly on the tablet, so that it may be quickly read. For the vision there is a set time. In the end it shall come without fail. Though it may tarry, wait for it will surely come. For its appointed time will not be delayed." Habakkuk 2-2-3. The appointed time, as we shall see, arrived precisely 50 years thereafter. The 43 years of Nebuchadnezzar's reign are considered a period of dominant Neo-Babylonian empire, a period marked by decisive actions and fast moves for there was no time to lose. The nearing return was now Babylon's prize. To prepare Babylon for the expected return, massive renovation and construction works were quickly undertaken. Their focal point was the sacred precinct where the Esagial temple of Marduk, now simply called Baal, that's what Baalbek was in Lebanon, got its name from. It was now renovated and rebuilt at seven-stage ziggurat, ready for viewing the starry skies. Just as had been done in Uruk when Anu had visited circa 4000 BCE. A new processional way leading to the sacred precinct through a massive new gate was erected. The walls were decorated and covered from top to bottom with artful glazed bricks that astound to this day, for the site's modern excavators have removed and put the processional way and the gate back together at the Vorensausches Museum in Berlin. Babylon, Marduk's eternal city, was ready to welcome the return. I have made the city of Babylon to be the foremost among all the countries in every habitation. Its name I elevated to be the most praised of all the sacred cities. Nebuchadnezzar wrote in his inscriptions. The expectation, it seems, was that the arriving god of the winged disc would come down at the landing place in Lebanon and consummate the return by entering Babylon through the new marvelous processional way and imposing gate. A gate named Ishtar, or also known as Inanna, who had been Anu's beloved in Uruk, another clue regarding whose return was expected. Accompanying these expectations was Babylon's role as the new navel of the earth, inheriting the pre-diluvial status of Nippur as the Duran key, the bond of heaven and earth, or where the Stargate was located. That this was now Babylon's function was expressed by giving Ziggurat's foundation. By giving the Ziggurat's foundation platform the Sumerian name Etem Anki, the temple of the foundation for heaven and earth, stressing Babylon's role as the new navel of the earth, a role clearly depicted in the Babylonian map of the world. This was terminology that echoed the description of Jerusalem with its foundation stone serving as a link between earth and heaven. So the foundation stone was the link between earth and heaven. So the foundation stone, okay, well, that's the Stargate then. There you go. But if that was what Nebuchadnezzar envisioned, then Babylon had to replace the existing post-diluvial space link, Jerusalem. Having taken over Nippur's pre-diluvial role to serve as mission control center after the deluge, Jerusalem was located at the center of concentric distances to the other space-related sites. Calling it the navel of the earth, the prophet Ezekiel announced that Jerusalem has been chosen for this role by God himself. Thus has said the Lord Yahweh, this is Jerusalem. In the midst of the nations I placed her, and all the lands are in a circle round about her. Ezekiel 5, verse 5. Determined to usurp that role for Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar led his troops to the elusive prize and in 598 BCE captured Jerusalem. This time, as the prophet Jeremiah had warned, Nebuchadnezzar was carrying out God's anger at Jerusalem's people, for they had taken up the worship of celestial gods, Baal, the sun, and the moon, and the constellations. And in Kings 23:5, it has a list that clearly included Marduk as a celestial entity. Starving Jerusalem's people by a siege that lasted 3 years, Nebuchadnezzar managed to subdue the city and took the Judean king Jachin to captive in Babylon. Taken to the exile were also Judea's nobility and learned elite, among them the prophet Ezekiel, and thousands of its soldiers and craftsmen. They were made to reside by the banks of the Kabur River near Haran, their ancestral home. The city itself and the temple were left intact this time, but 11 years later, in 587 BCE, the Babylonians returned in force, acting this time, according to the Bible, on their own volition. The Babylonians put the torch to the temple that Solomon built. In his inscriptions, Nebuchadnezzar offered no explanation other than the usual one, to carry out the wishes and to please my gods, Nabu and Marduk. But as we shall soon show, the real reason was a simple one. A belief that Yahweh had departed and was gone. The destruction of the temple was a shocking and evil deed for which Babylon and its king, previously deemed by the prophets to have been Yahweh's rod of wrath, were to be severely punished. The vengeance of Yahweh our God, vengeance for his temple, shall be meted out in Babylon, announced the prophet Jeremiah, predicting the fall of mighty Babylon and its destruction by invaders from the north, events that came true just a few decades later. Jeremiah also proclaimed the fate of the gods whom Nebuchadnezzar had invoked. Declare among the nations and proclaim, raise the sign, announce, do not conceal, say, captured is Babylon, withered is Bel, confused is Marduk. Jeremiah 52. Divine punishment upon Nebuchadnezzar himself was commensurate with the sacrilege crazed, according to traditional sources, by a bug that entered his brain through his nose. Nebuchadnezzar died in agony in 562 BC. Now listen to that. Divine punishment upon Nebuchadnezzar himself was commensurate with the sacrilege. Crazed, according to traditional sources, by a bug that entered his brain through his nose. Now, I mean, my God, we've seen all this stuff. I mean, we see so many references here. Star Trek references, Star Wars references. I mean, the fucking Anunnaki sound like they're flying around in these winged birds. It sounds like Klingon bird of prey. They're, pouring fucking semen and everything. But that's highly interesting that, I don't know if you guys remember the Star Trek film, The Wrath of Khan. And when they crash down this planet that Khan had been marooned on, he takes Chekhov and this other guy, and he takes these creatures and he puts them in their ear, and it goes in and it wraps around their brain, and it makes them, he puts Chekhov and this other guy under mind control, makes them do their bidding. Mm-hmm. It sounds just like that. Neither Nebuchadnezzar nor his three bloodline successors, who were also murdered or otherwise disposed of in short shrift, lived to see an arrival of anew at the gates of Babylon. In fact, such an arrival never took place, even though Nibiru did return. It is a fact that astronomical tablets from that very time record actual observations of Nibiru, alias the planet of Marduk. That's a perfect point, though. The people back then, what they would have, if indeed Marduk is coming in a ship that's as big as a planet,
every time
it would have been, they would have seen that as a planet, see him returning in a planet. I agree with that. I think it's some kind of giant fucking, Death Star thing that he's coming in. I really think that's probably pretty accurate. It is a fact that astronomical tablets from that very time record actual observations of Nibiru, alias planet of Marduk. Some are reported as Omnia, for example, a tablet catalog K8688 that informed the king that if Venus shall be seen in front of and rising ahead of Nibiru, the crops will fail. But if Venus shall rise behind Nibiru or after it, the crop of the land will succeed. Of greater interest to us are a group of late Babylonian tablets found in Uruk. They rendered the data in 12 monthly zodiacal columns and combined the text with pictorial depictions. In one of these tablets, the planet of Marduk, shown between the Aries ram symbol on one side and the 7 symbol for Earth on the other side, depicts Marduk within the planet. Now, see, there you go. So even the depictions of these things actually show Marduk, and they show him sitting inside of a planet, right? Because that's what it would have been. It was like a ship. He's inside of it. That's what. See, there you go. It's a fucking Death Star, dude. Yeah, because even the depiction showed him sitting. They wouldn't have depicted it like that if it was him coming from a planet itself. But it was depicted like that because it was a ship the size of a planet. Their only reference point was to call it a fucking planet because it's so goddamn big.
No.
Another example is tablet VAT 7847. It names an actual observation in the constellation of Aries as the day when the gate of the great Lord Marduk was opened. Well, the gate was opened, huh? Yeah, the Stargate. When Nibiru had appeared into view and then has an entry, day of the Lord Marduk, as the planet moved on and was seen in Aquarius. Even more telling of the coming into view of the planet Marduk from the southern skies and its fast becoming Nibiru in the central celestial band were yet another class of tablets, this time circular, representing an advance backward to the Sumerian astronomical tenets The tablets divided the celestial sphere into three ways: the way of Enlil for the northern skies, the way of Ea for the southern skies, and of Anu in the center. The 12 zodiacal calendrical segments were then superimposed on the three ways as shown by the discovered fragments. Explanatory texts were written on the back side of those circular tablets. In 1900 AD, addressing a meeting of the Royal Asiatic Society in London, England, Theophilus G. Pinches caused a sensation when he announced that he had succeeded in piecing together a complete astrolabe. As he called the tablet, he showed it to be a circular disc divided into three concentric sections and like a pie into 12 segments, resulting in a field of 36 portions. Each of the 36 portions contained a name with a small circle below it, indicating it was a celestial body and a number. Each portion also bore a month's name, so Pinches numbered them from 1 to 7, starting with the Nisan. Or 1 to 12, rather, starting with the Nisan. The presentation caused an understandable sensation, for here was a Babylonian sky map, divided into the three ways of Enlil, Anu, and Ea Enki, showing which planets, stars, and constellations were observed where at each month during the year. The debate over the identity of the celestial bodies, at the root of which lurks the notion of nothing beyond Saturn, and the meaning of the numbers has yet to end. Also unresolved is the issue of the dating. In what year was the astrolabe made? And if it was a copy of an earlier tablet, what was the time shown? Dating opinions range from before the 12th century to the 3rd century BCE. Most agreed, however, that the astrolabe belonged to the era of Nebuchadnezzar or his successor, Nabu-Id. The astrolabe presented by Pinches was identified in the ensuing debates as P, but has been later renamed Astrolabe A because another one has since been pieced together and is known as Astrolabe D. Though the two astrolabes at first glance are identical, they are different, and for our analysis, the key difference is that in the B tablet, the planet identified as Mul Neberu Marduk, planet Nibiru of the god Marduk, is in the way of Anu, the central ecliptic band, whereas in the A tablet, the planet identified as the Mul Marduk, the planet of Marduk, is shown in the way of Enlil in the northern sky. The change, that's because one is talking about Nibiru, the other is talking about Vulcan. But they could throw the baby out with the bathwater and say they're talking about both. The changes in name and position is absolutely correct if the two astrolabes depict a moving planet, Marduk as it was called by the Babylonians, that after having come into view high in the northern skies, as in A, curves down to cross the ecliptic and becomes Nibiru, the crossing. When it crosses the ecliptic way of Anu, as in the B tablet, the two-stage documentation by the two astrolabes depicts precisely what we have been asserting all along. The texts known as KAV 218, columns B and C, accompanying the circular depictions remove any shadow of doubt regarding the Marduk-Nibiru identity. Month, Adar, planet Marduk in the way of Anu. The radiant Kakabu, which rises in the south after the gods of the night finish their tasks and divides the heavens. This Kakabu is Nibiru, the god Marduk. While we can be certain for reasons soon to be given that the observations in all those late Babylonian texts could not have taken place earlier than 610 BCE, we can also be sure that they did not take place after 555 BCE. Well, that was the date when one called Nabu-Id became the last king of Babylonia. His claim to legitimacy was that his kingship was celestially confirmed because the planet of Marduk, high in the sky, had called me by my name. Mm-hmm. Making that claim, he also stated that in the nighttime, he had a vision that he had seen the great star and the moon. Based on the Kepler formulas for planetary orbits around the sun, the whole period of Marduk-Nibiru's visibility from Mesopotamia lasted just a few short years. Hence, the visibility claimed by Nabu-Id places the planet's return in the years immediately preceding 555 BCE. So when the precise time of the return, was the precise time of the return? This is one of the more aspects involved in resolving that puzzle. There's more aspects. The prophecies of the darkness at noon on the day of the Lord, a solar eclipse, and such an eclipse did in fact occur in 556 BCE. Solar eclipses, though, are much rarer than lunar eclipses, which are not uncommon. They happen when the moon, passing in a certain way between the Earth and the sun, temporarily obscures the sun. Only a small portion of solar eclipses are total. The extent, duration, and path of total darkness vary from passage to passage due to the ever-changing triple orbital dance between the sun, Earth, and the moon, plus Earth's daily revolution and its changing axial tilts.
Got shiny wings.
We're going to leave it right there for tonight. There's still a lot left. I thought I was going to try to get through as much of this, but I think that's my email address, man, I say it 100 times a show. It's up on the contacts for goaroundshow@gmail.com.
That was fun.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, I really am starting to think that
that's because you don't know the whole thing.
You know,
what kills me is he just read to us.
Again, as we have with everything, with all religion and all that stuff, the interpretations and what we've been told, and just we haven't been given the context. You know.
Yeah, you ain't been figured it out yet.
This big giant planet returning. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe that sounds kind of like bullshit. But the fact of a ship being the size of a planet, well, that's a little easier to swallow for me. As rare as solar eclipses are, the astronomical legacy of Mesopotamia included knowledge of the phenomenon, calling it the Atalu Shamishi. Textual references suggest that not only the phenomenon, but even its lunar involvement were part of the accumulated ancient knowledge. In effect, a solar eclipse whose path of totality passed over Assyria had occurred in 762 BCE. It was followed by one in 584 BCE that was seen all across the Mediterranean lands with totality over Greece. But then in 556 BCE, there occurred an extraordinary solar eclipse, not in an expected time. It was not due to the predictable motions of the moon. Could it have been caused by an unusually close passage of Nibiru? Among astronomical tables belonging to a series called When Anu is Planet of the Lord, one tablet, cataloged Vak Samash RM238, dealing with a solar eclipse, recorded thus the observed phenomenon. In the beginning of the solar disk, not in an expected time, became darkened and stood in the radiance of the great planet. On day 30 of the month, there was an eclipse of the sun. What exactly do the words that the darkened sun stood in the radiance of the great planet mean? Well, the tablet itself does not provide a date for that eclipse. There's our suggestion that the particular wording highlighted above strongly indicates that the unexpected and extraordinary solar eclipse was somehow caused
by there's another sun that was darker than ours.
The great radiating planet. But whether the direct cause was the planet itself or the effects of its radiance, the gravitational or magnetic pull on the moon, the texts do not explain.
Yeah, they do.
Still, it is an astronomically historic fact that on a day equal to May 19th, 556 BCE, a major total solar eclipse did occur. As shown by this map prepared by NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, the eclipse was a great and major one seen over wide areas, and the unique aspect about it was that the band of total darkness passed exactly over the district of Haran. This last fact is of the utmost significance for our conclusions, and it was even more so in those fateful years in the ancient world, for right after that, in 555 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar was proclaimed king of Babylonia. Not in Babylon, but in Haran.
I mean, they definitely read that like it was a totally separate object.
After him, as Jeremiah had prophesied, Babylon followed the fate of Assyria. It was in 556 BCE that the prophesied darkness had learned came.
I've got a
It was
video.
just then that Nibiru returned. It was the prophesied day of the Lord. And when the planet's return did occur, Neither I knew or any of the supposed of the expected gods showed up.
They were a lot
Indeed, the
smarter than we
opposite.
gave them credit for.
The gods,
Oh, yeah.
the Anunnaki gods, took off and
Whoa.
left the earth. So that's the end of chapter 12. It's into a little bit of chapter 13 here for you tonight as well. And that is, of course, called When the Gods Left the Earth. Conveniently enough. The departure of the Anunnaki gods from Earth was a drama-filled event replete with theophanies, phenomenal occurrences, divine uncertainties, and human quandaries. Incredibly, the departure is neither surmised nor speculative. It is amply documented. The evidence comes to us from the Near East as well as from the Americas.
They didn't all leave.
And some of the most direct and certainly the most dramatic records of the ancient gods' departure from Earth come to us from
They should
Haran.
tell us how they didn't leave all
The
of them.
testimony is not hearsay. It consists of eyewitness reports, among them by the prophet Ezekiel. The reports are included in the Bible and they were inscribed on stone columns. Texts dealing with miraculous events leading to the ascension to the throne of Babylon's last king. Haran nowadays, yes, it is still there, and I have visited it. It is a sleepy town in eastern Turkey, just a few miles from the Syrian border. It is surrounded by crumbling walls from Islamic times, its inhabitants dwelling in beehive-shaped mud huts. The traditional well where Jacob met Rachel is still there among the sheep meadows outside the town, with the purest naturally cool water one can imagine. But in earlier days, Haran was a flourishing commercial, cultural, religious, and political center. So much so that even the prophet Ezekiel, who lived in the area with other exiles from Jerusalem, recalled her reputation as a trader in blue clothes and embroidered work, and in chests of rich apparel bound with cords and made of cedar. It was a city that had been from Sumerian times on an away from cult center of the moon god Nanar Sin. Abraham's family ended up residing there because his father Terah was a Tyrian, an omen priest, first in Nippur and then in and finally in Nanar, Sin's temple in Haran. After the demise of Sumir by the nuclear evil wind, Nanar and his spouse Nubal made their home and headquarters in Haran. Though Nanar was not Enlil's firstborn legal heir, that rank belonged to the Nurture. He was the firstborn of Enlil and his spouse Nimrod, the firstborn on earth. Gods and men greatly adored Nanar and his spouse. The hymns in their honor in the Sumer's glorious times, the lamentations about the desolation of Sumer in general and in particular, revealed the great love and admiration of the people for this divine couple. But many centuries later, Escharon went to consult with an aging Sin, leaning on staff, regarding the invasion of Egypt and that the escaping Assyrian royals made a last stand in Haran, served to indicate the continued important role played by Nanar Sin in Haran to the very end. It was in the ruins of the city's great Nanar Sin temple, the Uhuhu, the House of Double Joy, that archaeologists discovered stone columns, stelas, that once stood in the temple, one at each corner of the main prayer hall. The inscriptions on the stela revealed that two were erected by the temple's high priestess, Ada Gupi, and by her sons Nabu-Id, the last king of Babylon. With an evident sense of history and as a trained temple official, Ada Gupi provided in her inscriptions precise dates for the astounding events that she had witnessed. The dates linked, as was then customary, to regnal years of known kings could thus be and have been verified by modern scholars. It is thus certain that she was born in 649 BCE and lived through the reigns of several Assyrian and Babylonian kings, passing on at the ripe old age of 104. Here is what she wrote on her stela concerning the first of a series of amazing events.
She got old.
It was in the 16th year of Nabopolassar, king of Babylon, when Sin, lord of the gods, became angry with his city and his temple and went up to heaven. And the city and the people in it went to ruin. The 16th year of Nabopolassar was 610 BCE, a memorable year the reader may recall, when Babylonian forces captured Haran from the remnants of the Assyrian royal family and army, and when a reinvigorated Egypt decided to seize the space-related sites. It was then Adagupi wrote that an angered Sin, removing his protection and himself from the city, packed up and went to heaven. What followed in the captured city is accurately summed up. And the city and its people went to ruin. While others fled, Adagupi stayed on. Daily, without ceasing, by day and night, for months, for years, she kept vigil in the ruined temple. Morning, she forsook the dresses of the fine wool, took off the jewelry, worn neither silver or gold, relinquished perfumes and sweet-smelling oils. As a ghost roamed the abandoned shrine, in the torn garment I was clothed. I came and went noiselessly, she wrote. Then, in the desolate sacred precinct, she found a robe that had once belonged to Sin. To the despondent priestess, the find was an omen from the god. Suddenly, he had given her a physical presence of himself.
I've read this text myself.
She could not take her eyes off the sacred garb, not daring to touch it except by taking hold of its hem. As if the god himself was there to hear her. She prostrated herself and in prayer and humility uttered a vow. If you would return to your city, all the black-headed people would worship your divinity.
Love and worship you.
People was a term by which the Sumerians used to describe themselves, and the employment of the term by the high priestess some 1,500 years after Sumer was no more. 1,500 years after Sumer was no more, was full of significance. She was telling the god that were he to come back, he would be restored to lordship as in the days of old, become again the Lord God of a restored Sumer and Akkad. To achieve that, Adagupi offered her god a deal. If he would return and then use his divine power to make her son Nabuna-id the next imperial king, reigning over all the Babylonian and Assyrian domains, Nabuna-id would restore the temple of Sin not only in Haran, but also in Ur, and would proclaim the worship of Sin as the state religion in all the lands of the black-headed people. Touching the hem of the god's robe, day after day she prayed. Then one night the god appeared to her in a dream and accepted her proposal. The moon god Adagupi wrote, Sin, Lord of the gods of heaven and earth, for my good doings looked upon me with a smile and heard my prayers. He accepted my vow. The wrath of his heart calmed. Toward Ehuhu, his temple in Haran, the divine residence in which his heart rejoiced, he became reconciled, and he had a change of heart. The god Adagupi wrote, accepted the deal. Sin, Lord of the gods, looked with favor upon my words. Nabuna-id, my only son, issue of my womb, to the kingship he called, the kingship of Sumer and Akkad. All the land from the border of Egypt, from the upper sea to the lower sea, in his hands he entrusted. Both sides kept their bargain. I myself saw it fulfilled out of his statement, which is the segment of her inscriptions. Sin honored his word, which he spoke to me, causing Nabuna-id to ascend to the Babylonian throne in 555 BCE. And Nabuna-id kept his mother's vow to restore the Ehuhu temple in Haran, perfecting its structure. He renewed the worship of Sin and Ningal, and all forgotten rites he made anew. And then a great miracle, an occurrence unseen for generations, happened. The event is described in the 2 stelae of Nabuna-id, in which he is depicted holding an unusual staff and facing the celestial symbols of Nibiru, Earth, and the Moon. This is what the great miracle of sin that has by the gods and goddesses not happened in the land since the days of the old unknown. That the people of the earth had neither seen nor found written on tablets since the days of old. That Sin, Lord of gods and goddesses, residing in the heavens, has come down from the heavens in full view of Nabuna-id, king of Babylon. Sin, the inscriptions report, did not return alone. According to the text, he entered the restored Eluhu temple in a ceremonial procession, accompanied by his spouse Nungal and his aide, the divine messenger Nuspru. The miraculous return of sin from the heavens raises many questions.
He's back.
The first one being, where in the heavens had he been for 5 or 6 decades?
Never.
Answers to such questions can be given by combining the ancient evidence with the achievements of modern science and technology. But before we turn to that, it is important to examine all the aspects of the departure. So it was not sin alone who became angry and leaving the earth and went up to heaven. The extraordinary celestial comings and goings described by Atagupi and Abuna Id took place while they were in Haran. A significant point because another eyewitness was present in that area at that very time. He was the prophet Ezekiel, and he too had much to say on the subject. Ezekiel, a priest of Yahweh in Jerusalem, was among the aristocracy and craftsmen who had been called together with King Jacqueline after Nebuchadnezzar's first attack on Jerusalem in 598 BCE. They were taken forcefully to northern Mesopotamia, settling in the district of the Kavur River, just a short distance away from their ancestral home in Haran. And it was there that Ezekiel's famous vision of a celestial chariot had occurred. As a trained priest, he too recorded the place in the David, and it was on the 5th day of the 4th month in the 5th year of the exile, when I was among the exiles on the banks of the river in Kabar, that the heavens opened up and I saw visions of the Elohim. Ezekiel stated at the very beginning of his prophecies, and what he saw, appearing in a whirlwind, flashing lights, and surrounded by a radiance, was a divine chariot that could go up and down and sideways, and within it, upon the likeness of a throne, the semblance of a man. And he heard a voice addressing him as Son of Man and announcing his prophetic assignment. The prophet's opening statement is usually translated visions of God. The term Elohim, which is plural, has been traditionally translated as God in the singular. He's absolutely correct there. Elohim is plural. Anytime you see that term, they're not talking about one individual, they're talking about multiples. But they always try to say that, oh, Elohim means God. Oh, just one God. No, that's not what it means. That's a misinterpretation that's being done with intent.
Yep.
It has been traditionally translated as God in the singular, even when the Bible itself clearly treats it in the plural, as in, and the Elohim said, let us fashion the atom in our image and after our likeness. Genesis 1, verse 26 says, the readers of my books know the biblical Adam tale is a rendering of a much more detailed Sumerian creation text, where it was an Anunnaki team led by Enki that used genetic engineering to fashion the atom. The term Elohim, we have shown over and over again, referred to the Anunnaki, and what Ezekiel reported was that he had encountered an Anunnaki celestial craft near Haran. The celestial craft that was seen by Ezekiel was described by him in the opening chapter, and thereafter as the god's kabod, that which is heavy. The very same term used in Exodus to describe the divine vehicle that had landed on Mount Sinai. The craft's description rendered by Ezekiel has inspired generations of scholars and artists. The resulting depictions have changed with time as our own technology of flight vehicles has advanced. Ancient texts refer both to the spacecraft and aircraft and describe Enlil, Enki, Ninurta, Marduk, Thoth, Sin, Shamash, and Ishtar. Today, the most prominent as gods who passed aircraft and possessed aircraft and could roam Earth's skies or engage in aerial battles as between Horus and Seth, or Ninurta and Anzu, not to mention the Indo-European gods. After all the varied and textual descriptions and pictorial descriptions of celestial boats of the gods, the most appropriate to Ezekiel's vision of a whirlwind appears to be the whirlwind chariot, depicted at the site of Jordan from which the prophet Elijah was taken up to heaven. Helicopter-like, it had to serve just as a shuttlecraft to where a full-fledged spacecraft was stationed. Ezekiel's mission was to prophesy and warn his exiled compatriots of the coming day of judgment for all the nation's injustices and abominations. Then, a year later, the same semblance of a man appeared again, put out a hand, grabbed him, and carried him all the way to Jerusalem to prophesy there. The city, it will be remembered, went through a starving siege, a humiliating defeat, wanton looting, a Babylonian occupation, and the exile of the king and all the nobility. Arriving there, Ezekiel saw a scene of complete breakdown of the rule of law and of religious observances. Wondering what was going on, he heard the remnant sitting in mourning, bewailing, Yahweh sees us no more. Yahweh has left the earth. This was, we suggest, the reason why Nebuchadnezzar dared attack Jerusalem again and destroy Yahweh's temple. It was an outcry virtually identical to what the Arad had reported for Haran. Sin, the Lord of the gods, became angry with his city and his people, and went up to heaven, and the city and the people in it went to ruin. One cannot be certain how or why events occurring in northern Mesopotamia gave rise to a notion in distant Judea that Yahweh too had left the earth, but it is evident that words that God and gods departed had spread far and wide. Indeed, tablet VAT 7847, which we mentioned earlier in connection with the solar eclipse, states the following in a prophetic section regarding calamities that last 200 years. Roaring, the gods flying from the lands will go away. From the people they will be separated. The people will the gods' abodes leave in ruin. Compassion and well-being will cease. Enlil in anger will lift himself off. Like several other documents of the Akkadian prophecy genre, scholars deem this text too a post-event prophecy, a text that uses events that have already happened as the basis for predicting other future events. Be that as it may, we have here a document that considerably expands the divine exodus. The angered gods led by Enlil flew away from their lands. It was not just sin who angered and left. There is yet another document. It is classified by scholars as belonging to prophecy in Neo-Assyrian sources. Though its very first word suggests authorship by a Babylonian, a worshiper of Marduk. Here is in full what it says. Marduk, the Enlil of the gods, got angry. His mind became furious. He made an evil plan to disperse the land and its peoples. His angry heart was bent on leveling the land and destroying its people. A grievous curse formed in his mouth. Evil portents indicating the disruption of heavenly harmony started appearing abundantly in heaven and on earth. The planets in the ways of Enlil, Anu, and Ea worsened their positions and repeatedly disclosed abnormal omens. Aratu, the river of abundance, became a raging current. The fierce surge of water, a violent flood like the deluge, swept away the city, its houses and sanctuaries, turning them to ruin. The gods and goddesses became afraid, abandoned their shrines, and flew off like birds and ascended to heaven. What is common to all these texts are the assertions that A, the gods grew angry with the people, B, the gods flew away like birds, and C, they ascended to heaven. We are further informed that the departure was accompanied by unusual celestial phenomenon and some terrestrial disturbances. These are aspects of the day of the Lord as prophesied by the biblical prophets. The departure was related to the return of Nibiru. The gods left earth in the Nibiru cave. The VAT 7847 text includes an intriguing reference to a calamitous period of 2 centuries. The text does not make it clear whether that was a prediction of what is to follow the gods' departure, whether it was during such a time that their anger and disappointment with mankind leading to the departure. It seems that the latter is the case, for it is probably no coincidence that the era of biblical prophecy regarding the nation's sins and the coming judgment on the day of the Lord began with Amos and Hosea circa 760 to 750 BCE, 2 centuries before the return of Nibiru. For 2 centuries, the prophets from the only legitimate place of the bond of heaven and earth, Jerusalem, called for justice and honesty among people and peace among nations, scorned meaningless offerings and worship of lifeless idols, denounced wanton conquests and pitiless destruction, and warned one nation after another, Israel included, of the inevitable punishments, but to no avail. But we're going to stop right there. We'll pick up reading next time. This is what I've been waiting to get into here. I want to see how this, Why did they leave? Did they indeed really leave? Where did they go? Did they go to space? Did they go back into the Earth? Did they go through portals within the Earth?
He left for 50 years and came back.
There were rumblings within the Earth.
With
So
his
that makes me think
wife
that
and
they,
everything,
made it appear that they
flew
flew off out into space. They've actually flown into the Earth and flown into other portals and stuff. Who knows? But yeah, good stuff there.
They came back. I read the text myself.
If that was the case, then what had taken place was a gradual buildup of divine anger and disappointment and the reaching of a conclusion by the Anunnaki that enough is enough. It was time to leave. It all brings to mind the decision of the gods led by the disappointed Enlil to keep the coming deluge and the gods locking themselves and their celestial craft a secret from mankind. Now, as Nibiru was again nearing, it was the Enlilite gods who planned the departure. Who left, how did they leave, and where did they go if sin could come back in a few decades? For the answer is, let us roll the events back to the beginning. When the Anunnaki, led by Ea, Enki, had first come to Earth to obtain the gold with which to protect the planet's endangered atmosphere, they planned to extract the gold from the waters of the Persian Gulf. When that did not work, they shifted to mining operations in southeastern Africa and smelting and refining in the Eden, the future Samir. Their number increased to 600 on Earth, plus 300 Igigi who operated celestial craft to a way station on Mars, from which the long-haul spacecraft in Nibiru could be launched more easily. Enlil, Enki's half-brother and rival for the secession, came and was put in overall command. When the Anunnaki, toiling in the mines, mutinied, Enki suggested that a primitive worker be fashioned. It was done by the genetic upgrading an existing
fucking
hominid,
poodle.
and the Anunnaki began to take daughters of the atom as wives and had children by them. With Enki and Marduk breaking the taboo, when the deluge came, the outraged Enlil said, "Let mankind perish."
Yeah, Enlil sucks.
For the wickedness of man was great on the earth. But Enki, through a Noah, frustrated the plan. Mankind survived, proliferated, and in time was granted civilization.
You hear that? Wait.
A deluge that swept over the earth flooded the mines in Africa, but exposed a mother.
Man's wickedness was great over the earth. Do you remember who was pouring in everywhere we looked? It was fucking Enki. Enki. But they justify it as man's problem. See? These motherfuckers can suck a horkin' dick. They need to just drop their attitudes and realize they fucked up and make amends for it. That's all there is to it, because they're still here.
Load of gold in the Andes Mountains of South America, enabling the Anunnaki to obtain more gold more easily and quickly and without the need for smelting and refining. For the placer gold, pure gold nuggets washed down from the mountains needed only panning and collecting.
That's fucking
But also made it possible to reduce the number of Anunnaki living on Earth. On their state visit to Earth circa 4000 BCE, Anu and Antu visited the post-alluvial gold land on the shores of Lake Titicaca. The visit served as an opportunity to begin reducing the number of Nibirians on Earth. It also approved peace arrangements between the rival half-brothers and their warring clans. But while Enki and Enlil accepted the territorial divisions, Enki's son Marduk never gave up the strife for supremacy that included control of the olden space-related sites.
They kept killing us.
It was then that the Enlilites began to repair alternative spaceport facilities in South America. When the post-alluvial spaceport in the Sinai was wiped out with nuclear weapons in 2024 BCE, the facilities in South America were the only ones left entirely in Enlilite hands. And so when the frustrated and disgusted Anunnaki leadership decided that it was time to leave, some could use the landing place, others perhaps, with the last large haul of gold, had to use the South American facilities near the place where Anu and Antu stayed during their visit to the area. As earlier mentioned, the place now called Pumapunku on Lake Titicaca, and some kind of landing pad in Pumapunku on Lake Titicaca. As earlier mentioned, the place now called Pumapunku is a short distance from a shrunken lake in Lake Titicaca. shared by Peru and Bolivia.
He's such a
What
dick.
was then situated on the lake's southern shore with harbor facilities, and its main remains consist of a row of 4 collapsed structures, each made of a single hollowed-out giant boulder. Each such hollowed-out set of chambers was completely inlaid inside with gold plates, held in place by gold nails. An incredible treasure hauled off by the Spaniards when they arrived in the 16th century. How such dwellings were so precisely hollowed out of the rocks and how 4 huge rocks were brought to the site remain a mystery. There's yet another mystery at the site. The archaeological finds in the place included a large number of unusual stone blocks that were precisely cut, grooved, angled, and shaped. Some of them are shown in figure 105. One does not need an engineering degree to realize that those stones were cut, drilled, and shaped by someone with incredible technological ability and sophisticated equipment. Indeed, one would doubt whether stones could be so shaped nowadays. The puzzle is compounded by the mystery of what purpose did these technological miracles serve? Obviously for some unknown yet highly sophisticated purpose. If it was to serve as casting dies for complex instruments, what and whose were those instruments? Clearly, one can think of the Anunnaki as possessing both the technology to make those dies and to use them or their end products. The main outpost of the Anunnaki was situated a few miles inland at a site now known as Tiwanaku. Tiwanaku. We're here at Tiwanaku. We're going to see if there's some kind of landing time. I'm sorry. It's too good. I was saying the children. I'm not making fun of them at all.
Yeah, you are. You're making fun of poor little David.
Some kind of. I can't resist it. It's just too easy to imitate. It's too much fun. Especially because I've seen all these videos and he's talking about all these places. Tiwanaku, and there just has to be one explanation, and it can only be aliens. One of the first European words written in modern times, George Squire, described the place in his book Peru Illustrated as the Baalbek of the New World, a comparison more valid than he realized. The next main modern explorer, Tiwanaku, author Posanowski, who wrote Tiwanaku, the Cradle of American Man, reached astounding conclusions regarding the site's age. The principal above-ground structures in Tiwanaku, there are numerous subterranean ones, include the Akapara, an artificial hill riddled with channels, conduits, and slices whose purpose is discussed in the Lost Realms. Wow. Tiwanaku, huh? I need to look into Tiwanaku because that sounds like the rock wall. Above ground and underground structures, subterranean tunnels. I just found out that there's a subterranean tunnel that goes from downtown Rockwell, where the old courthouse is, all the way to the river, to the Trinity River, which is, oh God, that's probably a good, 7 or 8 miles away. So my question is, why would somebody, that lends a lot of credence to the thing that people are saying that the wall was used to hide from, these giants. And that would make sense if you had, an underground enclosed tunnel that went all the way to the river to the water supply. And that was away from where your habitation was, so that you could get to the water supply and get the water back to where you were living without being seen by something. What would you need to avoid being seen by? So that just kind of set up a red flag when I was reading it. An artificial hill with channels, conduits, and stuff to it. Yeah. That's what just like a rock wall. A tourist favorite is a stone gateway known as the Gate of the Sun. Right. They associate the Gate of the Sun with Viracocha. And Viracocha is the same as Quetzalcoatl or Inti or anything else. And that's what the Gate of the Sun is. A prominent structure that was also cut from a single boulder with some of the precision exhibited at Tiwanaku, but probably served an astronomical purpose and undoubtedly a calendrical one. As the carved images on the archway indicate, those carvings are dominated by the larger image of the god Viracocha, holding the lightning weapon that clearly emulated the Near Eastern Adad Teshub. And indeed, in the Lost Realms, I suggested that he was Adad Teshub. The gate of the sun is also positioned that it forms an astronomical observation unit with a third prominent structure at Tiwanaku called the Kalakasaya. It's a large rectangular structure with a sunken central courtyard and is surrounded by standing stone pillars. Posanti's suggestion that the Kalakasaya served as an observatory has been confirmed by subsequent explorers. His conclusion, based on Sir Norman Lockyer's archaeoastronomy guidelines that showed the astronomical alignments of the Castle Saya, show that it was built thousands of years before the Incas and was so incredible that German astronomical institutions sent teams of scientists to check it out. Their report and subsequent additional verifications affirm that the Kalasaya's orientation unquestionably matched the Earth's obliquity either in 10,000 BC or 4,000 BCE. Either date I wrote in The Lost Realms was fine with me, the earlier, soon after the deluge when the gold obtaining operations there, or the later date when I knew visited. Both dates match the activities of the Anunnaki there, and the evidence for the presence of Innu-like gods is all over the place. Archaeological, geological, and mineralogical research at the site and in the area confirmed that Tiwanaku also served as a metallurgical center. Based on various finds and images on the Gate of the Sun and their similarity to depictions in ancient Hittite sites in Turkey, I have suggested that the gold and tin obtainment operations were then supervised. That's interesting. They were mining tin because, again, that's what was that wheel that was found in the wall. It was this, it was a smelted wheel made of tin, iron, and a bunch of different things. Metallurgy. It's like 7,000 years old. I've just seen more and more of these. It's every time I see these specials or the Patrick Children's of Tiwanaku there or something like that. I mean, every time I see one of those videos or watch one of those shows where they're talking about these sites, I just scream at the TV going, look, the rock wall has all of these features. So I have a feeling that when I'm able to show in the documentary film these correlations between the rock wall and these ancient sites like Tiwanaku and others, folks, I think that's going to be a game changer. I think that's going to propel this information into the mainstream community in a major way. I think it's going to turn some heads because, as I've said, I mean, there's similarity after similarity to these ancient sites and to the site in Rockwall. At least to warrant the fact that it's an ancient site is as important as any of these other ones. But of course, you're talking about religious people who are paranoid. They're afraid we're going to start digging up these ancient giant, burial grounds that everybody's going to be cursed. But oh man. I have suggested that the gold and tin attainment operations were supervised by Ishkur, Adad, Enlil's youngest son, whose domain in the old world was Anatolia, where he was worshipped by the Hittites as Teshub, the weather god, whose symbol was a lightning rod. Such a huge symbol, enigmatically carved on a steep mountainside, can be seen from the air or from out in the ocean in the Bay of Caracas, Peru, a natural harbor downhill from Tiwanaku. Nicknamed the Candelabra, the symbol is 420 feet long and 240 feet wide, and its lines, which are 5 to 15 feet wide, have been etched into the hard rock to a depth of about 2 feet. And no one knows by whom or how, unless it was Adad himself who wanted to declare his presence. To the north of the bay, inland in the desert between the Ingenio and Nazca rivers, explorers have found one of the most puzzling riddles of antiquity, the so-called Nazca Lines. Called by some the world's largest artworks, a vast area of some 200 square miles that extends eastward from Pampa, the flat desert, to the rugged mountains, was used by someone as a canvas to draw on it scores of images. The drawings are so huge that they make no sense at the ground level, but when viewed from the air clearly represent known and imaginary animals and birds. The drawings were made by removing the topsoil to a depth of several inches and were executed with a unicursal line, a continuous line that curves and twists without crossing over itself. Computer-guided laser from the air. anyone flying over that area, there are small planes with the service of tourists there, invariably concludes that someone airborne had used a soil blasting device to doodle on the ground below. Directly relevant to the subject of the departure, however, is another even more puzzling feature of the Nazca lines. Actual lines that look like a wide runway. Straight, without fault, these flat stretches, sometimes narrow, sometimes wide, sometimes short, sometimes long, run straight over hills and vales, no matter how the shape of the terrain. There are some 740 straight lines, sometimes combined with the triangular trapezoid. They frequently crisscross each other without rhyme or reason, sometimes running over the animal drawings, revealing that the lines were made at different times. Various attempts to resolve the mystery of the lines, including those by the late Maria Reich, who made it her lifelong project, failed whenever an explanation was sought in terms that it was done by native Peruvians, people of Nazca culture or of Paracas civilization of the like. Studies, including some of the National Geographic Society, aimed at uncovering astronomical orientation for the lines, alignments with solstices, equinoxes, this or that, star led nowhere. For those who rule out an ancient astronaut solution, the enigma remains unsolved. Well, they made the animal drawing first because it was a good spot. There was lots of gold there. It was a good place to land. They made that spot, made all the animal things there so people would recognize when they got to there and land there. And then later they built, that's when they deemed it an official spaceport and they built the runways on that. I mean, that's what the books say. Though the water lines look like the airport runways on which wheeled aircraft roll to take off or to land, this is not the case here. It's only because the lines are not horizontally level. They run straight over uneven territory, ignoring hills, ravines, and gullies. And indeed, rather than being there to enable takeoff, they appear to be the result of takeoffs by craft taking off and leveling and leaving on the ground below lines created by their engine's exhaust. That the celestial, no, I don't believe that. I believe what it is that we're thinking of the Anunnaki are coming down in planes like ours, landing on a fucking aircraft carrier. Because we're thinking of things about in terms of our technology. The reason the lines go over gullies and they're straight, but the reason they go over rough terrain is because the lines are only there. You're talking about like traffic control. A plane, or I mean a ship that's hovering, has no need. Have you ever seen how like the Klingon bird of prey lands? It just comes in, just lands like a Harrier. You know, boom, just a soft, nice landing. It's got legs that come out and it can land on rock of any terrain. Well, that's the same thing here. So the fact that the terrain was unlevel is because it was, obviously there were so many ships coming out. That tells you the scale of the operations. If they were indeed shipping gold or whatever else out, the scale of operations was so big that they had an open spaceport going and they were just, pouring out gold by the tons out of this thing. This, I suggest, is the solution of the puzzle of the Nazca lines. Nazca was the last spaceport of the Anunnaki. It served them after the one in the Sinai was destroyed, and it served them for the final departure. There are no eyewitness report texts regarding the airborne aircraft and flights in Nazca. There are, as we have shown, texts from Haran in Babylon regarding the flights that undoubtedly used the landing place in Lebanon. The eyewitness reports relating to those departure flights in Anunnaki craft include the testimony of the prophet Ezekiel and the inscriptions of the Atagupi and the Nabunaid. The inevitable conclusion must be that from at least 610 BCE through probably 560 BCE, the Anunnaki gods were methodically leaving planet Earth. Where did they go as they lifted off from Earth? It had to be, of course, a place from which Sin could return relatively soon once he changed his mind. The place was the good old way station on Mars, from which the long-distance spaceships raced to intercept and land on the orbiting Nibiru. As detailed in the 12th planet, Sumerian knowledge of our solar system included references to the use of Mars by the Anunnaki as a way station. It is evidenced by a remarkable depiction of a 4,500-year-old cylinder seal now in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, Russia, that shows an astronaut on Mars, the 6th planet, communicating with one on Earth, the 7th planet, counting from the outside in, with a spacecraft in the heavens between them, benefiting from Mars' lower gravity compared to that of Earth. The Anunnaki had found it easier and more logical to first transport themselves and their cargoes in shuttlecraft from Earth to Mars, and there transfer to reach Nibiru and vice versa. In 1976, when all that was first presented in the 12th planet, Mars was still held to be an airless, waterless, lifeless, hostile planet, and the suggestion that a space base had once existed there seemed by establishment scholars even far out than the notion of ancient astronauts. By the time Genesis Revisited was published in 1990, there were enough of NASA's own findings and photographs from Mars to fill up a whole chapter titled "A Space Base on Mars." The evidence showed that Mars once had water and included photographs of walled structures, roads, and a hub-like compound, as well as the famous face. Well, that's always been interesting to me, that the face is located on the 33rd degree parallel on a place known as Cydonia, where there's also pyramids. And then when they came to Earth, where did they land? And where did they set up the first habitation on Earth? In Mesopotamia, in what is now Iraq, that they called at that time, you guessed it, Cydonia. That's what Mesopotamia was first called. It was called Cydonia. And it was smack dab on the 33rd degree parallel as well. So I've never thought it was a coincidence that, it just, they just happened to land where all the, gold and oil and resources were. That was not an accident. Both the United States and the Soviet Union have made great efforts to reach and explore Mars with unmanned spacecraft, and like other space endeavors, the missions to Mars, since augmented by the European Union, have met with unusual, troubling, and puzzling high rates of failure, including bewildering, unexplained disappearance of spacecraft. Yeah, there's one where it was some kind of a Russian probe or something. I've seen a video of it. And you can literally see the shadow of some kind of big-ass ship come in right as the video goes off and they lose contact. So, yeah, many people believe that that's what that those Anunnaki have been ruling world affairs from Mars. A lot of them never left and went back to Nibiru, and a lot of them have been that's where the council is on Mars, and people believe that, the elite go through stargates and go in and have meetings with them on Mars. I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but I have heard it said. It says, but due to persistent efforts, enough U.S., Soviet, and European unmanned spacecraft have managed to reach and explore Mars in the last 2 decades. By now, the scientific journals of the same doubting Thomases of the 1970s have been filled with reports, studies, and photographs announcing that Mars did have a sizable and still has a thin atmosphere, that it once had rivers, lakes, and oceans, and still has water. At some places just below the surface, and in some instances even visible as small frozen lakes. As a medley of headline shows, in 2005, NASA's Mars rover sent back chemical and photo.
Pause this shit. Causing ruckus now. Just call me Marduk. Everywhere I go, I raise havoc. Fuck. Him and an Enki, man. Between them two, who needs fucking enemies? Then we got in Lil. He ain't no help. He's just a prick. Oh, we're gonna have problems here. Hang on. Okay. Let me do it this way.
Hello and welcome to my channel.
Hi, John.
I want to do a video response to my friend Glenn. We were talking in Catfish's chat, and
Oh,
I found some frames from today that you can see right here. Yeah, I mean, the big showman, the big blue signature in the back, which you can see it all the time now, especially right now. But here we have at about -25, which all you gotta do is, not specifically you, Glenn, but is take 3,963 times 20, well, we said 25
oh, we lost power.
equals. So, there you go. 99,075 miles
Oh,
behind
okay.
Earth. Alright. So that's really just for a little tip there, how to do that. Scales here, it's an RE. 3,963 times your number on the scale. You can even calculate it the same way this way. For width, height, in this case, this would be width, because this is North Pole, this is equator. Alright, but anyways, it is not all about the big blue in the back, but it hits right here. There's always multiple things in here. The wind shows it the same
Fixed it.
location, because, let's see.
I didn't want to fuck up the story by not having the volume up because we lost power earlier. And it turns off my radio up here. I can't see the damn dial. It drives me nuts. So I gotta pull out my flashlight to set my shit. How y'all doing? Yep, it's 12 o'clock here. I'm fixing to kick this back on, get him in bed, and get myself in bed here. Let me see what we got left. Oh, Jesus H. Cry many popsicle sticks. We might not finish this one tonight. Still got 2.5 hours left. Unless y'all want to hang out and listen to me snore over Josh Reeves.
Photographic evidence backing these conclusions. Together
Oh
with some of the
my
rovers,
God.
amazing photographs showing
And
structural
there's a
remains
belly
like a
over here
sand-covered
that-
wall with a distinct right-angle
It's so
corner.
immense that it takes two of us
They
to
should
rub it.
surface here to make
I'll be
the point.
back.
Mars could and did serve as a way station
Oh my God.
for the Anunnaki. It was the first close-by destination of the departing gods, as confirmed by the relatively quick return of Sin. Who else left and stayed behind? Who might return? Surprisingly, some of those answers come from Mars. So that's the end of chapter 13 right there. And the next chapter is chapter 14, entitled The End of Days. Mankind's recollection of landmark events in its past, legends or myths, to most historians includes tales deemed universal, in that they have been part of the cultural or religious heritage of peoples all over the earth. Tales of a first human couple, of a deluge, or of gods who came from the heavens belong to that category. So do tales of the gods' departure back to the heavens. A particular interest to us are such collective memories by the peoples and in the lands where the departures had actually taken place. We've already covered the evidence from the ancient Near East. It also comes from the Americas, and it embraces both Enlilite and Intiite gods. In South America, the dominant deity was called Viracocha, the creator of all. The Aymara natives of the Andes told of him, and that his abode was in Tiwanaku, that he gave the first two brother-sister couples a golden wand with which to find the right place to establish Cuzco, the eventual Incan capital, the site for the observatory of Machu Picchu, and other sacred sites. And then, having done all that, he left. The grand layout, which simulated a square ziggurat with its corners oriented to the cardinal points, then marked the direction of his eventual departure. We have identified the god of Tiwanaku as Teshub, a dad of the Hittite Sumerian pantheon, Enlil's youngest son. In Mesoamerica, the giver of civilization was the winged serpent, Quetzalcoatl. We have identified him as Enki's son,
Get her
Ptah,
done, boy.
of the Egyptian pantheon, Mingish to the Sumerians,
Oh,
and as the one who in 3113
she likes a good
BCE
old belly rub.
brought over his African followers to establish civilization in Mesoamerica.
Come
The time
on.
of his departure was not specified. It had to
Timmy's in the
coincide
well.
with the rise of his African proteges, the Olmecs, and the simultaneous
Hang on, we got
rise
an
of the
emergency
native
here.
kings of
Timmy
600
seems to be
500
have gotten
BCE.
in the well again.
The dominant legend in Mesoamerica was his
Crazy
promise
dog.
when he departed
Oh,
to
good
return
night,
on
Kel.
the anniversary of his secret number 52. The anniversary of his secret number 52. I wonder what that means. Somebody write that
What are you
down.
looking guilty
please.
about?
Do some digging into that.
What have you been doing?
Does anybody want to take that on? It'd be interesting. So
What are
Quetzalcoatl
we
was supposed to
doing,
return
Josh?
on the anniversary of his secret number 52.
52.
And so
I'll be
it was
52
by the
next
middle of
month.
the first millennia BCE in one part of the world after another that mankind found itself without its long worship gods. And before long, the question which has
Oh,
been
wow.
asked
Is that
by my readers
coincidence?
began to preoccupy mankind. Will they return? Like a family suddenly abandoned by its father, mankind grasped for the hope
No,
of a
actually, I
return.
was born 52 years
Then,
ago.
like an orphan needing help,
It was destined.
mankind cast about for a savior. The prophets promised it will surely happen.
What are you doing, boy?
Oh God.
You're going to get yourself
At
in
the peak
trouble.
of their presence, the Anunnaki numbered 600 on Earth, plus another 300 Agigi based on Mars. Their number was
Agigis.
falling after the deluge,
Those
and
guys
especially
are
after
trouble.
Anu's visit circa 4000 BCE. Of the
Yeah,
gods named in the
she got
early
herself
Sumerian
a little
texts
bit of
and in
green
long
butter.
god
She
lists,
acting
few
nice and
remained as the
calm.
millennia followed each other. Most returned to their home
She's
planet.
acting nice and
Some,
calm.
in spite of their wanted immortality, died on Earth.
Yeah, they did.
Well, there you go. That's what's buried in some of these mounds.
And they're still
We can
here.
mention the defeated Zu and Seth, the dismembered Osiris, the drowned Dumuzi, the nuclear afflicted Bao, the departures of the Anunnaki gods as Nibiru's return loomed, were the dramatic finale. The awesome times when the gods resided in sacred precincts in the people's
Those three.
cities, when a pharaoh claimed that a god was
Oh,
riding along
God.
in his chariot,
Okay.
when an Assyrian king boasted of
I
help
know.
from the skies. Those days were over and gone. Already in the days of the prophet Jeremiah, the nations surrounding Judea were mocked for worshiping not a living God, but idols made by craftsmen in stone, wood, and metal, gods who needed to be carried where they could not walk. With the final departure taking place, who of the great Anunnaki gods remained on Earth? To judge by who was mentioned in the texts and inscriptions from the ensuing period, we can certain only of Marduk and Nabu of the Enkyites and of the Enlilites Nanar Sin and his spouse Ningal and his aide Nusku, and probably also Ishtar. On each side of the great religious divide, there was now just one sole great god of heaven and earth, Marduk for the Enkyites and Nanar Sin for the Enlilites. Oh, so, that's where you get your, goddess worship versus God worship, and, Mary versus, or, Columbia or Diana or, any of those. The story of Babylonia's first king reflected the new circumstances. He was chosen by Sin and his cult center
I had the
Haran,
sprinklers on.
but he required the
She don't like
consent
walking
and
in the
blessing of
sprinklers.
Marduk in Babylon and the celestial confirmation by the appearance of Marduk's planet. And he bore the name Nabu Naid. This divine co-regdom might have been an attempt at dual monotheism, to coin an expression, but its unintended consequence was to plant the seeds of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
The historical record indicates that neither gods nor people were happy with these arrangements. Sin, whose temple in Haran was restored, demanded that his great ziggurat temple in Ur should also be rebuilt and become the center of worship. And in Babylon, the priests of Marduk were up in arms. A tablet now in the British Museum is inscribed with a text that scholars have titled Nabonid and the Clergy of Babylon. It contains a list of accusations by the Babylonian priests against Nabonid. The charges ran from civil matters. Law and order are not promulgated by him through neglect of the economy. The farmers are corrupted. The traders' roads are blocked. The lack of public safety. Nobles are killed. To the most serious charges,
Setting your alarm
religious sacrilege.
You're getting up
He
at
made an
7:22
image of a
in the
god
morning.
which nobody had seen
So you
before
can go
in the
get
land.
oxygen.
He placed it in the
Or
temple.
wait a minute, maybe
placed
that's
it upon
me.
a pedestal. He called
Lucky
it by the
you.
name of Nanar.
Aww.
Lapis lazuli, he adored it.
He's like, what do you
Crowned
mean
it
I'm
with a
getting up at
tiara
7
in the
o'clock?
shape of an eclipsed moon.
Well,
He
I
made
don't have a
for
driver's
its hand
license.
the gesture of a demon.
I can't get oxygen on
You guys
It
seem to
was
look
the
at confusion
accusations
there.
continued a strange statue of a deity never seen before, with hair reaching down to the pedestal. It was so unusual and
Oh,
unseemly,
shit.
the priest wrote that even Enki and Ninmah, who ended up with strange chimera creatures when they attempted to fashion man, could not have conceived it. It was so strange that not even the learned Adapa, an icon of utmost human knowledge, could have named it. To make matters worse, two unusual beasts were sculpted as its guardians. One, a deluge demon, and the other, a wild bull. Yeah, Baal. Then the king took this abomination and placed it in Marduk's Isagiel temple. Even
The
more
bull and the
offending was
kraken.
Nabonid's announcement that henceforth the Akitu festival, during which the near-death resurrection, exile, and final triumph of Marduk were reenacted, would no longer be celebrated. Declaring that Nabonid's protective god became hostile to him and that the former favorite of the gods was now fated to misfortune, the Babylonian priests forced Nabonid to leave Babylon and go into exile in a distant region. It is a historical fact that Nabonid indeed left Babylon, named for his sons Belshazzar, Uzzur, the Belshazzar of the biblical book of Daniel, as regent. The distant region to which Nabonid went in self-exile was Arabia. As various inscriptions attest, his entourage included Jews from among the Judean exiles in the Haran region. His principal base was at a place called Tima, a caravan center in what is now northwestern Saudi Arabia that is mentioned several times in
I
the
ain't letting
Bible.
her laying on my bed.
Recent excavations there have uncovered cuneiform tablets attesting to Nabonid's
She has
state.
her own bed.
He established 6 other settlements for his follows. 5 of the towns were listed 1,000 years later by Arabian writers as Jewish towns. Well, that's all the, yeah. To this day, all the heads of Saudi Arabia, all the princes and the kings, they're all Jewish bloodline. That came out a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The Jewish angle in the Nabonid tale has been reinforced by the fact that a fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls found at Qumran on the shores of the Dead Sea mentions Nabonid and asserts that he was suffering in Tima from an unpleasant skin disease that was cured only after a Jew told him to give honor to the God Most High. All that has led to speculation that Nabonid was contemplating monotheism. But to him, the God Most High was not the Judeans' Yahweh, but his benefactor, Nanar Sin, the moon god, whose crescent symbol has been adopted by Islam. And there is little doubt that its roots can be traced back to Nabonid's stay in Arabia. Sin's whereabouts
the
faded
Middle
out of
East.
Mesopotamian records after the
That's how
time
their
of the
moon
Nabonid.
looks.
Texts discovered at Urgut, a Canaanite site on the Mediterranean coast in Syria, now called Ras Shamra, described the moon god as retired with his spouse to an oasis at the confluence of 2 bodies of water near the cleft of the 2 seas. Ever wondering why the Sinai Peninsula was named in honor of Sin and its main central crossroads in honor of his spouse Nikal, the place is still called in Arabic Nikal, I surmise that the aged couple retired to somewhere on the shores of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Iliad. The Ugaritic text called the moon god El, a forerunner of Islam's Allah, And his moon crescent symbol crowns every Muslim mosque, and as a tradition demands, the mosques are flanked to this day by minarets that simulate multi-stage rocket ships ready to be launched. The last chapter in the Nabonid saga was linked to the emergence of the scene of the ancient world of the Persians, a name given to a medley of peoples and states on the Iranian plateau that included the olden Sumerian Anshan and Elam and the land of the later Medes, who had a hand in the demise of Assyria. It was in the 6th century BCE that a tribe called Archaeans, by Greek historians who recorded their deeds, emerged from the northern outskirts of those territories, seized control, and unified them all to become a mighty new empire.
More
Though
new
deemed
empires.
to racially be Indo-Europeans, their tribal name stemmed from that of their ancestor, Hokam Anish, which meant wise man in Semitic Hebrew. A fact that some attribute to the influence of Jewish exiles from the 10 tribes who had been relocated to that region by the Assyrians. Religiously, the Achaemenid Persians apparently adopted a Sumerian Akkadian pantheon akin to its Iranian Mitannian version, which was a step to the Indo-Aryan one of the Sanskrit Vedas, a mixture that is conveniently simplified by just stating that they believed in a God most high, whom they called Ahura Mazda. In 560 BCE, the Achaemenid king died, and his son Karach succeeded him on the throne and made his mark on the subsequent historic events. We call him Cyrus. The Bible called him Koresh and considered him Yahweh's emissary for conquering Babylon, overthrowing its king, and rebuilding the destroyed temple in Jerusalem. Though you knowest me not, I, Yahweh, the God of Israel, am thy caller, who hath called you by name, who will help you though you don't recognize me, the biblical God stated through the prophet Isaiah. That end of Babylonian kingship was most dramatically foretold in the book of Daniel. One of the Judean exiles taken into Babylon, Daniel, was serving in the Babylonian court of Belshazzar, when during a royal banquet, a floating hand appeared and wrote upon the wall, Mene, Mene, Tekel Upsharan. Astounded and mystified, the king called his wizards and seers to decipher the inscription, but none could. At a last resort, the exiled Daniel was called in. They told the king the inscription meaning. God has weighed Babylon and its king, and finding them wanting, numbered their days. They will meet their end by the hand of the Persians. In 539 BCE, Cyrus crossed the Tigris River into Babylonian territory, advanced on Sippar, where he intercepted a rushing back Nabonid, and then, claiming that Marduk himself had invited him, entered Babylon without a fight. Welcomed by the priests who considered him a savior from the heretic Nabonid and his disliked son Cyrus, grasped the hands of Marduk as a sign of
shouldn't be doing that, should it, Gino?
But he also, in one of his very first proclamations, rescinded the exile of the Judeans, permitted the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem,
and
now
again, she will reach out and throw
ritual objects that were looted by Nebuchadnezzar. The returning exiles under the leadership of Ezra and Nehemiah completed the rebuilding of the temple, henceforth known as the Second Temple, in 516 BCE, exactly as was prophesied by Jeremiah 70 years after the first temple was destroyed. The Bible considered Cyrus an instrument of God's plans and anointed of Yahweh. Historians believe that Cyrus proclaimed a general religious amnesty.
You see the ones in the night side a lot better.
Each people to worship as they
please. A lot easier. Every night.
And as to what Cyrus himself might have believed, to judge by the monument he had erected for himself, he appears to have envisioned himself as a winged cherub. We're going to stop right there.
In China.
And fascinating stuff there, especially getting into,
We're going to stop right there, he says. I'm going to save this to the watch later list. My like to list. Well, remember, this is going to be the last book of the End of Days. on this reading. Or the next reading, I guess. Tomorrow. Because I'm getting up about 7:20. I'm going to go get myself some oxygen. And then at some point, I don't know when, I should be meeting up with Mr. Shepherd Ambelius tomorrow. Do some kind of interview. Be a busy day because then I got to get back here and work. The north part of your sky, that's the part of the sky that's got all the activity in it at night. You can go out there and see where there's no stars, circumferences covering those stars, and the light coming from behind those circumferences. Them's planets in front of the sun right behind us. Just like we do see every day in this walk. You can actually visually verify it if you go outside your light dome. And every night, as long as you got a clear sky, you should have no problem finding them. Once you know where they're at, too, it's easier. It's like, oh shit, still there. Well, that's my reaction. I don't know what your reaction is. Every time I'm like, oh shit, it's still there. Yep, yeah, fuck. Look at that. That's close. Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, people are looking at them up by the sun and they're still behind the sun and shit, and they're hard to see in the daytime. But if you get outside your city lights, oh boy, you can see them. That's all it takes, really. Just look around a little bit. You'd be like, oh shit, yep, there it is. We had the thought, hey, John and I actually had the conversation at one point, months and months and months and months, probably about a year ago. And I was like, well, homebrewed, there's one way to find out for sure. Let's get off the screen and go look behind us. And there they were. I was like, well, John, it took me about 15 minutes to locate it the first time. Didn't take long. I was like, oh shit. Holy fucking, would you look at that? It's a closed field line because there's a magnet back there. I can say that because I've laid eyes on it. Lots of people have now because they really are really easy to see at night, It's amazing. It's getting brighter and brighter at night. Yeah. It's getting more and more noticeable, that's for sure, in a lot of different ways. Explosions in China. I see Japan going on. Caldera out there in LA. Who's that 6'1", 5'8", 5'6"? Damn, she's been busy while we've been in here cooking our fish, blowing glass. Much is the same, but that looks interesting. Hmm. What frame is it? 707 46 UTC on the Y cut. That looks kind of crazy. I've seen crazier. Whole thing looks crazy. Almost got something on her skirt. Nothing new. Creaky quakes. Dancing field man. Yeah. They're doing some tricks, ain't they? Yeah, I've seen them do that. Jump out in front of the planet. That one behind us, I've seen them do that too, but it's only for that one frame, and I find that odd. It's about bedtime for Daddy. Oh, I already got the baby in bed. Yeah, it is bedtime for Daddy. I gotta get up early. We will be blowing glass again tomorrow and Sunday. Tomorrow we might make some fun stuff. I don't know. It depends on what happens with this shepherd guy. So I don't even know what he wants. Really. But he's a real producer. He's a real movie maker. He made Shade. That's a pretty good movie. I seen it today. I'm telling you, one I've watched his stuff. He wanted me to be on his radio channel, but this kind of information got to be shown. You can't really talk about it. Sound crazy when you start talking about it. All right, good night, y'all. It's gonna be a busy day tomorrow. I'll keep you updated. Keep that chest all calm. You too, Gino. I hope you get out there outside the light dome and check it out at some point. It's pretty neat. It's a little bit unnerving, but now you know what to expect, right? There's stuff behind us.
and you're gonna see it. Yeah, you have a good night, man. Good night, Valerie. Good night, everybody.